Hello, Pokemon Unite trainers and fans. Joining us today for the Unite Legend Showdown, I am Kello, and we have a Draku here. Good morning, Draku. How are you going today?
It's going pretty good. It's 10 a.m. here in California. I think it's much earlier for you and also in the future. How are you doing, Kello? You awake over there?
We are awake. We are getting there. 5 a.m. bright and early. But you know what? I'm really excited. We are here for day 2 of the Unite Legends Showdown, hosted by Unity Clash and all of our sponsors as well today. Draku, can you tell us about what this tournament is all about?
Yeah, this is a super exciting tournament, and it's definitely a precursor to the UCS festivities to start in a couple of days here. I was going to say a couple of weeks, but it's actually a week from today is where all of these regions are going to be participating in their regional AOS Cup play-ins. But this is a multi-regional tournament, over 70 teams participating from the North American region, South American region, European region, cross-regional event, a $750 prize pool, and we got quite a top 8 for y'all. If y'all didn't tune in yesterday, we did have our top 8 qualifiers where that 70 plus team volume got trimmed down to 8 teams. And if you want to see who's participating today, use that command exclamation point bracket to see the powerhouses, the Titans participating in the finals today, Kello.
Yeah, you pretty much nailed it there. It's just the battle of the West regions clashing here today.
Mhm.
So we're only going to have that one team remain. But folks, this isn't actually the only broadcast that we'll have here. We'll be doing the English coverage and featuring a pretty juicy matchup, if I don't say so myself, up first. Ego versus Orange Juices. But we have some other broadcasts because I guess that's the brilliance, it's covering different languages here. We have Kodo Unite, Bruno Monkey, and Purple Official also doing their coverage over on their channels in their respective languages, and they're going to be covering each of these other matches as well. So, I mean, that's pretty good that we'll at least have coverage of each of the winners' quarterfinals,
Mhm.
right, Draku?
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, if you're maybe wanting to learn some new languages as well, you can also tune into those too. We also do want to give a big shout out to all of our sponsors for the 2 day event that we're putting on today. Nouns Esports, obviously, Gatlu. Of course, thank you so much for allowing us to, again, be on your channel and be in your community. We also want to thank Black from the LG Unite server, who's also participating as a sponsor, and Engage Esports as well, the organization also participating as a sponsor. Without all of you, of course, as viewers, we also want to thank you for joining us on your morning, afternoon, or evening. And it's going to be an exciting one, Kello. I think I'm super excited for this first game. Ego, Orange Juicers. I'm sure we all know Orange Juicers, North American Titan, definitely one of the top 3 teams going into the UCS season this year. And Ego, if you're not super familiar with this team, this is from the Latam region. Rework Respawn is a familiar name that many of these players were a part of before. But I mean, looking at this top 8, Kolo, it's going to be a fun one.
Oh, I am looking at set B there. Team
Yeah.
YT versus Nouns Esport. Now, obviously, we are over on Gatlu's channel, who is part of Nouns Esports.
Have you heard
Both
of Now
of
Esports
these
before?
teams.
I don't know.
Oh, maybe. But both of these teams, they were just at LAIC as well. So don't think they actually ended up having a chance to clash up against each other. But another name that would probably ring a bell to a lot of folks, being that champion from last year's AOS, is Fusion, coming from the LATAM South region as well. So, I mean, going up against Drill Peckers from EU, I think it's good that we're actually having different representation. We have a LATAM North team, we have LATAM South, we have 3 EU teams and 2 NA teams here today.
Yeah, I think another
And
team I'm
wait, sorry,
super
3 Pocket Rockets. Sorry,
Yeah,
3
the
NA
Pocket
teams.
Rockets. Yeah, 3 NA teams. It's Team YT, the Pocket Rockets, and Orange Juicers. I have a lot of familiarity casting the Pocket Rockets. They are currently in the Stellar Champions League, the league that's hosted on the LG Unite server. A team I'm really looking to make a really strong performance though is this new Gen 5 team. I think it was Purple. It's that released the roster for this all French team, but Sazero, Megu, Qatar, Utah, and Lunder. I'm really excited to see where this team goes, especially with a new roster announcement like this. I hope they make a really strong run for today.
Yes, I know in terms of the dynamic duo, yes, there is Spraggles and Doob Snacks for sure. But in the player realm, Mega and Utah, watching them together throughout last year as well, Suzuro, Lundaru, having those names ring those bells. So, you know what? This is just the warm up. After all, we have those AOS play ins next week, Draku.
Yeah, and I'm sure this is going to be a wonderful practice. Of course, those won't be cross regional. They will be cross regional for EUIC in a couple of months. But of course, any practice is good practice. And especially with as high quality or high stakes as this tournament today, any opportunity these teams have to go, in a position of under pressure is always going to be good for them as we approach the UCS season.
Yes, any practice is a good practice here, just trying to scope on out. But folks, today, as we mentioned, it is double elimination. We are doing it in that draft format. So each of these teams are going to be able to ban 2 of the Pokemon from the roster. And the brilliance of today is that everything is playable. And I mean, I guess, you do have the 2 biggest threats on the Sky Ruins right now, which would be Darkrai and Psyduck picking up those first bans along with Umbreon and Zacian. How are you feeling about Zacian and the roster right now, Draku?
Zacian is interesting. I feel like it's specific to a team that loves to play Zacian. I feel like in North America there aren't a whole lot of Zacian players, or at least I would call them aces. For example, I know Overlord has been playing a lot of Zacian on LG, but other than that, cross regionally, I think Latam loves to play a very highly aggressive composition, or at least style of play, and Zacian really panders to that.
Yeah, first picking on up Mimikyu, I guess, with Zacian off the table. Mimikyu, that all rounder. Guess the, I don't know. I guess it's twofold here. The brilliance of having a big pool of all rounders. I know we want to see other roles get some Pokemon introduced. So I guess Mimikyu first pick is a really interesting one. Do you think maybe this might be a comfort pick for them, or maybe just trying to take
Yeah.
it away from orange juices? Maybe there's a Mimikyu main on there too.
I know Kratos has been playing a ton of Mimikyu in that central area, but I think one of the downsides of Mimikyu does really well in somewhat the solo duo trio ranked environment, but Mimikyu kind of falls under some of the traps of speedsters. It does damage, very high amounts of burst damage with some of its abilities, but with very bulky compositions, which Orange Juicers is building around right now, it's going to be very hard for Mimikyu to find those resets specifically for that Shadow Sneak. But one build that has been popularized in Asia right now is a Trick Room Mimikyu. I don't know if this is going to be that sort of variant for this Pokemon, but you might see that come out today.
Oh, that would be very interesting to see. I feel like we don't really see Trick Room. I guess the brilliance of Shadow Sneak is if you can utilize the tall grass and the walls, the
Mhm.
distance that you can cover can be quite insane, but we do have our rosters locked on in. So for Ego, we have Mimikyu, Hooper, Snorlax. We have an Inteleon, and I believe this might end up being a Scyther here, Draco, as well for
Mhm.
Ego, or do you reckon it's going to be a Sizzle?
I think it's definitely going to be a Scyther. There are a couple of players out there that are known to be Scyther aces, and Enisus from Anteku last year from Latam North was one of those players. I think Enisus could be in contention of one of the best, if not the best, Scyther player in the West.
Oh, and then over on the other side, Blissima right on Garchomp. Not something you usually see. I feel like this might be an Orange Juice's specialty. Crustal and Leafeon. We have seen a fair bit of Leafeon, but in terms of those speedster rolls, you don't really see them being picked up very often. It's either a Leafeon or a Zoroark, really. I know we ended up actually seeing a fair bit of Zeraora during LAIC as well, but you know what, folks? The first match for the Unite Legends Showdown top 8. Ego over on the purple side, Orange Juices on the orange side. Well, there you have it. What a coinkydink.
Renegade Gym heading to that central area with the Mimikyu to get that level 5 level 5 power spike to get access to their first primary ability. Lots of members for Orange Juicers heading into the central area. Looks like the Crustle and the Miraidon going to spit that blue up before heading down to that bottom path. In this top path, though, this Gible tends to do really well. It doesn't need to stack on typically any of its items that it uses and can apply a lot of pressure in that auto attack melee damage that it can provide.
And that's actually a really good point there. The only member that is stacking over on the side of Ego is going to be the Mimikyu, who did end up heading into that central area, and the Leafeon over on the opposite side as well, who has opted for the bottom path, putting the pressure on the Snorlax. It does have both of those berries up, but that does give time for that Miraidon and that Dweeble to dunk in that points, and now we have a Crustle on the map.
18 points going in that bottom path. Of course, Pokemon Unite is a game won by scoring points in those goal zones, but knocking out or KOing the enemy team is always going to be advantageous. A game zone in the top path is going to be filling in for the Orange Juicers for OG, but like you were saying before, Kello, this team, Orange Juicers, has a lot of experience playing around a Garchomp.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a displacement tool that Dragon Rush can provide. And there we go, demonstrating, pushing back that Bunnelby along with that Scyther. However, despite that Scyther being on a quarter HP, thankfully it does have that hyperspace hole to retreat it on back, get it back to full HP and back to half once again.
Yeah, Scyther does a really good job at its mobility tools. It can also heal itself with that dual wing beat if they're able to land on it. And you can see right there that circle on the ground, that Hoopa hyperspace hole. Ooh, really nice shadow tag, shadow sneak onto the Leafeon. It's going to be an early KO for Ego.
Hey, this is what we were talking about earlier, just the distance that the Shadow Sneak can provide, utilizing those walls. I guess Leafeon wasn't in a great place there, gets caught out by that play rough, but it is going to dive on back into the back line onto Miraidon. However, it is able to drift its way out of that one. Mimikyu is going to utilize their eject button. They're trying to get themselves out of danger. However, the Rock Tomb blocking it on off. And just delaying that time, and Mimikyu is now down. It is the highest level on the map currently as well, at level 8. Well, the other two just ticked over to level 8.
Yeah, GameZone doing a really good job in the top path with that Garchomp. As you can see on the right side, they are level 8. They are a 2-stage evolution, so they will become a Garchomp at level 9. And he says, going to start working on that Regieleki by themselves in that top path. Here comes the enhanced version of the Electro Drift, finding a KO on the Hoopa. Maybe a KO streak of 2. No, the Mimikyu has that play with me Unite move. Is going to turn out the lights for Kratos, and they are stuck in the Pokeball.
Oh, we do have that snipe shot Inteleon there as well, who is going to go and start off that basement Reggie. Blissey able to replenish the HP pool of Crustle, who is quite low here. Reggie Steel hasn't really been touched, but we have the Shredder, Garchomp, Game Zone, who isn't going to delay and just leave it up to Crustle to try and block them out, but it ends up being Hoopa from the side of Team Ego to steal that away.
Some magicianry for that Hoopa. Is definitely not the character you think you would get the confirm or capturing that bottom Reggie on the map. But that Reggie steal is going to be very handily for wherever Ego decides to go here. That Hoopa hyperspace hole, that hyperspace highway, as we like to refer to, can bring players from the top and bottom path through these goal zones. You can sometimes see it on the top left corner of your screen on your mini map. Game Zone got to be very careful. They are walking into a Scyther that has access to that Green Illusion Dive Unite move. A lot of damage if they're able to land it on one of the members of Orange Juicers.
Oh, yeah, but I'm looking at orange juices. The yellow dots above their heads, they do have three of them, whereas Ego only have the two. And as you were mentioning, the hyperspace highway has been landed on the pad. Snorlax is going to retreat down into that bottom path. And you know what? The points are actually quite close. 10 points difference coming into that halfway mark.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be in favor of the orange juicers because, like we were saying before, that two-stage evolution, Garchomp, tends to somewhat struggle in the early to mid game, but once they get to level 9, they get access to that Livid Outrage Unite move, but also generally just more powerful as a Pokemon. Like, unfortunately, the Garchomp is going to be going down in the top path. Rubble Rouser going to be used as a defensive tool to defend that tier 1 goal zone. The Scyther is going to be going down. Here comes the Orange Juicers trying to make some room for the team. Really nice snipe shot, lands on the Crustle.
Yeah, despite the shields, they ended up getting shredded on down. It just wasn't enough to last them. We do have that other Regieleki spawning on up here, and we do have a 3v2 up in the top path, or once again, a Garchomp just doing Garchomp things. Shredded on down. Hooper looking in, trying to steal, but they don't get away with it. This time, Garchomp is the one to lock it down for Orange Juices.
Objective going over to the side of Orange Juicers, Hoopa on a one mission Pokemon in the top path. They are going to use their Unite move. Not sure exactly what the intention was to bring everyone up here, but they're going to leave that Snorlax in the bottom path, and Renegade Jim on the Mimikyu has to take the long way through that central area to defend this tier 1 goal zone. It's brought down to 2 points, and it looks like Zugwork has enough points here. It's not going to be the best break. It's a break of 0 overcap, but it's going to give them that positioning, or more importantly, break the Hoopa Hyperspace Highway.
Yeah, that's what you want to do, is you just want to try and break those tier 1s ASAP. That way you are hindering that. Mimikyu did try to play rough onto that Crustle, however, they ended up getting taken down in return. Looking at the levels, it is quite close here. Snorlax going in and taking a big fat power nap right in the middle there, as we do have another Regirock on the map. Regirock missing the other rock, crashing on down, trying to take down this Crustle, who ended up landing that. Garchomp also utilizing their Unite move and trying to finish off Minato. Final heavy slam, but nonetheless, still bought some time for their team.
Oh, gotta be careful of this Inteleon. It has a really strong form of secure to capture wild Pokemon. That is that snipe shot you can see coming out of that tall grass. But it looks like they are going to forego this bottom path. Orange Juicers really has strong positioning with both of their tier 1 goal zones available to them. They have a 90-point lead with 30 seconds left, Kello. Ego can definitely pivot around these tier 1 goal zones to potentially get a larger score in double time. The final stretch that happens in 20 seconds, but Rayquaza always an objective they want to respect.
They want to respect it, but there is another Regieleki here. It looks like Ego are deciding to just leave that one alone, instead opt for that positioning in the tall grass. Looks like Orange Juices aren't going to prioritize that Regieleki either, despite having that Garchomp on hand to go and shred it down. They want to make sure they don't give Ego the space here, and they want to try and catch him out, especially considering they do have that Hooper to unite them in and bring them all together.
Really nice heavy slam into snipe shot combination. Anysus is positioned quite far down in that bottom path. They're going to start rotating back to their team. And I think in terms of poke, or footsies, as sometimes I would like to say, it's going to be in favor of Ego because they have these snipe shots raining in so much damage. So Roland really has to be on point with their heals to make sure their team doesn't go down here. Hoopa's going to place that portal just for some damage, but the teams are going to reset once again.
Oh, Minato ended up getting the engage on that Miraidon, but they didn't end up falling for it. All the Unite moves are going to pop on out, as Hooper has also gone into the Unbound Bond, trying to get the stuns. However, 3 members are trying to collapse on it. A great snipe shot coming from the backline to take down the Leafeon, who didn't even get to use their Unite move. Garchomp trying to take care of the Inteleon. However, they ended up using their Unite move, so those snipes are going to hit on hard, but 2 members ends up getting taken down to the X's of the Crustle. And now this is going to provide the numbers for Orange Juices to go and shred down the Rayquaza. But can Inteleon make that long distance snipe shot to try and steal it? Crustle ends up blocking it! Draco! Oh my gosh.
Exceptional positioning for Zagruk there, of course. It is a rock-type Pokemon, but not super effective enough is that snipe shot to make it through that crustal wall, quite literally putting their body, putting their Pokemon on the line to make sure their team has the secure. One of the downsides of Inteleon's snipe shot is that as powerful as it is, it can critically hit, but it cannot pierce or go through Pokemon. It can go through wild Pokemon, but it cannot go through enemy-controlled Pokemon. So perfect positioning there by the Crustle player, Zagruk doing it once again.
That is actually wild. They weren't even moving. They were actually perfectly positioned there. But the final score 442 to 90 points. First match going over to Orange Juices. It is a best of 3 here today. So it's not just over just yet. But you know what? Zagrug definitely owing the MVP there as the Great Wall of Theosky Ruins.
The Great Wall of the Orange Juicers, surely. A KO streak of 2 definitely leads them in the way of victory there, but I do want to give a shout out to Flareons on the Miraidon. They had a couple of really fun plays, especially with the Electrogif in tandem with the Shedinja Doll battle item. It's not very commonly used across the cast of Pokemon Unite, but it's especially with characters or Pokemon that have really high mobility or have really low cooldowns, that ability can do, or that a battle item can work really well.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what's going to end up coming on into this next game. I think this was a great start. Both compositions, I guess, worked out well. Do you think there's anything that Ego might need to do or make any changes going into the next one? I think Renegade on the Mimikyu actually played really well, getting those really long distance Shadow Sneaks, trying to get into the back line. Monado also getting the engages with the heavy slam. But I guess once Orange Juice just collapsed on in, crashed in with the Bliss assistance. I feel like Blissey at the moment, in terms of the supporters, is in such a good spot. I mean, Blissey was already up there in terms of its move, in terms of its Unite move as well, to just go and provide that shielding, and also if he ends up getting caught in between, actually getting knocked up and damaged. But also being able to switch up between both of those move sets depending on who you have as well. We had the egg move set this time around.
Yeah, Blissey is coming out to be. I feel like Blissey stocks definitely comes in waves. Sometimes it's some maybe on like the maybe number 2 or number 3 supporter, kind of trading with Hoopa and Eldegoss periodically. But I think we're definitely in a meta game where it's somewhat stagnant. I think there's some teams that are like play very highly aggressive. For example, like Luminosity Gaming, high mobility. Blissey maybe not doing so well, but in these teams where longer team fights are kind of stagnated, Blissey tends to do really well. I think one player that I think struggled in that game was Anisas on the Scyther. They got KO'd relatively early. They did trade Kratos, who was on the Leafy on that last game. Both speedsters went down in that last engagement, but I feel like Zagrug, of course, doing a wonderful job at peeling for the team when they need to.
Yes, I think that's the thing. It all comes down to that positioning. You don't want to actually end up getting caught on out. And I think Zagrug also using those rock tombs to check the bushes as well, making sure that there was nobody hiding in the tall grass. But you know what? We were talking about Blissey stonks being high. That is going to be the first ban for Ego. And this is going to let loose Zarshan and Umbreon, which means any sus is going to lock down that Zarshan straight away. So whether Orange Juices are going to be the first to lock down that Umbreon or whether they're going to actually give it on over here.
Yeah, I think for Eniza specifically as a player, both Zacian and Scyther are two of their most played Pokemon in Pokemon Unite. Orange Juicers this time going to give a try at the Mimikyu first pick themselves. I think Mimikyu in that first pick option is once again, like I was saying in game number one, I feel like it can be countered very well, and especially with the Zacian on the other side, it can be very scary. And like we were seeing with Orange Juicers in game number one, Ego with their team composition, they are going to bulk up with the characters that they're picking.
Yeah, bulking on up. With that Slowbro pick, I guess this is a great one going into the team fights because of the lockdown that it has with its Unite move, but also just the crowd control that it can provide, whether it be through telekinesis or Surf. I'd say probably the Surf since it's more that AoE rather than that singular target. But Game Zone locking in that Garchomp once again, and I guess because Blissey and Hooper are off the tables, Roland is going to pick up the third best supporter being that Eldegoss.
Currently, the best supporter in the game is that little yellow bird, currently in the band slot in the top right corner of the screen.
Oh my
Wish we saw a
gosh,
little bit
yeah.
more Psyduck, but I think teams are definitely seeing the power of this Pokemon play out here. Flareon is going to be the 10th gutter pick option. Pulling out the Alola Ninetales. Looks like it's going to be a Blizzard Avalanche, definitely leaning in to the burst amount of damage this Pokemon can do. I think that is a wonderful pick, especially with four characters that love to hang out in that mid to short range. If you're able to lock them down with those ice type abilities, it can do really well at slowing down, quite literally, Ego's roster.
I guess, yeah, that's the brilliance that Blizzard provides, pushing them back if they do try to charge on forward. I can see a Cursed Incense equipped there as well, just trying to hinder the self sustain that these all rounders have, along with that Slowbro as well. So, I'm wondering if Flareon's has the new Holloware. No, they don't have the orange tier Holloware here, Draco, but they do have quite a beautiful one nonetheless.
I think that was like one of the first purple tier holowares that Flareon's has right now. It's still a very expensive holoware. I think it's still like a $40 holoware, at least in USD, US dollars. But that
That's like
orange tier
$80
holoware
AUD.
is beautiful. It's
It
beautiful.
is. Oh. But you know what, folks? We are going into our second match for the day, the quarterfinals. Ego over on the purple side, or once again, orange juices on the orange side. And Mimikyu is going to be heading on into that central area, along with the Cubfu for Ego, with some assistance from that Hooper.
Yeah, pretty conventional strategy for the Hoopa, or more like an auto attacker to head into that central area to grab that red buff that the S Cavalier provides. It does provide slowing, as you can see here, or I guess in the top path, that Hoopa most likely going to prevent or try to prevent that Gibble from getting any wild Pokemon to capture. In this bottom path, we do have a Charcadet, which most likely is an Armarouge in that bottom path, going up against that Alola Ninetales.
It was a Ceruledge.
Oh, it's a
That
Ceruledge!
player is playing. Yes, and they are
Ah,
running the
yes.
attack weight as well. So that's why they're going in trying to get those early stacks. But it's, I guess, interesting because normally you see the stacking Pokemon go up into that top path. Zacian doesn't have any stacking items, nor does that Hooper, but it is going to be a 3v2 up here, as we do have that Mimikyu going and diving down onto Enisus and taking them out, leaving the Hooper all alone. Ceruledge is aware of this and is actually going to try and make their way up despite having the Hooper hyperspace hole for the rest of the members.
Yeah, I think one of the downsides of the Hoopa Hyperspace hole is that it also gives your team vision that a player might be coming up to the top path or down to the bottom path. But walking manually through the central area, of course, you have that advantage of Fog of War, as they are able to get the surprise on Kratos, sending them back to the Pokemon Center and back to their central area.
We do have those birds spawning on in that middle section in about 5 seconds, and you can see on the mini map a lot of these members are going to converge on in the surf to try and take him down. Mimikyu ends up shadow sneaking onto the slow bro, but it is quite tanky, able to take up these claws as Cerulege is going to come on in. However, they ended up getting taken down in the process. A great KO there coming from that Ninetales as well. So it's just KO's traded over either side, but 30 points difference between these two teams. Orange Juices are in the lead.
Yeah, once again, Orange Juicer is pulling out the Garchomp in the top path. They should be able to get to level 7 before the first major objectives spawn on the field. I think one thing to the benefit of Orange Juicers is that Ego is a little unbalanced in their team comp. They have 0 range, but at least to their benefit, they have characters that Pokemon that do really well in that mid to short range, and Alola Ninetales likes to stay in that mid to short range.
I guess the brilliance is they are running this Metal Claw moveset from that Zacian as well. So just trying to get into that back line that can dive rather than say that Sacred Sword. But they're going to shred on down that Regieleki. We still have a basement Reggie down in that bottom part, but this is going to keep Orange Juices on their toes as they're looking to defend this. They don't want to let it crash as it's on 80 points, but 2 KO streak goes on over to Renegade Jim there.
Ego is absolutely relentless with that Zacian on their side of the field. A KO streak of 3 for the Urshifu. A couple of things about that Zacian's moveset has Metal Claw, like you were saying, Kello. It does increase your auto attack speed as well. So as they push on forward, they are not only deflecting maybe some of the ranged abilities from this Alola Ninetales, but they are also increasing their auto attack speed on anyone in that mid to short range. An objective going over to the Orange Juicers as they are able to capture that Regirock. They're going to give them that global EXP, more importantly, but also that defense and special defensive buff to what they decide to do here. But unfortunately, they're not going to have that buff for very long if they get knocked down the bottom path.
I guess that is the downside of Alola Ninetales is once you get dove on, it is going to be so hard to escape with that moveset. You don't really have that mobility and being quite squishy. You can see how quickly they ended up exploding, but we just have them farming up some experience here as we do have a few yellow dots on the map. But as we have some downtime, actually, Drake, I did notice Minato's moveset on the slow bro. They're running 2 items that recently got that buff, and no, we aren't gonna have that dive, but they're running Assault Vest and Rocky Helmet.
Wow, yeah, those are 2 items that most recently got some adjustments upward in terms of the abilities, or at least the passive abilities that they provide. That Rocky Helmet reflecting some damage back to the enemy team as they take damage, and unfortunately, they are going to miss out on that Revenant Ren. They might be able to get a KO here, but they're going to pull over the blanket over the eyes of this Cerulege, and that Cerulege is going to be able to get the reverse, at least KO against that Mimikyu as Kratos going down.
Yeah, but that is going to be 2 Unite moves utilized for the side of Ego. You do have Renegade once again diving on through, but they're actually going to leave the Eldegoss to its devices. It has something else on their mind, and that is going to be this bottom tier 1 pad.
The siege is on for Ego. They did expire with that Hoopa unbound state. They are going to retreat back through that Hoopa hyperspace hole and get ready for this bottom objective. They do have really good forms of Rip and good forms to capture Pokemon with that Wicked Blow. Urshifu specifically, they're going to go ahead and start working on this Regirock as some of their team moves on forward to make room for their team.
Nato keeping the pressure on that Mimikyu, making sure they weren't able to go in and use that Shadow Sneak in, stunning him with that Surf over and over again. And it looks like they're going in for take 2 on this bottom tier 1 pad, trying to dive on in, but they're going up against 4 other members here that are not going to easily let this up. But the Revenant Red going to take down the Garchomp, one of their front line, but Cerulege ends up falling down in the process as well.
Yeah, a beautiful Revenant Ren finds its mark. Here comes Flareon. The little Ninetales unfortunately gets slowed down, frozen in place with that slow beam Unite move. Here comes the rest of the team. Garchomp able to find some room here, but a 50-point dunk, a 7-point overcap from the Garchomp. Not able to find the final hit to knock them out of that Hoopa portal, and Ego is going to escape through that Hoopa hyperspace hole.
Oh, they're going to escape with the hyperspace hole, but also with the point lead currently 199 to 70 points, less than a minute to go until the final stretch. Garchomp is currently missing their Unite move. Thankfully, they do have a lot of wild Pokemon over on their side, considering both of their tier 1s are down. We do have Zash and Slowbro and Ceruledge also missing their Unite moves on the side of Ego. And looking at their map, I mean, they don't have the benefit of all those wild Pokemon spawning. Instead, they're just going to have to let it come back naturally, and whether they have enough time or not, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, Orange Juicers really does not like to be at a level deficit with their team comps specifically. Only level 12s for their carries on the side of Orange Juicers, all level 13s for the all-rounders for Ego as we head into the final stretch. There is that slow beam Unite move, which is always super devastating to lock down any particular character, any particular carry on the side of Orange Juicers. Game Zone's going to start working on that Rayquaza, but more than likely just pulling out their auto attack speed. A Revenant Ren is going to send the Eldegoss back into their Pokeball, trying to stay alive desperately. Is Flareon's 2 members down, make that 4 for the Orange Juicers, and Ego is going to start working on this Rayquaza.
Oh, well, it's Mimikyu, the only one left standing here, but they are once again distracted by Minato. And Ego now have their shields. Eldegoss has spawned on back through. They still have their Unite move, but as a lone Eldegoss, I'm unsure whether they're going to be able to stop 3 of those members pushing on through and break any of those shields. Some great math there, making sure that we do have Hooper dunking in their 80 before the 50. And you know what? Orange Juices are aware of the point lead currently, waving the white flag for that second match, which means we are going to have ourselves a round 3 here today.
We all love game threes, don't we, Kello?
Yes, indeed we
And
do.
once again, Mimikyu is going to find themselves on the losing team for game number 2. Currently a 0% win rate on the Mimikyu on broadcast, at least for today. But kind of like we were saying before, Mimikyu is struggling in first pick, in my opinion. I think it's once again, like I was saying before, Mimikyu does really well in an environment where the team has not a whole lot of opportunity to counter it. I think Mimikyu does a lot better as a later pick draft option, but in that first pick, you have a lot of opportunity, or at least the enemy team has a lot of opportunity to pick Pokemon that can counter it very easily. Now, what do? Very simply, you just bulk up with your composition. As you can see, no attackers, no speedsters on the side of Ego.
Yes, I guess that's the thing. Are we actually going to see that Mimikyu being that first pick once again? Or is Mimikyu going to end up getting scrapped like the ragdoll that it is? I mean, it is doing well in terms of that Shadow Sneak, but it's just, yeah, going into Ego's team composition, Minato did such a great job on that Slowbro, making sure to just be on Kratos' tail for majority of that match as well, as we saw down in that bottom path when they were trying to secure that basement Reggie, seeing that they were there in that tall grass, surfing on in, and even then during that final stretch as well, we just had Kratos, I guess, distracted by them. And yeah, Slowbro is one of those defenders that I think in comparison to Umbreon, you don't really see being picked on up. And we were talking about this earlier. The testing of the new items. How do you feel about these 2 new items? I did notice they only, I guess in terms of stats overall, it was
Mhm,
42k damage taken. So maybe there was just not a lot of fighting all round. Um
mhm.
Any thoughts, Draku? They won the
I
match,
had
so
a
yeah.
I had a I had a really good conversation. I think it was yesterday on one of my broadcasts with Pure. He is the defender player for T3. He was the defender player for Exile. Also, just a very proficient Trevenant player, one of the best in North America. And we were having a conversation about Assault Vest specifically. It was one of the held items that was buffed in the most recent Freezing Rush balance patch. It gives you more defense and special defense. It also gives you a larger shield when you're outside of combat. And
Mm.
I think Assault Fest is still kind of in the same position that it was before. Of course, it provides you more of those attributes that I just mentioned, but it's only pulled out in instances where the enemy team has a lot of special attack damage dealing Pokemon. It has the Alolan Ninetales, but other than that, there wasn't a whole lot, at least that it counters in terms of its attributes. So I guess we can't at least get a better judgment in that last game, but I think it was more so of the team composition that the Orange Juicers provided in that game. I think they really wanted to be at a level lead, especially with that Garchomp specifically and the Mimikyu. They enjoy being at level 13, level 14 in the final stretch, but we saw them at level 12. So again, really struggling to get online in that game. Also made it just really struggle for them in the late game.
All right, Draku, we are going to get our match 3 draft underway. Orange juices are no longer on the orange side, though. They are going to be in that first pick selection and taking away that Zacian once
Mhm.
again.
Which means we might see a Psyduck because Orange Juicer's banned him in the last 2 games. But it's like he goes, not going to want to see the orange rubber duck, orange, or orange, yellow rubber ducky, and Darkrai is going to be heading up to the van slot as well.
I think when you are in that first pick position, you do have the advantage of those bans
Mhm.
because if you're in that second pick, if you don't get rid of Psyduck and Darkrai, that runs the risk of them being picked on up. But we are going to see priority giving over to that Umbreon. Blissey is free on the table along with the Miraidon once again. Oh, the steal!
Yeah, they're going to
Garchomp
be
steal!
Yeah, they're gonna try to target out games on here. The top path carry for the Orange Juicers filling in for OG was taken. And we might see a role swap here. I don't know what GameZone's deciding here. They're swapping through a couple of different Pokemon. They were hovering a Wigglytuff carry, but they're gonna go more consistent with this Blaziken. I do love Blaziken, Miraidon, Umbreon. It's a really strong shell between the 3 Pokemon. It really allows Kratos to pick anything they want here. Leafeon is still on the table, and considering it's this far in the draft, I'm actually surprised it hasn't been picked up yet.
They probably just want to leave it until those last picks there. Whether, yeah, I was going to say whether they're actually going to pick up the Leafeon in case the opposite team does end up going for Mimikyu. So Mimikyu, rather than that first pick selected, making sure to lock down the supporters and defenders and steal away that Garchomp. But this does give chance for Orange Juices to bulk on up, just like Ego did in that previous round. And we're talking about bulk, crustal, especially with that Unite move providing the shields and also that Ashifu. So quite a well-rounded team here.
Yeah. So this is the first game, and at least on broadcast, that we're seeing Mimikyu being picked up later on in the draft. It does give Orange users the opportunity to respond to it with their 4th and 5th pick in this draft. They're going to bulk up once again, pulling out Crustle for Roland, and Kratos is going to be pulling out that Urshifu. And we're not going to have a traditional supporter on the side of Orange Juicers. This Roland most likely on Umbreon is going to be that Wish Mean Look variant, and Mew is going to be the last player on the side of Ego to select that Pokemon.
Yeah, Mew, an interesting one. I guess the benefit is it does have that switch up in move sets, whether you want a little bit more burst with that solar beam, or that chase down potential that electro ball does provide. It is running triple specs here as well, so definitely has. Or no, they are going to change it up for that shell bell, instead of the stacking items this time round, Draku.
Yeah, I'm somewhat concerned of this Urshifu pick. It's most likely going to be a red, dark, or wicked blow Urshifu. That Unite move can be devastating, especially into some squishier attackers or speedsters on the other side. But you can see on the side of Ego, they don't have very many of those categorization of Pokemon. Of course, they have a Mew, but Mew can very easily go into their Unite move, that Mystical Mirage, to cleanse any sort of damage for the next few seconds. And I'm curious to see where that Unite move goes specifically for the Urshifu, but bounded Unite moves always are just generally very strong. But Orange Juicers, Ego in our quarterfinals in a game 3, Kello.
You know what? On the opposite side as well, we have Gen 5 and Pocket Rocket still battling it out, also on a 1-all. So it'll be interesting to see which two of those end up making it on through, and whether it's Orange Juices or Ego to go up against them. But up in that top path, we did have, I believe, the Blissey stealing away that wild Pokemon away from Orange Juices. So this is going to keep that Umbreon and Torchic at bay for now.
I'm going to up the ante on that game 3 and also update the chat that Fusion and Drill Peckers are also in a game 3 as well. We
Oh,
don't have information on the Team YT announced esports game, but we'll get that to you as soon as we have that information. Also, game 3, I
oh
just
my
heard from our
gosh.
production. So all sets in the winners quarterfinal go into a game 3, Keller. That's how exciting is that?
That is wild. And this is just going to show the strength of top 8. However, who isn't quite strong right now is that Urshifu, who is at quite low HP, along with that Eevee. They just have to circle around on pad and leave that Torchic to be some fodder and take the KO there.
Heading into the central area is Ego, trying to Ego the Orange Juicers on their own central area wild Pokemon. Man, take a look at this. They are waiting in the tall grass. Mimikyu is going to be spotted out here. The same thing with the Mew as a Solar Beam lands on who is still an Eevee at this point in the game. Kratos has to be very careful. Here comes the Solar Beam into the tall grass. And I think Orange Juicers was able to squeak that one away, but we still have two very healthy Pokemon walking through that central area. Make that 3 as Blissey joins the fray.
Oh, this is interesting. This time around, we actually have Flareons running Charge Beam instead of Electro Drift, so providing a little bit more range for the side of Orange Juices, considering they are mainly melee based, and they do have that Mew over on the opposite side. Up in that top path, we do have a Shifu making an attempt to go and dunk, but they end up getting clawed on down by that Gabite.
Yeah, one of the things that central area Pokemon tends to struggle with is trying to get their stacks in on that held item attack way as we go into the middle portion of the game. If they're not able to win confidently a early game team fight, they can struggle to get some smaller scores to build up their attack damage as they go through the game. Early KO before the objective spawn on the field as the Mimikyu heading back to the Pokemon Center. And really good positioning by both teams. Still have access to their tier 1 goal zones. Umbreon's going to hang out in the top path, in the bottom path. Two really strong forms of Secure and really strong forms of Rip for the Orange Juicers.
There's no hyperspace halt to rely on this match either, but Gabite is going to shred on down that Regieleki. Meanwhile, Orange Juices are going to lock down that Regirock buff for themselves. So, Ego do have that Regieleki, and considering that tier 1 has been broken, this is going to threat their tier 2, and we can only see on the mini-map Blaziken. Oh no, Umbreon is up there as well to defend, but it's a 2v4 situation up here.
Here comes the full recall by the Orange Juicers, bringing everyone up to that top path. And you can see Ego getting full vision on the Orange Juicers, going to retreat back over to the central area. Mimikyu able to take that blue buff for himself, uncontested. Slowbro getting some smaller scores in the bottom path. We got about a minute before the halfway point in the game. Ego has found themselves at about a 60-point lead, and a fight is going to start to break out here as a lot of Unite moves are available. Blissful Assistance going to find themselves on Renegade Gym, but a really nice X-Scissor from the Crustle, able to push them into the wall.
Oh, but the wall and the hammer down from that Garchomp, picking themselves up a 3 KO streak, trying to look for a 4th onto this Shifu, who's at a quarter HP, but can they make the distance? Yes, they do! That is a
Oh!
quadra KO here today, Draku, for any sus.
Massive knockout for definitely a Pokemon that loves being at a level lead. Level 11 on the Garchomp. Now having access to their first plus ability, Pokemon get a secondary I guess enhancement to all of their moves at level 11 and level 13 for some Pokemon, level 10 and level 12. And this Garchomp, again, slow to start the beginning of the game, but once they hit level 9, definitely starts to ramp up quite literally in its auto attack speed.
Yeah, being able to pick up all of those KOs is so good for them. And they are going to sit up in that top half with 40 points, while we do have majority of orange juices down in that bottom path, just setting eyes on this Reg Ice. Blaziken is going to melt that down, secure it for orange juices, and it looks like they're going to take a side prize of some eggs as well.
Siege of the Tier 1 Gold Zone has begun. Slowbro going to try to hold on, but 40 points from Game Zone is going to close that one out. Here comes the Bright Future Meteor Storm. The Unite move from that Miraidon is going to bring the Airstrike down, but another Regieleki going over to the side of Ego. Let's see what they decide to do here. They do spot out Game Zone in the central area, and now they're pivoting to this Tier 1 Gold Zone where another siege might begin.
Oh, but Enisus is quite low here, taking a lot of that hit from that charge beam of Miraidon. They do have that Blissey there to try and provide some eggs, as they're going to dive on in once again with their Unite move, just trying to bog them on the head, get some KOs, as they do have the help from those Blissey eggs. Trying to get in some goals. Shifu is locked down by the slow beam, and it's only a lone Crustle here trying to grab itself some snacks and replenish the HP, but Enisus's claws are just so much and shredding it on down. Umbreon also utilizing their Unite move, and Tier 1 has been broken. No members of Ego have been taken down during that fight either.
Finding another win in the bottom path is Ego. Last time to use their Unite move, Slowbro is not going to like that one. It's a big headache for the Slowbro as they get KO'd with that Unite move. Fight is continuing to break out here, and Blissey might be able to get the KO with the slap, and they do!
Yeah, I think it was just the charge of the Wicked Blow was a little bit too long. The Blissey hands are just too strong. But Garchomp picking themselves up another KO. They are at a hefty level 13, so having both of those plus movements on hand. We do have another basement Reggie spawning here, but no members of Orange Juices are in sight just yet. We can see Zugrug making their way, potentially trying to get a steal on the rock. If they can time the rock tomb, and unfortunately it was just a little too early there. It is going to go over to the side of Ego, so this is actually huge. And up in the top path, once again, Enisus has been living here next to this Regieleki, shredding it on down, and that is going to provide a threat to Orange Juices, because that's going to be able to provide the double point score once this crashes in. But Orange Juices are aware of this. They're going to go in for the fight early, Draku.
Yeah, Slowbro gets knocked out really early on. Game Zone as well, heading back to the Pokemon Center for the Orange Juicers. Rolling it down, has to run away. They are really close to getting KO, but a really high-value KO going over to the Orange Juicers. Enisus going down, play with me, Unite move. Renegade Jim finds Flareons, and they're also going to be falling.
Oh, but we have that Garchomp down. Urshifu is going to retreat on back, making sure to replenish that HP pool. Still does have its Unite move. Bliss Assistance is still available, along with the Mystical Mirage for Mew as well. Need it, use it to go back to safety or protect its team. Urshifu has been aware that, I guess, the Regieleki has expired, just maybe trying to get the Unite move back once again, and it does have that yellow dot above their head, but Enisus is going to poke at that green dragon, trying to pull Orange Juices away from the tall grass. And we're going in for another second fight here, Draku.
Yeah, there's still a blissful assistance online. Flareon's unfortunately heading back over to the left side of the map. They have to watch as their team is falling one at a time. And Orange Juicers trying desperately to stay on the field, but 3 Pokemon have fainted for the Orange Juicers. And Ego has full rip on the Rayquaza. Zugrak is going to try to go for a score in that top path. Cannot make it in here. And Ego is going to be moving on in today's event.
Oh my gosh, what a match this one was. Ego taking the shields, being able to get in those 100 points. Another 92 coming out from Garchomp. Blissey has decided to retreat on back, just defend. Need any of the orange juices try to score, but they have a different thing on their mind, prioritizing trying to break the shields, but I think it is a little too late at the moment here, Draku. So Ego making it on through. Orange juices are going to be sent on down into that lower bracket.
Indeed. 0-2 for Mimikyu first pick, but 1-0 for Mimikyu later on in the draft. Definitely a really strong pick for Renegade Jim, able to find a couple of really high value KOs. More importantly, Flareon's going down in that central area fight when the second team fight engagement begun. But player I really want to highlight as I think the player of the game is Enisus on the Garchomp, almost 90,000 damage. That is your damage leader of the game, but also most likely your level leader of the game. Yep, it's the only level 15 on the field, and level 14 going into the final stretch is going to be a raid boss. It's going to be very difficult to take down. I think it had a 2-level lead over all of the orange juicers, and Enisus just showing why Garchomp is such a strong pick in the metagame right now.
Oh, well, yeah, for the first 2 matches, we ended up having Game Zone play the Garchomp. So, in terms of the all-rounders, you never thought Garchomp would actually be up there in terms of the pick. So, 3 out of 3 games, all those Garchomp lovers must be loving all of these matches so far. So, I mean, but even then, 91k on the Mew, and we're just talking about the utility that this Pokemon can provide. It's the range damage, and I guess Flareon's just wasn't able to match the range that that Solar Beam can provide.
Mhm. I think one of the interesting things about Garchomp is that it was most recently nerfed. It wasn't nerfed directly, Garchomp
Mhm.
as the Pokemon, but one of its items that it used very commonly, that rapid fire scarf. We were talking about held items earlier on today. That was one of the held items that got adjusted downward. So it doesn't provide you more auto attack speed when you have that item relative that it was before. But Garchomp just showing why it's such a strong pick. It showed up in every game on broadcast today.
I think this demonstrates as well. Any sus didn't actually run the rapid fire scarf either.
Oh, okay.
Their
Mhm,
their build was muscle band, scope lens, and focus band as well.
mhm,
So maybe aware of that nerf not needing to
mhm,
provide that on. And games don't actually ran the same item build as well. So
mhm.
no rapid fire scarfs in sight here, Draku. But you know what? That was a pretty great first set to begin our top 8 at Unite Legends Showdown. The fact that all of the matches in the winners quarterfinal went to a round 3 is pretty huge. But looking at the updated bracket so far, we have Ego, who are going up against Gen 5. So they were able to defeat Pocket Rockets there 2-1. Team YT and Nouns Esports are still battling it out over on Bruno Monkey's channel. And Fusion have defeated Drill Peckers as well 2-1. So just waiting to see which one of those teams makes it on through and who's going to be sent up against Drill Peckers waiting down in that losers round 1.
Yeah, North American stocks not looking so good as both NA teams. There's three total NA teams again in this top eight, with Team YT still hanging on the winner's side of the bracket. But Pocket Rockets heading down to the lower side. Orange Juicers, same thing, heading down to the lower side. But for our winner semis, we will definitely be having another cross regional showdown. Gen 5, the team from France or from EU, generally going up against Ego, a Latin American team. But we are going to be heading on to a break as we get ready for our winner semifinals rounds. The Unite Legends Showdown will be back very, very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Look at this man. They turned the tables. Let's take it down.
I'm Aglo.
Gunner Dota.
Peter Pan Dam.
I'm Sasquatch, one of the founders of Nouns Esports.
My name is Brennan. That's the big goal, is just to be very, very different as a sponsorship.
Once people realize that it's just a small group of hardcore esports fans, then they get it.
I was watching Dota. I was like, yeah, we should just build a team and like we should just crush the entire Dota scene. And then Sasquatch sends me a friend request.
He immediately replied and was like, let's effing go.
We were looking for a sponsor at the time. Rax was the one who kind of brought it to us.
Dota in the North American scene has been so underrepresented by sponsors.
That went smooth, and it was kind of like, okay, we're good to go.
Once we funded Dota, the floodgates were open. Everyone was like, WTF Nouns.
You want to play? Let's play.
We signed a CSGO team, a Pokemon Unite team, a Valorant team,
And a Super Smash Bros. Player named Aqualit.
I just gave him a hug, but then he picked me up and he passed me to another person. This has never happened to me before. Playing for yourself, it's different than when you're playing with someone on your back. You're representing someone, and it's not just about you. Without Nouns, I would not be able to go to maybe more than half the events I've been going to.
That could be it!
It was pretty huge overall when Nouns like stepped in and offered.
I was able to quit other jobs so I can focus on gaming.
Your family and friends are actually like, just to stop doing that and got the sponsorship, they start supporting.
Let's go now, esports!
Hector's been really fun to play with.
I really want to go to TA with these guys.
Triple kill and Nouns are going to TI.
I'm Mexican, so I should know Spanish, but I don't. So he keeps like trying to speak some Spanish to me, and then he's like, "You don't understand."
He need to speak Spanish.
In addition to sponsoring teams and players, we also sponsor content creators and streamers.
Nouns gave me this opportunity to keep working with what I love, that was Valorant, in another way, as a content creator.
So we also started doing smaller sponsorships for specific players.
Foi a primeira vez que eu fui para campeonato LAN internacional, né? E também foi a primeira vez que eu fui para os Estados Unidos.
今回お話をいただいたのは、エボのストリートファイター6部門に、参加するための、スポンサーシップでした。
We also support an initiative in Brazil that makes gaming more welcoming for women and non-binary people.
The Hub Inclusivo, it's like the perfect place for you to have fun, to increase your gameplay level.
Let's go! World's not saving itself.
We are very player and coach first.
Providing like the perfect runway to our players is super Nounish. We just want to give them the proper opportunity. We don't want to half-ass it.
We've had boot camps.
Well, boot camps are really important. Going to Europe, you get the best practice possible. You learn a lot from that.
Nice, Marcus here to win in ladder rather. Ooh, they know now. But he still got it all off the ladder. The movement tech is beautiful.
I think being able to work with Edward was really nice, which we probably wouldn't have been able to do without Nouns.
We support them through mental health, nutrition, individual and team exercise, not just physical movement, but team support as well.
How we talk to each other, how we handle our emotions. It's definitely an experience that I will continue to use for the rest of my life.
Unstoppable. Most orgs are very contract conscious.
In the traditional esports world, there's these contracts that are signed between the org and the player. Nobody gets to see them in the community. Players are often signing something for the very first time in their life.
Maybe you're 16 years old and you're the breakout star of the year. You know, you have no idea how to judge your worth.
So many cases of players just like stuck with these orgs that don't care about them. We want their input as well.
And that's another thing, the proposal that we made with Nouns, which is basically like my contract, I made it with them in a call, which is not usually the way things are done.
Since I've started at Nouns, I've been contacted by other business owners in esports who say, we're actually looking at Nouns as a model.
Nouns only really trying to do positive stuff, right? We get 100% of prize money. We get 100% of the sticker money.
Playing Nouns actually cares. That's like the big difference. They worry about you. We're trying to be more equal, right?
If you're a fan of esports, you've definitely heard about Nouns through that particular lens. But
Nouns Esport is a small part of Nouns. The org is more than just esports teams.
I typically say that Nouns is kind of like a super brand.
Every day, an NFT is sold that represents one voting share in the DAO.
And 100% of the proceeds go directly into the treasury.
And so all this money gets pulled together, and if you have one of those tokens, you get to vote in any of the projects that people propose.
They have a treasury, and basically they allot money based on votes to projects they think are cool that will promote their brand.
It's just a community of people who want to see cool things get done.
We're gonna have Nouns at the Rose Bowl parade. Like, that's cool.
I'm thirsty for some Nouns coffee though. We're still waiting. Coffee?
They gave away like 300 skateboards. When I was a kid, I was a skater, and I could never afford a good skateboard, so I'd have been thrilled.
Oh my gosh, so there's an illustrated book that's already coming out.
Like animated film.
Name a new species of frog in South America. I thought that was like wild.
Like the streetwear brand.
Toys are making the figures, mucho love, and they've done so many different things like in the barber shop. I mean, honestly, I like everything. I'm kind of just a Nouns fanboy.
And it's really cool because Nouns gets its transparency from the blockchain, and then we take that Nouns culture and then bring it to esports. It immediately just feels like a better fit for the dynamic of being a community member.
It really reminds me of the early days of when I started getting into video games, where things are based off mods, communities coming together, building things out that they think are cool.
You actually really feel like, wow, you made a difference. I know that sounds cheesy, but like for my entire life, I was the player, and then this time it was me contributing to setting this up.
Super easy to get involved in the Nouns esports community.
I've been on like almost all the top NA orgs, and none of them have really had direct contact with fans where like they could literally just join in Discord.
Just show up, share your ideas.
These esport organizations don't need this like giant headcount to run.
Our esports initiative started with just 2 people DMing on Discord, and it's still just like that, where you can literally join our Discord and get involved.
Nouns community loves you. Maybe you should submit a proposal yourself. I don't know what the fuck that means, but like, that sounds sick.
Welcome back to the Unite Legends Showdown here on the Unity Clash server, or at least on the channel for Gatlu. It's good to see you once again. Just to review where we are in the tournament, we are currently in the semifinals rounds, and to give you an update, and I'm sure for many of you that are fans of Nouns Esports, they are going to be going down to the loser side of the bracket. Team YT The hope for NA is still on the winner's side of the bracket. We're going to be looking at their set coming up here. Fusion against Team YT on the lower side of the winner semifinals. We have Gen 5 going up against Ego, another cross-regional map. And Kello, it's good to see you once again. How's it going? What did you think of that last set?
Honestly, it was absolute fire. It was so good. I mean, yeah, we were talking about Garchomp a lot, seeing that being picked up along with Mimikyu. Two all-rounders that I guess you don't really see very often in this day and age. You usually see those Blazikens. And I know we've seen Urshifu being picked up a lot lately, but you know what? We're going to have two new teams here. So it'll be interesting to see what their meta is like and what they are actually prioritizing and whether it is going to be similar to the other two teams that we saw. But Team YT. So for those folks, we were actually just talking about this before broadcast, looking at the roster. This is it's half of Team YT, I guess you could say. We have Akilo and So Sad Sam, who are part of the original roster, but they are going to have some other members joining them today. So we have Money Max and Vin Diesel, but we also have Curios joining them, who is originally on LG, playing on Team YT today. So a bit of a mishmash of players, and it isn't the same team that we saw come third on fourth at LAIC.
Yeah, absolutely. This is definitely a jumbled up team from Team YT, partially from Team Hotspot. That's where Money Max and Vin Diesel are from. And also Curios, just filling in. I'm sure Curios is just lovely to play some more Pokemon Unite a week before UCS season, but they're going to be going up against Fusion. Like you were saying before, Kello, this is the AOS Cup champion of last year, this year, 2024. And they have basically retain their same roster. Zainus, Anemo, Draken, Tempo, and K are going to be their representatives for Fusion Esports today. And they're looking to pull this tournament today for Latam as they are still in this tournament.
Funnily enough, Fusion was also at LAIC as well, so they ended up coming in that top 8. But despite both of these teams being at the same event, they didn't actually end up clashing into each other. So both of them were in different groups, and they didn't end up crossing paths in that top 16 bracket either. I guess with Fusion getting knocked out by Plugger during day 2, and I mean Team YT, they actually had a pretty good run, didn't they, Draku? And Curios, well, you know, part of LG, they're the ones that ended up winning it all.
Yeah, the former Team YT, or at least that team name, did knock out DreamMax Esports, which some would say is the best team from Brazil, knocking them out not only out of LAIC but also on their home turf in Brazil is definitely not an easy feat. But this is not the same. This is not the same Team YT we saw at LAIC, as you can see on our purple side. Akilo, Sosad, Stam, still from Team YT, still on this team, but we have, which I believe is Money Max on Red Love, and Mentaru. I believe that is Vin Diesel, and of course Curios in their own name.
Okay. Just I'm like, oh, there's the different names here. Have they switched it on up? So thank you so much for clarifying it. But we're going to have our bands locked on in. Interestingly enough, we do have a Psyduck band, but no Darkrai band. And Curios is aware of this, going to lock that bad boy right in. And the other bands were Mimikyu, Hooper, and Leafeon.
Darkrai most recently got a nerf. It's a Unite move damage. At least the first instance of it has been reduced. The cooldown for Dark Pulse when they go into the ground, it's like that peekaboo ability has been extended. Its cooldown has been extended. That is Money Max on the Red Love Snorlax account right there, as Money Max is typically a defender player. Akilo, the support for Team YT, pulling out the Blissey.
Yeah, Blissey locking on in along with Snorlax. However, on the opposite side, we have the other big pink block being hovered on over. Clefable isn't really a supporter you see, and it looks like we are going to have that last second change. Kea is going to lock in Eldegoss instead alongside that Blaziken.
I'm interested to see where they put this Dodrio. It's a double speedster composition on the side of Team YT. I know LG, Luminosity Gaming, loves to play highly mobile characters lacking a traditional support. Well, they have a Kilo on the Blissey, who, in my opinion, again, is one of the best supporters, if not the best supporter in the game, right next to Hoopa. Hoopa is banned out on the side of Team YT, but Fusion going to be pulling out a very aggressive composition. Really strong front to back with the backline presence from the Miraidon. They have the really strong frontline presence from the Blazic and Umbreon, but also that burst damage, which I believe Anemo is going to be going the Scyther, like we saw with Anysus in from Ego.
Yeah, Scyther, I guess, playing that pseudo speedster role there for that team. However, will admit I am a little bit worried for Team YT here. They are quite squishy in comparison to Fusion, and depending on what Zynids end up going onto this Miraidon, going into an Electro Drift, that could actually be quite tricky here for Team YT. But I guess, it's all going to come down to that Snorlax and the Blissey to be sure to stick on by, provide the defenses for the backline that team do have.
Yeah, because they are lacking in their HP reserves on the side of Team YT, this Scyther can be quite devastating. I think in longer team fight engagements, it's going to be in favor of Fusion. That Blaziken and Miraidon might be very difficult to KO with all the support they have on that team. But if that team fight does go longer than expected for Team YT, that Scyther can very easily come in and clean up with that Unite move. Green Illusion Dive, lots of damage right off the bat, but also can get resets as the Scyther knocks out enemy Pokemon.
Draco, we are going to head on in for our first match of the winners semi-final. Team YT over on the purple side, Fusion on the orange side. Scyther is going to end up sending into that central area along with the Darkrai over on the opposite side. Dodrio already has 2 points on hand. They're going to make sure to lock down the contested while Boltoy there instead of actually going and dunking up first.
In the top half, we have two birds, one with more heads than the other, both of them having a headband, however. Fusion able to get one stack for tempo in that top path. I think one thing that's at least in favor of Team YT, they have pretty decent secure, that boosted peck. When the sprint gauge is at full, you can see that gauge right underneath the HP bar of the Dodrio as wanting to be full anytime you want to use those abilities.
Oh my gosh, the sleep coming out from that Darkrai Scyther already being such a low HP. Does have some time to replenish it on that pad before those birds do spawn, but it's a 4v3 up in that top path. Team YT are just trying to take all these birds plus a bug for themselves and potentially a flower, but Gossifleur is able to back away with their X speed, but unable to stop a lot of these dunks raining on through.
This early game presence from Curios on this Darkrai is oppressive. KO going in the way of Team YT once again, as that two-headed bird is now a Hydra bird with 3 heads on that Dodrio. But like I was saying, that Darkrai is very oppressive in the early game. Once they hit level 5, they get access to one of the best supporting, or I guess speedster abilities in the game at the moment, that Dark Void, a point-and-click ability. If you hit it twice, you're able to sleep the enemy team, but also get a very impactful boosted auto right after that.
I guess the downside is there isn't really a way to deal with it once you are asleep. We do have an Neno who is running that full heal. Espeon does end up getting taken down, but alongside the Scyther and the Combuskin as well. Nonetheless, Fusion are still able to dunk in some Aeos energy, leaving this bottom pad on 21, while we do have Snorlax taking a bit of a nap. But up in that top path, Dodrio able to soak up all of that experience for themselves and the points, just making sure to stack up their pockets instead of breaking that goal.
Really good rotation by Team YT coming down to the bottom path. Moneymax doing a really good job at holding on to the positioning of their team. Enhanced version of the Electro Drift finds its way onto the Indeedee as they retreat back into the tall grass. But like we were saying, Kyrios on the Darkrai is looking unstoppable at this point in the game. It's going to be very difficult to lock down a slippery character like Darkrai. You can see that small dash right there. It's on a very low cooldown. That's nasty plot. Not only does it give you that mobility tool, but it also increases the damage on your boosted autos. You can see those stacks right underneath the HP bar of the Darkrai. Anytime you have one or two of those little diamonds, it increases the damage of the auto attack to follow in suit. But a blissful assistance from the player that secures that bottom Reggie, and a Reggie steal going over to Team YT as another character gets put to sleep.
Oh my gosh, the yawn from the Snorlax to stop Miraidon right in its tracks, not able to drift on away from danger. But those birds in central area are going to be taken up by the Scyther, but they end up getting taken down again. Blaziken also knocked on down in the process. Eldegoss quite low. Kyrios is low. He does end up getting hit by the Electro Drift, but the nasty plot just able to save them, as we do have the SPL So Sad Sam finishing the job and saving the day.
Yeah, I believe this this Darkrai is also stacking with special attack spec, so it has some blue sunglasses. So anytime they get a score, they get a small boost to their special attack damage. And when you have a character like Darkrai that does so much damage in bursts, when they land those boosted autos, that special attack spec is going to be working in overtime. So we head into the halfway point of the game, Kella. Let's take a look at the field state for our viewers. 5 minutes left on the clock, 120 to 95. Even though Team YT felt like they've been in the driver's seat, Fusion has been right there in the game. But Team YT is going to start the siege on this Tier 1 goal zone with a power nap by the Snorlax.
Oh, you've got to give it to that Umbreon using that foul play to interrupt those dunks. So no points are going to go on in just yet. We do have a 2 KO streak going over to Anemo, and this might be their time to go and push this Tier 1. But Blaziken chucking out that Blissey, interrupting them. We do have the Scyther caught in that nightmare. It ends up surviving nonetheless, and Darkrai ends up getting taken down in the process. So some great momentum here from Fusion, taking that Tier 1, and Reg Ice is next on the chopping block, unless Snorlax has something to say for itself. The yawn to block it down, but Miraidon didn't actually end up going to sleep, and locks that in for Fusion.
One of the interesting attributes of Miraidon, the Hadron Engine, the electric terrain placed on the field, prevents any sort of sleep. So I guess that is somewhat of a hard counter to sleep as a status ability. There are 2 Pokemon on the side of Team YT that loves to sleep the enemy team in the form of Yawn or that Dark Void, or generally just how Darkrai tends to work. You can see that electric field being put out once again. It also reduces the amount of healing that Goal Zones provide, but I think more importantly for this team composition for Team YT, it stops those sleeps.
Well, Umbreon is going to hop that Unite move, just trying to defend this Tier 1 as much as possible. 2 members of Team YT, 3 members are down, and the Meteors are going to rain down from the skies, finishing off the Umbreon 3 KO streak for Anemo here on the Scyther as well. And they are now at level 14. Regieleki is up in that top path, as we do see Fusion pivoting on through. Team YT are here looking to potentially contest this, or maybe just hang tight to defend their goal, because they cannot find the opening at all.
I think one thing to note here that we haven't seen just yet is the Unite move from the Darkrai, one of the most impactful Unite moves in the game. It has similar properties like a Slow Beam from a Slowbro, because it can lock down a single character. But one thing that it lacks, that Slow Beam, is the damage that this Darkrai's Unite move can provide. If you're able to put someone in the Nightmare, able to dish out a ton of damage right off the bat. And, well, there is one target that Unite move from the Darkrai wants to go to, and it's going to be on tempo. That Scyther on the side of Fusion.
We do have a Regirock that has spawned on here. 20 seconds left to go. Fusion are going to pivot on down, but all members of Team YT are down here as Regirock is at half HP. It's just a matter of timing these moves. It ends up being so sad Sam that ends up locking in that extra defense and special defense come the final stretch, Dragu.
Welcome back to the final stretch, everybody. Game number 1 of Team YT and Fusion. Rayquaza on the field. In terms of poke, it's definitely going to be in favor of Fusion as they have the Miraidon on their side of the field. Anemo is going to recall back to the main base to stand on pad to maybe prevent this dojo from going for a score on that top tier 2 goal zone. These two teams are going to dance around each other, and it looks like Anemo is still on that goal path. They do have the lead, and they know they have the lead at this point with that tier 1 goals unavailable to them. The Darkrai is going to get a sleep on the Miraidon, and it's going to put them in a very peculiar position now.
Oh, but the Overheat ends up missing that Darkrai, and now they're going to dive on forward as Snorlax is also going to take a nap. We do have Miraidon drifting about. However, they're not able to shred through the defenses of the Blissey. No members taken down just yet. Another sleep coming out from the Snorlax, able to save itself on such low HP. But now Team YT are falling like flies. 3 members are down. Eldegoss, their healer, is down. But you know what? Fusion have the numbers lead here. They also have 3 members up, only the Dodrio left standing, but they were able to take down the Scyther in the process. Fusion, they don't even care about the Rayquaza here. Instead, they're just going to broaden the point gap as it's only a Dodrio that is trying to soul down this Rayquaza right now.
Draken's going to use that X-Speed, followed by that Salic Berry to lock in onto this Dodrio. Here comes the foul play. A really nice connection there from Fusion. 2-player combo between the Miraidon and that Umbreon is going to send Mental back to the Pokemon Center. And that is going to be a white flag tossed up by Team YT and a beautiful fight by Fusion.
Wowee, it was such a close match between these two teams, but I guess going into Fusion, I mean, and Nemo going into that final stretch, 10 KOs, they were at level 15. You've got to give it up. Is it Vin Diesel or is it a Red Love here? I'm still very confused here. I'm getting some great yawns on the side of Fusion, and I guess this is going to demonstrate the power of Darkrai. It can actually be defeated, and Fusion have just proven that.
Yeah, that's the power of Scyther, right? I think it was a really good option to place that Scyther on that jump pad. They know they were ahead. It didn't want to prevent any back scoring on their tier 2 goal zones by the Dodrio, who, by the way, got a KO streak of 3 in the central area. Did so well in that late game team fight, but unfortunately everyone else fell around that Dodrio. I don't know where the Unite move from the Darkrai landed on, but definitely did not land on the most important target, that Scyther, who came up and cleaned after that team fight had started to elapse.
Yes, too sure who it ended up in that Dark Nightmare as well. It potentially could have been Kia, considering they were the first member of Fusion to get taken on down. I know once in that Dark Nightmare, it is quite hard to survive unless you are a little bit more tanky, given that maybe Umbreon. But I know if you are one of those squishier Pokemon, the sleep just shreds on through. I mean, it did end up receiving the nerfs, but it is still quite strong. But you know what? It'll be interesting to see whether Fusion, I mean, they didn't ban it, so clearly they don't find it a threat. It seems like they've found the secret sauce to deal with it, and that's just going to be their bread and butter. The Scyther, Anemo, we've seen this time and time again, and they are. It's just, I feel like it's just such a comfort pick from them, and they really play it well.
Yeah. There's also a really interesting, I guess, relationship between Miraidon and sleep-inducing Pokemon, right? There's 2 sleep-inducing Pokemon beyond from the Snorlax and Darkrai's Bad Dreams, the passive ability, and all of its abilities tend to sleep, but Don't know if, the Hadron engine, that passive ability from the Miraidon, was that big of an impact. We did see the Yawn on the Snorlax land on the Miraidon in the late game when that team fight did start to break out. That was what the engage tool was for Money Max, but they were able to escape, and we've been seeing quite a lot of Electro Drift Miraidon. Kello. We haven't seen a whole lot of Charge Beam. We saw Flareons from Orange Juicers pull that out for one game, but I believe for all the games that we've seen of Miraidon, it's been this Electro Drift variant. Do you have any thoughts or opinions on Electro Drift? What do you think?
I feel like Electro Drift can be so hard to escape. I know Dodrio and Money Max had quite a hard time dealing with it because even despite the agility that it has, once you are locked down with that Electro Drift, it can be quite hard to escape. And I feel like it is a speedster move in itself because it's the one and then the two and the boosted attack that comes after it as well if you get that hit, and it just does so much damage. So I I don't know. I think it was a great move, and I think yeah, the passive. I actually didn't realize that Hadron engine did that, and where Miraidon and allies can't be put to sleep on electric terrain. So there you go. I've learned something new, and maybe the folks tuning on in have learned something new. You want to try and deal with those wiggly tufts or Darkrai's Snorlaxes. Miraidon seems to be the answer here, and I'm wondering if Team YT are going to be aware of this and maybe put it up on the chopping block themselves as a ban, or maybe deal it away for themselves if they do want to try pick up Darkrai if it doesn't get banned.
Yeah, there are. I think electric terrain is currently the only terrain that is currently in Pokemon Unite. There is somewhat of a grassy terrain. The Come Phase Unite move,
Yes.
Flowery Fields Forever. It's when they place that tall grass on the field that provides healing in that tall grass. So that's somewhat like grassy terrain. That's part of the main series game. There are a couple of other terrains that are not available just yet. There is the fairy terrain. I forget what it's called. Forgetting the actual name of the fairy version of the terrain, but there's also psychic terrain. NDD tends to place those on the field. Those are the terrains that I think that are in the main series game, and well, we might see electric terrain be a very big factor, at least a huge counter to sleep-inducing Pokemon.
So I guess that's where the thoughts come on in. Is it worthy of a banning, or do you just steal it away from yourselves? One thing is for sure, though, no Hooper this time round and no Psyduck, the newest Pokemon to hit the fray, is not being let out of jail, Draco, and it makes me sad.
So
I
sad.
mean, it is that supporter, but is it really a supporter? Because I feel like it's an attacker with the amount of damage that it can do.
Yeah. I've been using this term for a lot of newly released Pokemon. It's very fluid in their categorization in Pokemon Unite. They sometimes can be an attacker, sometimes they can be a defender, sometimes they can be a supporter, and I feel like that's exactly what Psyduck is. It's maybe giving the Psyduck a headache to decide which category it wants to be placed in because it can be in all three.
All I know is that it is really fun to play, but it looks like Fusion are going to lock in Miraidon and Umbreon up first. And it's the same story over on the side of Team YT, Darkrai, Blissey, and Snorlax once again. So whether we're actually going to end up seeing the same draft or whether things are going to get shaken up here.
Yeah, so it seems like Fusion is not afraid to let the Darkrai through, but they are afraid to let the Psyduck through, which is very interesting. But you can see here on the side of Fusion, they're going to let the Darkrai go first. Team YT is going to pull out the Darkrai as a first pick option in number 1, immediately respond to this Miraidon once again, Killa.
But Tempo, instead of picking up Blaziken this time round, they're going to lock in at Blastoise. Dodrio is locked in for Team YT, but instead of Espeon, it's going to be Pikachu. So I'm wondering if this is going to be more that AoE Pikachu with that Thunder moveset or that lockdown Pikachu with that Volt Tackle Electro Ball. But no surprises here as Anemo is going to lock in that Scyther once again as their final pick.
Yeah, I could see Sam pulling out a variation of the ability set for Pikachu, maybe going Volt Tackle and Thunder. I feel like Volt Tackle
Oh.
does really well into the highly mobile characters like Miraidon Electro Drift or Scyther generally. But it also can do really well with the Mage Artillery style version of Pikachu with Thunder Thunderbolt or just Thunder in general because they have a very bulky front line. This Umbreon, this Blastoise, which it looks like they are going to be going the Hydro Pump variant of Blastoise, at least maybe they might even go Hydro Pump and Rapid Spin for Blastoise. I see that Muscle Band and Rapid Fire Scarf. And if you're not super familiar with how Blastoise works, the boosted autos reduce the cooldown of Hydro Pump by 1 second. So they want to try to boost out as many boosted autos as fast as they can to get those Hydro Pumps online as fast as they can. So I could see them going both a variation of Pikachu with Volt Tackle Thunder and also a variation of Blastoise with Rapid Spin and Hydro Pump, which are typically not played together.
No, I guess going into that Dark Rise just to help give it that crowd control with that Hydro Pump. But one other small change that I noticed was Zynas on the Miraidon. Last round they were running eject button. This time round they are running that full heal, especially going into the amount of suppression that Team YT are providing. But you know what, Fusion, they do have the one up here. So if they do win this game, they'll head on forward to that winners final. Oh, may we see ourselves around 3 if Team YT can take this match.
Shout out to year 3 as we're seeing a Squirtle in the top path once again. Kilo able to get their first stack on the Blissey. They are being quite a nuisance. Gonna pop that X speed, increase their movement speed, grab those citrus berries, and then be a nuisance elsewhere on the map. They are gonna be the K opener for Fusion, but I think the time dealt to deal with that Blissey is something of value as well.
I feel like Akilo just realized, you know what, I'm going to get taken down. I might try and take the red buff while I'm at it, but I guess it just wasn't low enough just yet to go in with that final slap. But we do have 4 members up here in that top path for Team YT once again, and Nemo joining them as well, looking to take those birds, but we do have a Squirtle diving on deep, not able to escape, and ends up getting taken down. And now Team YT are going to provide the put on the pressure once again and look at dunking in some goals.
Oh no, but the Darkrai goes down. A KO streak of 2 for Anemo. That is a lot of EXP for this Scyther, who is already level 6. Make that a KO streak of 3, continuing to knock down these tallies, and the Dodrio might be soon to fall after that. The Blissey and the Dodrio have to hang on in this top path, and giving another KO for Anemo, level 7, going into the 8-minute mark.
Yeah, that is absolutely wild. They're going to wait in the tall grass, wait for those cooldowns. That way they can dive back in. And now Wartortle is able to pick up those KOs, 2 KOs. So now they do have level 6. We have those birds, but Anemo is quite low. They probably don't want to be on the receiving end of Electro Ball from So Sad Sam. So going to just have to lurk in that tall grass and attack from a distance. Not able to pick up a lot of those birds, I don't think, in the end.
That was a beautiful form of skill expression for Anemo on the side there. And also just recognizing their low HP bar. Don't want to stand next to that Altaria as the Pikachu locks in with that Electro Ball. Electro Ball doing AoE or area of effect damage on anyone it locks in. It's once again an Electro Drift Miraidon in this bottom path. So again, that tool to move around the map, but also that passive ability, Hadron Engine, to turn off the sleep for the team.
Yeah, I think it's just the maneuverability that it's able to provide, especially going into a Dodrio, or even maybe just to create some distance. But we do have our first basement Reggie spawning on up. It is going to be that Reg Ice. While we do have Umbreon keeping the members of Team YT, along with our Blastoise, busy and preoccupied, and Nemo is going to lock that down for the team. Unfortunate for Snorlax, they're not able to get that heavy slam, reach the distance.
Wow.
But they end up getting taken down, and you know what? The fight isn't going to stop as Dodrio is being chased on up into that middle section and back to that top path pad.
Dodrio, you can run, but sometimes you cannot hide. You have to run all the way. And it is going to be Rapid Spin and Hydro Pump for this Blastoise. Really fun move set that was really pioneered by the Asia region once again. It can provide some displacement with the Hydro Pump, but I think more importantly, you cannot be slept while you're in that Rapid Spin ability. So it's another form of, I guess, countering this Darkrai sleep-inducing status effect by going in that Rapid Spin.
Oh, but Darkrai is going to dive on in up by itself. It is going to send the Miraidon into that dark nightmare, but nonetheless Miraidon is able to survive that and above half HP, and now the Electro Drifts aren't going to stop as they are going into the Flux Zone trying to take care of this Blissey, locked down onto that Dodrio, but because it was preoccupied it allowed some members of Fusion to get in some dunks. Another Unite move is going to come on out, being that on the Umbreon, and Tier 1 is gone. Unsure of the overdunk on that, but you know what? It is quite hefty considering Fusion are in the lead at 177 with Team YT on 45 points and a Reggie Alecki heading towards that Tier 2 pad as well.
By the way, shout out to the developers at Pokemon Unite, or Teamy. I believe we weren't able to see the 1v1 happening between a Darkrai and another Pokemon in that Unite move, but I'm going to finish my thought later as Fusion is going to put their pedal to the metal, and the first one to bite the dust is the Ghost-type Pokemon. Is going to be disappearing off this Tier 2 goal zone. Darkrai, cannot believe I'm saying this, is struggling in Game 2.
Yeah, looking at the levels, we already have 2 level 11s over on the side of Fusion, and they are aware of this level lead, so they're just going to continue keeping the pressure on, making sure to secure all of the wild Pokemon and starve out Team YT here. They have the bases covered with Fusion, making sure to cover this T1, but another basement Reggie Steel this time round. Thunderstorm is going to rain down, but Blastoise is going to douse that electric and get the knock up there, as we do have Team YT locking down that Reggie Steel.
They are losing some members on the side of Team YT, though. They lose the Blissies, you can see there, but they did lose the Darkrai and Pikachu as well. So I think one of the more important things for Fusion is sometimes it's okay to forego some of these objectives, because if you're able to get a full team wipe, or at least close to a full team wipe of the enemy team, that's going to nullify at least the global EXP that you lose when your team secures an objective on the field. 47 points potentially going in by this Dodrio. Here comes Tempo with their Blastoise, able to be here for the defense, and Fusion taking full advantage of this positioning as their defense is holding strong.
Oh, Kyrios was able to take down Anemo in the Dark Nightmare, and now they do have that 2 KO streak, but Miraidon has decided to join the party and clean house as Team YT have been completely wiped out.
Man, Fusion looking so strong on their Miraidon, both in game number 1 and game number 2. And if you're looking at this going into UCS, the Aoska play-ins in a week, and if you let Darkrai go through, this Fusion set is the perfect example of how to maybe counter a Darkrai. And if you look at, again, across the team of Team Fusion, they have a lot of tools to deal with the Darkrai. The Blastoise, even a more intricate counter, cannot be slept while they're in that Rapid Spin, but everything about Miraidon prevents teams from getting put to sleep.
Oh, Reggie Alecki is going to be secured, so that is going to keep Team YT preoccupied. 15 seconds left until the final stretch. It looks like they're going to take the time to shred it on down instead of getting that positioning. But Dodrio is already lost a quarter of HP. Thankfully, they do have the Blissey eggs, which end up actually going over to the Pikachu. But Miraidon, they're gonna go and poke at this Rayquaza, just trying to draw Team YT out, as Dodrio is gonna go for the back cap, but Anemo is aware of this and able to go and interrupt that one.
Here comes the rest of Fusion to the top path. There's 2 members of Fusion going deep into the line of Team YT. Thunderstorm, super effective damage on the water-type Pokemon Blastoise. Going to be the first to fall. Anemo is going to respond, KOing that Blissey. Scrambled eggs for morning here in North America. Pikachu, So Sad Sam, the only team member, one of the only team members of Team YT left from the LAIC roster, is going back to the Pokemon Center. 1v1 between the 2 speedsters. At least one of them is a speedster. Here comes the enhanced version of the Electro Drift, getting a KO on the Darkrai.
Yes, but they end up getting taken down in a return. Snorlax has been taken down as well. Dodrio just trying to back on away, get close to the Blissey. That way they can have some HP regeneration as they were quite low. But the members are going to respawn. We do have Blastoise, who still has their Unite move, but 2 members of Team YT have been taken down. Now 3. Umbreon is going to make an attempt at dunking, but at the moment, they're just going to play for time and not let Team YT anywhere close to that Rayquaza.
Yeah, all they need to do is insulate the central area positioning, and with the Darkrai going down for Team YT, that is going to spell the nightmare for this team, and that nightmare is potentially going up against Nouns Esports on the lower side of the bracket, as Fusion is going to be locking in their winners finals appearance on the Unity Legends Showdown.
Oh, you know what, Draku? They're going to be the first team so far today to take a match 2-0. 244 to 131. Fusion making their way into the winners final to go up against either Gen 5 or Ego, who are currently in their round 3.
Look at these numbers put
Oh,
up
wow.
on the side of Fusion. 14 KOs from Anemo on their Scyther. 109,000 damage, almost 110,000 damage on the top lane carry. Tempo on their Blastoise. Massive number margin right there. Get 2 speedsters on the side of Team YT. Again, this is a strategy really piloted by Luminosity Gaming. Maybe in their ears is Kyrios, as he is from Luminosity Gaming. But of course, you can't pull off the Luminosity strategy better than Luminosity Gaming. Unfortunately, Team YT going down in 0-2 fashion here in these winter semifinals rounds. But I think we do have an update from the bracket. Again, if you want to see the bracket and all of the rosters yourself, you can use that command !bracket. But thank you so much, producers, bringing this up out here. Winners quarters finals is all but done. Winners semifinals is almost done, with Fusion moving on forward above Team YT. Gen 5, the new team from France, and Ego from LATAM North is in a game 3. If you want to see the conclusion of that set, head on over to Bruno Monkey's channel for the Portuguese broadcast. But yeah, if we could take a look at the lower side of the bracket really quickly, production. Nouns Esports did win their best of 1 over Drill Packers, and the Pocket Rockets unfortunately going down to the Orange Juicers. And it's going to be a North American matchup on the losers quarters finals matchup. This is Team YT against Orange Juicers, the last host for NA, going at it against each other.
Yeah, I just noticed that as well. It'll be really interesting to see NA going up against NA, but whether Nouns, we have Gen 5 who is representing EU and Ego representing LATAM. So which of those, whether it's going to be an NA or an EU versus EU? I mean, this is a new roster here for Gen 5 as well. So that we'll have to wait and see. That one is going to be spectated over on Purple Official's channel as well. But at the moment, we do have Kato Unite, who is featuring that NA Showdown.
We have a really interesting situation, or at least opportunity here. If Ego does end up winning their winners semifinal set in the winners final, we will have 2 Latin America teams. In the losers quarters finals, we would then have 2 EU teams going up against each other, and then 2 NA teams, as you can see there at set number M. or set letter M, Team YT and Orange Juicers. So I think it's kind of cool if that were to happen. But if there's one thing I do want to announce before we head into our winners final set, can we see some Psyduck, please?
Whoa, I feel like that one might be a hard ask. I don't know if people have actually figured out the counters to the Psyduck just yet. But you know what? For the time being, we are going to pop up Gen 5 going up against Ego. This is Bruno Monkey stream. So in the meantime, enjoy this match, and Draco and I are going to take ourselves a quick break. I hope you're having lots of fun, folks, because we are welcome back to the Unite Legends Showdown. We are about to head on into our winners final and watching those matches from the losers quarterfinals as well. Orange Juices taking out Team YT there. But for those folks that are just joining, I'm Kellosaurus and we have Draku. Draku, how are you feeling so far?
Man, today has been a jam-packed day of Pokemon Unite, and it's showing. I think Latin America might be fighting back here. Maybe not so happy losing LAIC to some North American teams, but they are going to be sending both EU teams and North American teams down to the lower side of the bracket to face an actual inter-regional matchup between the two. If you haven't seen the bracket once again, go ahead and use that command exclamation point bracket. If you saw on one of the other broadcasts, Orange Juicers, like you said, Kello, did knock out Team YT in a quite explosive fashion. A rip, I think, on the side of Team YT, rolling it down, able to pull that one away for the team. And it is a single elimination on the side of, or at least one game elimination on the side of the lower side of the bracket. So Team YT is going to be going home. Orange Juicers moving on forward to the losers semi-finals of today's event.
Yes, and over on the other side, we have Gen 5 going up against Announce Esports over on Purple's channel. But here, Ego going up against a Fusion. Now, we have seen a Fusion's match last round taking on down Team YT. So it'll be really interesting to see whether they're going to stick to that same composition. Clearly, Darkrai isn't a threat to them, but Ego, are they actually going to prioritize that Darkrai ban, or are they just going to let it on through, potentially knowing that Fusion might not actually play it for themselves?
Yeah, in I believe both of those games, they did let Darkrai go through and allowed Curios from Team YT to pick that up. And like we were saying in the last set, definitely not afraid of the sleeping demon on the other side. They have a lot of tools and they've definitely done their preparation, their due diligence to play against one of the best speedsters in the game. But 3 bands down, Kello, fingers crossed, Psyduck, possibly?
Oh, whoa, wait. Maybe, because we can see Renegade here has selected the Darkrai, so Psyduck is free from jail finally. The question is, do either of these teams, have they managed to practice up Psyduck? Kia is going to lock that in first pick, so we're going to see this little rubber ducky surfing around on the map, Draku, finally!
I'm seeing a moment of clarity. I don't have a headache anymore because we will see Psyduck come out to play. It's a first pick option, mind you, for Fusion. Psyduck is considered a supportive class Pokemon, as you can see with that yellow orangish background right behind the yellow duck. But it does flex into definitely a more harasser style, maybe even defender style role with all of its abilities. We think Sableye is something very similar to this role in the supporter class. Psyduck has a little bit more bulk, it even has invulnerability with the Swift Swim passive ability, and it's a lot of fun. I've played a little bit of it, and I've been having quite a bit of fun with this character.
Oh, I absolutely love its passive, the ability to just push on members back. But I know it does have that downside where it has 3 seconds or so where you can't do anything. But so far, we have a Zarsha and a Hooper being picked on up along with Snorlax and an Absol. So this is the first that we are seeing of the Speedster, at least over on this broadcast, which is really interesting. And some shake up here for Fusion as well. Miraidon, something that we saw Zyna's running time and time again, especially going into that Darkrai. But Mimikyu and Lapras are 2 new picks for this team here.
They are going to be bulking up on the side of Fusion. The same player, same build from Tempo on this Blastoise, most likely going that Rapid Spin Hydro Pump version or pairing of abilities for the Blastoise. Ego is going to round out the team with the Serral Edge and no range for either team. And we've seen Fusion pick the Miraidon once again. It can go Charge Beam, but from if at least history, we learned some lessons from history in that last set, Fusion on the Miraidon specifically only went Electro Drift in both of those games.
the maneuverability that it provides, but also the lockdown that the Electro Drift can have going on into an Absol. That can potentially benefit it if it's able to dodge those moves, along with, say, a Cerulege. But you know what? Lapras. It did receive that buff. It wasn't this patch, but the patch beforehand. I believe it's a defender that we haven't really seen too much of. Do you think is it going to be that Perish Song build that is strong right now, or the Water Pulse?
I think with the held items that it has, it's going to be a more bulky style Lapras. I think it's going to be Water Pulse. You get a small shield and a lot more recovery every time you use a boosted auto following each of the those boosted autos. And so I think it's going to be very bulky in the front line. And this might be the first time we're able to see a double bubble strategy on one of the teams. They have Bubble Beam on Lapras, and I think Bubble Beam is going to be the selection of choice for this Psyduck. Those micro stuns in that mid to short range is going to be huge with a team with no range on the side of Ego.
Oh, well, we'll just have to see what the winners final does bring us. Fusion over on the purple side, Ego on the orange side. Psyduck is going to assist that Mimikyu, and you can see on the mini map that we had Snorlax attempting an invade, but the members were there to go and defend, make sure that Mimikyu is able to have all of that experience for themselves. But you know what? Despite Minato getting chased on out, they're gonna look. They're like, it's a little too late. I'm not going to bother here.
It's like it's going to go into that full power mode with the Swift Swim passive ability. You can see that gauge right underneath the Psyduck's health bar. It's currently empty at this point, but as Pokemon around the Psyduck or Psyduck receive damage, that headache gauge is what it's called, starts to fill, and once it is full, you'll get a small burst and stun, pushing members away from Psyduck, but also cooldown for all of its abilities. Birds on the field, lots of pressure, damage pressure on the side of Ego, but the first to fall is going to be Absol.
Yeah, Absol's taken on down, and it looks like we are actually going to see ourselves a Surf Psyduck, I must say. It looks so adorable surfing around. The maneuverability that it provides, but also being able to get that stun with that first surf, but also that second surf when you come out of it as well. Charcadet is able to get in a 1 point, packing up that attack weight stack for now. Zacian trying to pick up the stray Eos energy. However, they end up getting taken down to that War Turtle in the process.
2 surfs or 2 bubble beams could be a possibility for Fusion, which is a lot of fun. I gotta give a shout out, by the way, to the developers, at least one of the animators from Pokemon. Yeah, I feel like they had so much fun animating this character, waddling around the field. Even all of its abilities looks really cool, especially that surf as it's on, literally belly flopping on a surface. You can see there, Psyduck getting another KO, Electro Drift going in deep onto the Zacian, getting a KO on the opposing team's legendary Pokemon.
Yeah. Absol has decided I am not going to bother with that one. Instead, I'm going to pivot on down into that bottom path where it's only Assault or Lapras defending this pad so far. But we do have those second lots or third lots of birds spawning on in. Team members are going to soak those up instantly. And we have Cerulege also being knocked out for the side of Ego, giving Lapras the space to dunk in 16 points. It's 124 to 36 right now. Hyperspace Hole is going to teleport some members down into that bottom path, considering we do have those Reggie spawning. Registeel this time round.
Zacian is going to be pushed to the left side of the field by the 3 water-type Pokemon on the side of Fusion. Blastoise, though, is going to be the first turtle to fall in the bottom path. Pursuit able to get the knockout, or gets the capture on that Registeel in the bottom path, but the Mimikyu says, play with me. Ego, as they're going to get a 5 KO streak, a penta knockout for the Mimikyu player.
Oh, that is absolutely wild. Oh my gosh, a 6 KO streak as if it wasn't enough. And that is a pretty hefty overdunk on that bottom path as well. 39 points going on in 204 to 36. And Miraidon is just not letting up, getting themselves in that flux zone, popping their Unite move. Does end up getting sunk to sleep. But this, once again, the Electro Drift just pivoting around, taking down that Hooper before they end up getting knocked out themselves by that Absol. We do have that Reggie Alecki being started up here by Anysus on the Zarshan, but Psyduck is going to go in and disable its moves.
Wow, and the Blastoise able to get the confirmation with the Hydro Pump Rapid Spin combination. Anysus definitely not going to love seeing that. I believe Anysus's abilities were put on an extended cooldown. The other ability that the Psyduck gets at level 7, I believe, is Disable. And so it does increase the cooldown of its abilities, followed by another smaller micro stun. But here comes Fusion, gonna start the siege on the tier 2 goal zone. Full power, Psy is on the Psyduck, and they're gonna wipe Ego off of the map.
Full steam ahead. Fusion trying to do their math. Psyduck picking up some Aeos energy that is on the floor, making sure that Mimikyu is able to maximize the overdunk as they did have 46 points on hand. But you know what? 337 to 36. That is 301 point lead.
This is looking bad for Ego over a 300-point game. My math is correct here. It's a pretty easy math, 301 points to be exact. And they are continuing to make their presence known here in the central area of Ego. Hoopa is going to go into that Unite move most likely the last time before the final stretch. They do get a really high-value KO at level 11 on the Miraidon, heading on over to Ego for that experience, but look on the right side of your screen. All of those icons darkened as 3 members of Ego going down once again. Mimikyu on the chase, the Predator. And then it looks like the Sarah Ledge is going to put the flag in defeat as they wait to get knocked out by the doll.
This is absolutely wild. And Nemo, because of all of those KOs, is already at level 14 at the 3-minute 50 mark. We do have another Reggie Alecki spawning down in that bot path. Or Reggie Rock has spawned, and Fusion are just going to end up taking this one for free, as Zarshan ended up getting knocked on down. And Nemo is going to get sunk to sleep, allowing Minato to get in a dunk of 11, just trying to buy some time, as Hooper ends up getting caught out all by itself, not able to utilize their Unite move at all. I don't think we've seen it gone into its Unbound form just yet.
Someone call Hercules, because this Reggie Alecki is going to be going the distance to the tier 3 goal zone with both tier 1 and tier 2 broken. Ego definitely needs to respect this Reggie Alecki. Fusion has some interesting decisions to make here. They have both tier 1 goal zones available to them on their side of the field, but it also means they don't have very much experience on their side of the field. They are going to take a look in the central area of Ego. They're going to take at least this larger Altaria in the bottom path before retreating back to the left side of the field. But Nemo, level 14, while on their way to level 15 on Mimikyu.
That is absolutely wild. Those birds do end up despawning there, considering we have 30 seconds left until that final stretch. There is no wild Pokemon to pick up for the side of Fusion. Instead, they're just going to opt for that early positioning. Meanwhile, Ego are looking to go and make a siege on this top tier 1 pad, potentially, as 3 members are lurking in the tall grass. Looking for the perfect timing here, making sure to try and get those double dunks in, but Anemo has something else to say about that, as they end up going and using their play with me, taking down that Absol, and they have their sights set on the Cerulege up next, who has used their Revenant Friend, but unfortunately it just isn't enough. 3 members of Ego are now down, and Nemo is still left standing.
Yeah, really unfortunate. Revenant Ren went into the play rough ability for the Mimikyu, so no damage was placed on the Mimikyu in that last smaller team fight engagement. Another fight is breaking out here in the bottom path, but it's more like Minato just trying to buy some time for their team. Fortunately, they are going to be the next to fall. Psyduck going into that full power mode. They are going to reset here. Hoopa in that unbound state. They're going to bring everyone into the central area, but it is a very dangerous portal to take on the other side. Blastoise is going to preemptively go into the Hydro Typhoon. Unfortunately, going to find nobody, Kello.
No, we still have some Unite moves left on out here, but 2 members of Ego have been taken down, and they're going to look for more as we have Zacian and Snorlax with their backs caught up against the wall with nothing left to do. We do have that surrender vote coming in from Ego as any Sust is left on pretty much 10 HP, and with a full Rayquaza, unfortunately, they can just not shred that down on their own. But what a fire match coming out from Fusion. 337 to 86 points. 21 KOs from Anemo there. Look at the amount of assists from their team members as well. Psyduck with 18 assists.
Yeah, Fusion taking the first strike on Ego. 1-0 in our winners finals set. 18 assists by the little duck in the bottom left corner of this post-game summary screen. And not only did they ramp up 18 assists, but they've also done 53,000 damage on the EXP share holding Pokemon.
I think this might be why this duck seems to find itself locked in that banned jail time and time again. The disruptive tool that it just provides for the team, but also being able to do that damage as a supporter is absolutely wild. So whether Ego are going to actually look at banning this one this time round, if they do land themselves in that second pick spot once again.
Water type Pokemon from Kanto are looking really strong right now, Kello.
Actually,
Blastoise,
yeah.
yeah, Blastoise is looking so strong both in this game, in this set, and in the last set. In the last set, we saw Tempo do over 100,000 damage, the damage leader of the game. Lapras almost back to full form. We've seen a lot of Lapras carry in that top path. I don't think we've seen a whole lot of Lapras in the more traditional defender position because it doesn't have a whole lot of crowd control. But Bubble Beam looked really strong there, and the shielding that Water Pulse provides, or at least the healing that it provides, also looked really strong as well. So I think, you can think about banning the Mimikyu, think about banning the Psyduck, but I think a lot of the pieces for Tempo really played to their hand perfectly.
Yeah, it really did. So it's going to be interesting to see what Ego answer back up with here. Yeah, whether they're going to end up switching up their bans this time round or whether they're going to end up potentially stealing some of those core components from Fusion's match. But I'd say the Pokemon pool that a lot of these players can play is quite wide. I mean, we've seen a Nemo using that Scyther. I mean, going for a completely different playstyle and role, utilizing that Mimikyu. I guess, one of the things that we have seen consistently through the matches that we have seen from Fusion is going to be Zynos on that Miraidon. So could that be that potential ban on that Pokemon?
Miraidon was one of the most played Pokemon at LAIC. It was also one of the most banned Pokemon at LAIC, just because of its utility to be more of a speedster type Pokemon with Electro Drift, or a more conservative build with Charge Beam. Both of them just doing really well in both an attacker type Pokemon, but also a supportive type Pokemon. We've seen a lot of the Asia regions in ACL pull out a EXP share Miraidon, that Hadron engine to turn off goal zones, followed by the healing stoppage that Chef loves to say with the cursed items, just makes it a really strong supportive attacker as well. Just to give everyone an update of where the bracket is so far, our losers quarters finals has all but completed. Gen 5 Actually, moving on forward in today's bracket, Nouns Esports taking an early leave in today's event. Gen 5 is going to be going up against the Orange Juicers. We did see the tail end of them winning out of secure over Team YT in the Rayquaza pit, and that is going to be your losers semifinal set, Gen 5 versus the Orange Juicers.
Yeah, Gen 5 being that new team that ended up only making their announcement, I believe it was yesterday as well. So really just making their presence known, especially, I guess, in the EU scene. Defeating one of the big titans, Nouns Esports, is a massive accomplishment and only a taste of what's to come, considering we do have the Chaos play-ins the following weekend after this one. So I guess, there is still that week to go. This is a great test run before those big ones. But you know what? We have Fusion one uh up against Ego. Whoever Fusion ends up winning this one, they're gonna land themselves that spot in the grand finals and have some downtime in the meantime. But before that, we do have to head on into our draft phase. We are actually going to see Ego in our first pick this time round on the purple side, and Fusion have that second pick. So interesting to see what they prioritize. Mimikyu. Oh, I don't know if Mimikyu targeting a Nemo here, because I feel like that probably ends up just falling back potentially on that Scyther pick or something else that they have up their sleeves. But I guess considering Fusion don't have that first pick this time round, they do not want to let that Psyduck through themselves.
Darkrai is going to be the second ban of choice for Ego. Fusion has a couple more seconds here. Yeah, Scyther just did so well for Fusion against their set against Team YT in the previous set. And Mew actually heading up to the ban slot. Another Kanto Pokemon, number 151. Wonder if that's a target ban, or they just want to ban something to let a more powerful option go through. There are all of these supporters, except for Psyduck, obviously, but all of the supporters are available to be selected. Blissey, Hoopa, Eldegoss still on the table. Expect that to be one of the first picks here in the draft.
I feel
Just
like
kidding,
this
Slowbro.
Mew ban is targeting player there, as we did see them earlier in the set up against Orange Juices. They managed to do that 91k damage, and up over on Purple's channel as well, they ended up playing it up against Gen 5 as well. So maybe just that target ban. But yeah, Slowbro pick first up. I feel like this is something we haven't seen for quite a while. But instead of prioritizing their defenders and supporters, Fusion are going to lock in a speedster and an attacker. Xynos, once again, we have seen them consistently play this Miraidon, so want to make sure they don't give Ego the chance to steal that away.
I love this adaptation. They get one piece of information from Ego that is the Slowbro pick, and they respond with two really strong power picks, right? One of the, I guess, downfalls of Slow Beam, the Unite move from Slowbro, is that you can only lock down one target. So if you pick two really strong Pokemon for your first two options, now the Slowbro has to make a decision whether to slow beam the Leafeon or this Miraidon, both of them being really hard to lock down generally because of their mobility. And even if you do lock either one of these two down, you have the blissful assistance that Unite move from Blissey to support whoever gets locked down by the slow beam.
Yeah, and even then, while one of them is locked down, the other one can still do that damage on Slowbro to knock it on down. But we're going with the two speedster comp on the side of Ego. So Absol and Dodrio. What do you think about this mixture of speedsters? I know previously we saw Team YT also doing the double speedsters, which was Darkrai and Dodrio. But I guess because Darkrai is banned, Absol taking its place.
I really like these two speedster picks, especially into the Leafeon. You know, the Leafeon has the Unite move, the delete button, Emerald 2-step. It's going to be switching on over to Anemo. Anemo is going to want to land that Unite move on either the Absol or the Dodrio. And it's going to be rather difficult. It's kind of a two-step. It's the Emerald two-step Unite move. The first is jumping on an opponent and then jumping straight up and then back down. In that time, the Dodrio can reposition with its mobility, or the Absol can go into its own Unite move where it's completely invulnerable throughout the entire duration of that ability. So in terms of these two speedsters into Leafeon specifically, I do like that adaptation from Ego.
Well, I have to see how well it ends up working out for them because, well, there's no room for movement here because, yeah, as we mentioned, if Fusion do take this win, they are heading themselves into that grand final. So it's really going to have to come down to these plays. Any sus, we did end up seeing the Metal Claw agility move set. So whether they're going to opt for that, do you think this one's a better choice this time round? Considering, yeah, they are going into that Miraidon and that Leafeon for more that maneuverability, or we're going to see our Sacred Sword this time round, Draco?
It's hard to tell. It has a muscle band, so not only does the muscle band increase your auto attack speed, but also Metal Claw would increase your auto attack speed. So it's just another small bit of information that leads me to believe. But I feel like Sacred Sword into speedsters generally is just really strong because it has that micro stun, which leads you to another micro stun if you have the enhanced version of the Sacred Sword online as well.
We do have that electric terrain being laid on down by Miraidon, backing their way up to their tier 1 pad, making sure to just stay safe, get some healing. But Anemo has decided to take one blue buff and put the pressure on down in their bottom path, where Slowpoke is quite low already, ends up getting, no, not take it down. That ended up being the Chansey. No, it was Slowpoke. Never mind. Two pink blobs on the screen. I can't tell which is which.
The pink blobs giving Kello a Psyduck headache. And Absol is going to rotate down through the central area to the bottom path. They're going to start to apply some pressure on the tier 1 goal zone, at least more importantly, make some space for their team to get in position for these Altaria and Swallows to spawn on the map. 2 defenders on the side of Fusion in the bottom path. Tackle should be able to get a couple of those birds to the side of Fusion, but in this top path, a very different story. Right now, any sus level 5 on the Zacian right now is a little bit ahead in level as they're about to tick into level 6 on the Zacian.
Yeah, they are the highest level currently. I mean, to level 6. We only have that Leafeon currently at level 5 just by taking that blue buff there. But you know what? I don't think Fusion are too far behind here. The points are still quite close. It is still very much early days, but we do have all of those evolutions online, bar that Blastoise.
This is a Metal Claw Zacian, as we've seen. I've seen most Zacians, both in the Stellar Champions League and also in today's event, running this ability set. If I saw that correctly, was that Play Rough as well, Kello?
It is that play rough moveset. I thought my eyes were deceiving me as well. So I guess it's more just that lockdown onto their targets, as just demonstrated. Wartortle ends up getting taken down. Dodrio trying to get in these points in the face of a Draken, not able to stop the quick scoring of the triple-headed bird.
Small lead here on the side of Ego, able to get a couple of early game knockouts, gives them the level lead as well. 2 level 8s on their 2 attack damage dealing Pokemon, Zacian and the Absol. Definitely making their presence known up here in the top path. I think we've seen this time and time again, both in the competitive sense and also just in the ranked environment. And he says, like I was saying before, one of the best Zacian players in the Western world, the Western competitive player base. The KO streak of 2 on the bottom side, though, and Ego starting to get a small lead. 85 points, 33 on the side of Fusion, and an objective going over to Ego.
Yeah, the objective that is going to keep a Fusion preoccupied as they are trying to defend this pad, but Blissey and Miraidon are quite low. It used to be Miraidon that was going into the flux zone, but I guess we have Enisa saying, I could do what you can do as well. And all the meantime, down in that bottom path, we did have both of the double speedsters locking down Reg Ice buff for the side of Ego as well.
A really nice overcap on the tier 1 goal zone on the side of Fusion. It's going to balloon this lead by a little less than 100 points after that scoreline. Zacian, a terror in the top path, is going to come down to the bottom path and continue to exert that pressure of a legendary Pokemon. A KO streak of 3 for the metal sword-wielding dog.
You've got to give it up to the Hooper as well, making sure to stick by their side, land down those hyperspace holes. They need some quick healing, utilizing that Phantom Force to just dodge the Electro Drift of Miraidon as well, and keep them on their toes. But I mean, looking at the levels, level 12, Zacian already, Draken with the great engage onto that Dodrio, followed up with the Egg Bomb as well, so that way they can get the final KO. Absol has utilized their slash there, but not able to lock in any KOs of themselves. Instead, they have to retreat as they're on such low HP.
Oh, Renegade Jim on the run, able to escape with the pursuit, at least the first dash of that pursuit, and it's looking a little better for Fusion. Level 11 on the Leafeon, but they're going to need to find an answer for this Zacian. They have a small bit of crowd control or hindrance in that front line, but with Blastoise not being the surf variation of this Pokemon, they're going to struggle to lock down this character. But here's that Blissful Assistance, like we were talking about before. Slow Beam onto the Miraidon, followed by a supportive Blissful Assistance to keep them on the field. Zacian taking that Regieleki in the top path, sending it to the tier 2, but a huge fight breaking out here in the lower portion of the top path, and now Fusion needs to find their first win here, but they gotta get through the Titan Zacian.
Oh my gosh, even then, Dodrio going in with the triple trample to just knock them down. 3 KO streak for Zacian. Meanwhile, we do have Draken trying to deal with this Regieleki. Slow and steady wins the race, I suppose, but with a Dodrio lurking about and no other members there to go and help them, that is going to keep them preoccupied for a while Ego are going to set their eyes down on this bottom path, as it's just a tussle between Leafeon and Absol. No KOs between either of them, though.
Really love that footsie game between the two speedsters. And we saw that relationship shortly there. The Emerald 2-step followed by the Unite move to go into that invulnerability by the Absol. So, yeah, that Leafeon just kind of struggling to get these knockouts. But, again, I think we should maybe preserve that for something like a Zacian, because, Callow, look at this. Level 14 on the Zacian. This looks like a very similar game, but this time for Anysus on their Zacian instead of Mimikyu for Anemo on Fusion.
Oh, Draken. They really tried hard with that Regieleki, but I guess with that tier 1 pad in that bottom path getting eliminated, they decided after all of that work to just let it on through. And I guess that's the thing with that Regieleki. The less HP that it has, the less points that it actually ends up scoring. And I guess with Ego preoccupied, utilizing that Hooper Unite move, all members were accounted for, knowing that they didn't have that risk of an instant dunk going on in.
As we head into the final seconds before the final stretch, it's a good time to talk about win conditions for both teams. I think for Ego, the path forward is quite clear. Insulate the Rayquaza, prevent Fusion from taking it from them. For Fusion, I don't see a very clear path forward. You know, you have the Dodrio and the Absol. It's going to be very difficult to lock down without very many hindrance on your side of the field. And even if you are able to take down either of these two speedsters, Slow Beam followed by a Zacian can spell utter disaster for your team. And this Dodrio is looking to score on this tier 2, and because it's vulnerable by that Regieleki, it is going to be a full 100 points.
They're going to have enough time to go and dunk it on in. But meanwhile, we do have Absol getting taken on down. Snorlax able to interrupt Slowbro from going back through that portal as Hooper is in that unbound form. Dodrio decided not to actually take that portal, come around that backside as Snorlax is taking a nap. Dodrio doesn't want to get blocked by the wall, but the Bliss Assistance onto the Miraidon, able to save it. 3 members of Ego are now down, and it's up to player circling about. Goes in with the Drill Peck and the Triple Trample to try and get the stun, the knock-up, able to do some damage onto the Leafeon. Unfortunately, these Meteors are just too much for it to go back and dive on in, as Fusion are just going to shred up Rayquaza and look at dunking in some points and making up the difference. The question is, do they have enough? 147, 247, and Snorlax with such a large shield is going to allow Miraidon to get in the duck and Slowbro. It doesn't have enough damage to break the shield, Draku, and Fusion now have the lead.
Unfortunate turn of events for Ego, winning the first 8 minutes of the game. And this is probably the reason why sometimes macro is so much more important than micro. We saw so much micro prowess on the side of Ego, but all of that means nothing because in Pokemon Unite, the name of the game is not knockouts. The name of the game is scoring Eos energy onto these goal zones, and they are dunking in so many points here. And that Hoopa maybe a sign of frustration to push Fusion off of their goal zones. The future is looking bright. With this bright future Meteor Storm user as the Miraidon able to stay alive here. Actually, no, getting KO'd there. But Fusion is going to be our first team in the grand finals of the Unite Legends Showdown.
Holy macaroni. Just when things were looking a bit dire for Fusion, the way they ended up playing that final stretch in the Rayquaza pit was incredible. Any sus, you've got to give it to them on the Zacian there. 13 KOs. But once 4 members are down, only player on the Dodrio left remaining. As much as they tried with their drill pecks and their triple trample combinations, it just wasn't enough for the power that Fusion are bringing here. I mean, looking at the damage, yeah, 86k, Eddie Sus with the highest damage, but still, you've got to give it. I mean, Anemo and Xynos and Draken being able to use that heavy slam to interrupt the Slowbro from going and retreating through the hyperspace hole that they could come back at full HP was just such good awareness and timing.
Mm-hmm. I think one thing to pay attention to for team composition is that Ego really thrived in a more chaotic state, more chaotic field state. You have 2 speedsters, you have a Zacian kind of running forward at you. And when you're going into maybe like a 2v3 or a 3v3 situation, I think Ego would definitely have the upper hand. But in these larger team fight engagements, I mean, if you look at Fusion, they have a very bulky team composition. 2 defenders supported by a Blissey. Even that Miraidon is really difficult to lock down. It doesn't have the HP pool of a speedster, as low as that is. It's still a more difficult character to knock down when either it goes into that Unite move or it's just hard to lock down with the Electro Drift. And you had such a strong lead, a more than 100-point lead, even before that Dodrio scored on the tier 2 goal zone, made vulnerable by the Regieleki, but they lost their Absol very quickly. And that really only led Anysus to hold down the fort with maybe a slow beam Unite move from the Slowbro and maybe the Hoopa to bring the Dodrio back into center, but it was too late. Fusion's momentum, even if it is slow building, it built up to a point where Anysus cannot hold the line. They go down even at level 14. That's the reason why Ego lost here. They quite literally, like their team name, maybe egoed too many points to give them the lead, but they lost the game at the end.
Yes, for sure. I think that is a great way to tie it on up for this winners finals match. But you know what, folks? It isn't over for Ego just yet. They are going to land themselves down into the safety net of the lower bracket, which I'm sure we'll end up getting an update for. We do have Gen 5 and Orange Juices, so it's going to be either one of these teams that they're going to have to go up against. But we do have a replay here for you folks. Oh, no, replay. It's Orange Juices and Gen 5 match. But that is actually going to be Draku and myself done for the day. Steel Agent Kyle and Mad Magical are going to take you through the final stretch, through the losers final, all the way through to the grand final and find out who your champion is.
Have a wonderful preparation, teams, as we will be seeing you all in the first UCS showdown for the regions in a week from now. But enjoy this final minute of the Orange Juicers in Gen 5. Ego is going to be watching anxiously to see who faces them in the losers finals round. We will see you all in the next one. Steel Agent Kyle and Mad Magical is on the desk next.
These nouns are looking pro.
Look at this man. Nouns, they turned the tables. Nouns down. Let's take it down.
I'm Aglo. Gunner Dota.
Peter Pan Dam.
I'm Sasquatch, one of the founders of Nouns Esports.
My name is Brennan. That's the big goal, is just to be very, very different as a sponsorship.
Once people realize that it's just a small group of hardcore esports fans, then they get it.
I was watching Dota. I was like, yeah, we should just build a team and like we should just crush the entire Dota scene. And then Sasquatch sends me a friend request.
He immediately replied and is like, let's effing go.
We were looking for a sponsor at the time. Brax was the one who kind of brought it to us.
Dota in the North American scene has been so underrepresented by sponsors.
That went smooth, and it was kind of like, okay, we're good to go.
Once we funded Dota, the floodgates were open. Everyone was like, WTF Nouns.
You want to play? Let's play.
We signed a CSGO team, a Pokemon Unite team, a Valorant team,
and a Super Smash Bros. Player named Acklet.
I just gave him a hug, but then he picked me up and he passed me to another person. This has never happened to me before. Playing for yourself, it's different than when you're playing with someone on your back. You're representing someone, and it's not just about you. Without Nouns, I would not be able to go to maybe more than half the events I've been going to.
That could be it!
It was pretty huge overall when Nouns like stepped in and offered.
I was able to quit other jobs so I can focus on gaming.
Your family and friends are actually like, just to stop doing that and got the sponsorship that support you.
Let's go now, esports!
Hector's been really fun to play with.
I really want to go to TA with these guys.
Triple kill and Nouns are going to TI.
I'm Mexican, so I should know Spanish, but I don't. So he keeps like trying to speak some Spanish to me, and then he's like, "You don't understand."
He need to speak Spanish.
In addition to sponsoring teams and players, we also sponsor content creators and streamers.
Nouns gave me this opportunity to keep working with what I love, that was Valorant, in another way, as a content creator.
So we also started doing smaller sponsorships for specific players.
Foi a primeira vez que eu fui para um campeonato LAN internacional, né? E também foi a primeira vez que eu fui para os Estados Unidos.
今回お話をいただいたのは、エボのストリートファイター6部門に、参加するための、スポンサーシップでした。
We also support an initiative in Brazil that makes gaming more welcoming for women and non-binary people.
The Hub Inclusivo, it's like the perfect place for you to have fun, to increase your gameplay level.
Let's go. World's not saving itself.
We are very player and coach first.
Providing like the perfect runway to our players is super nounish. We just want to give them the proper opportunity. We don't want to half-ass it.
We've had boot camps.
Well, boot camps are really important. Going to Europe, you get the best practice possible. You learn a lot from that.
Device Mark is here to win in ladder rather. Ooh, they know now. But he still got it all off the ladder. The movement tech is beautiful.
I think being able to work with Edward was really nice, which we probably wouldn't have been able to do without Nouns.
We support them through mental health, nutrition, individual and team exercise, not just physical movement, but team support as well.
How we talk to each other, how we handle our emotions. It's definitely an experience that I will continue to use for the rest of my life.
Most orgs are very contract conscious.
In the traditional esports world, there's these contracts that are signed between the org and the player. Nobody gets to see them in the community. Players are often signing something for the very first time in their life.
Maybe you're 16 years old and you're the breakout star of the year. You know, you have no idea how to judge your worth.
So many cases of players just like stuck with these orgs that don't care about them. We want their input as well.
And hello everybody, and welcome into the Unite Legends Showdown. I'm Mad Magical, joined in by Seal Agent Kyle. We're taking over the broadcast. Thank you, Draku and Kello, for the awesome casting so far, but we are now going to get ready for the lower bracket finals. 2 teams will enter. It's a best of 3. Only 1 team will move on to have a match up against Fusion in the grand finals. Kyle, how are you feeling so far about everything that has been going on?
Been very interesting to see. We finally saw a Psyduck game here in this tournament. Didn't quite go very well for the opposing side. Psyduck's pretty crazy, and as a Duck main, I assume that you feel the same.
Oh yeah, I love seeing Psyduck in the game. You know me and my birds. I gotta always rep them, but Psyduck definitely might be a bit strong, just with the disable, with the damage, with the Psy. There's a lot going on with that kit, and obviously with a new Mon too, makes it so that it's bringing new strategies into the game that not everyone's quite aware of or even used to playing up against, which is why we tend to see it banned more often than we see it played. Kind of like how Darkrai has been banned a lot as well. People, even with the nerfs that happened recently, still don't want to face off against it.
Very strong. Yeah, the nerfs, more of a hand slap than anything. It definitely did a little bit to the Unite move, obviously reducing a little bit of that damage over time while you're in that Infinite Nightmare. I don't think it's enough. I think it's still very strong, so I think, you know, it makes sense why we see so many teams time and time again continually ban it and put priority bans on it. These 2 teams though, Ego and Gen 5, very strong teams. We got a LATAM team, we got an EU team, and then up in that top bracket, like you said, Fusion waiting in the wings, waiting to see who they're gonna take on out of these 2 squads. It is a best of 5 up in that top bracket.
And there's also the possibility of a bracket reset if you get up into there for either Ego or for Gen 5. And looking at both teams, Gen 5 were the team that is a new roster that only got announced the other day, that a lot of people have been really hyped about Utah's new team. And we've got to see a lot of looks from that and how they played up against Nouns Esports. They beat them not only in the previous part of the bracket back before getting into the final showdown, but also in the lower bracket here. It was a best of 1 in that one, but if you count all the games that Gen 5 have had against Nouns in this tournament so far, it's a 3-0 sweep they've gotten against them. They're looking like a really strong team. Well, we already got to see just a little bit ago that Fusion were able to take down Ego. It might say 2-0, but that last game especially didn't really feel like it. Ego were so close. 8 minutes they were winning that game, and it all came down to a Rayquaza fight.
When there's a Ray, there's a way. Not all games are winnable, but every game can be throwable. Tell my solo queue teammates that. don't give up. There's a chance that someone will throw. I
Never
don't think that
surrender
ego
until
necessarily
the enemy gets the Rayquaza. That's what it is.
yeah, that's very true. I think Fusion just played more disciplined in that match. Rayquaza obviously is kind of that fickle beast. If one Pokemon gets caught, and if I'm recalling correctly, I believe it was the Absol that kind of got caught really early on, and Fusion just took full advantage of it. That's kind of the detriment of having those double speedster comps. Those double speeds are obviously very squishy targets. And if you lose one of them, you can just kind of continually push if you're the opposing side. And that's exactly what Fusion did. That's why they're where they're at in the grand finals. But I'm excited to see what Gen 5 and Ego have. Ego looked really good in that last match. I think they're probably taking some lessons there. They've probably been able to see what Gen 5 has brought to the table all tournament long. So I imagine that they're going to have some sort of good game plan going into this.
And especially because this is a rematch in the upper bracket semifinals. So we already had this look between Ego and Gen 5 earlier today. It was a 2-1 victory for Ego. Very close series. And so I'm expecting that's going to continue going into this one. Both teams now have pretty good reads of the other, not only in how they're going to play, but how they're able to pick up some of these wins. I'd kind of like to go back to like what you're talking about. Like we've been seeing a lot of these double speedsters starting to make their way through more of these pick and bans, but also we're seeing how strong some of these defenders have been and the versatility of a lot of them. I always talk about Umbreon because I think Umbreon is one of those picks that has been slowly making their way through the ban phase, which isn't necessarily a good thing for either team because then you have to deal with the enemy team getting Umbreon, something that can flex around to either defender or to a more of a supportive style.
That is like what a lot of these newer releases have kind of had, right? I mean, you think Umbreon, yeah, you have defender and supporter, but you also think something like Armarouge hasn't gotten as much play lately, but prior to some of its nerfs, you had that mage build, but you also had kind of that more all-rounder bruisery type of build with Fire Spin. Think about Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh has, it's technically a defender, kind of plays like a supporter with their Fire Spin build, but then also you have that Fly Flamethrower option that kind of plays like an in-your-face all-rounder almost.
And then even Cerulean Edge, all-rounder, but plays more like a speedster. You got all these different styles that you can bring to the table when it comes to the pick and bans. So it is really interesting to see how these styles have been adapting, not only with the teams themselves, but with the Mons and how that has affected a lot of these pick and bans. And since there's only 2 bans for each side still, there's a lot that can sneak its way through the draft phase. And I think one of those, talking about something that can switch up like what style you want to play, Mimikyu. We've been seeing a lot more bans towards that. I always say the pseudo speedster is considered an all-rounder, but how you tend to play that, you're looking for the flanks, you're looking for that backline, and you're looking for that attacker.
Alrighty, and we do want to give a quick shout out to the UEC merch, the exclamation point merch in chat. It'll bring you over to the page. We got some great hoodies, t-shirts, mugs. Use the code UNITE for 10% off. I mean, look at these designs. I love them. Got the Nouns GG, got the Nouns goggles on there, the Unity European Cup logo. A lot of great stuff left over from our last tournament, and a lot of good stuff to be had there. So if you're interested in getting some stuff, really good quality hoodies, go on over. And we also have some sponsors that Magical, I'll let you go ahead and read some of the sponsors.
Yeah. I was about to say, shout outs to Nouns Esports helping us bring this whole tournament to everyone's screen. Same with the LG server, Black CH in particular, for helping us be able to show off these awesome games. And lastly, Engage GG. Thank you everybody for sponsoring this event and making sure that everyone can see awesome Pokemon Unite action. And speaking of that, we have now gotten into the draft phase for Game 1, the rematch between Ego and Gen 5.
Immediately off the clip, we're going to have a couple bands hit the map. We have Miraidon, Slowbro, and Zacian all getting taken off from this Game 1. And to round that out, we got another all-rounder, and it's Mimikyu.
Psyduck not banned by either team right now. I was looking at that, and there it is. Ego gonna immediately lock that mon in.
Quack.
Quack.
We gotta get that in.
Gotta get the
Lunar
quacks
is
in.
gonna line up this Mew. Mego's hovering the Venusaur. I don't know if either of these picks will be what they go with, but either
That's what I was
way, I do love Mew. When we were talking about versatility of Pokemon, I think Mew kind of fits into that as well. Because we've seen a lot of players utilize Mew in more of that support style role. Utilizing that XP share, utilizing coaching a lot more. We saw a lot of teams do it in Worlds. We've seen a lot of teams even since then really play off of the support Mew. LG specifically utilized it a lot in LAIC.
And looking at this swap up of picks, I really like what Gen 5 did here. I mean, you do leave Psyduck open, it gets picked up, but you get the Umbreon in trade. We were talking about how strong that defender has been, pretty much the top tier defender out of all the defenders, not just because you are a tanky mon, but also because of the adaptation it provides for the team in the middle of draft, that you can swap things up, go for more of a supportive build. And now with both Hoopa and Blastoise picked up for Gen 5, Ego, they were hovering that Zeraora for a second, and they're like, yeah, maybe not. These speedsters not really going to be as beneficial up against the double defender and supporter style.
Anysus lining up a Scyther pick. I've seen them utilize that Pokemon so many times, time and time again. I really expect some big things out of them. Gonna try to get on top of that Mew in the backline. It's gonna be a tall task, though, especially like you said, with such a bulky front line. You got that Umbreon to lock things down. Not only that, you have Hoopa to send people back and forth from base, and then Blastoise likely going to be playing more of that all-roundery build in that top path. And rounding it out, Yutao grabbing the Absol with that 5th pick.
Then hello, Inteleon, and goodbye as well, because that is the target numero uno for Absol in this one. And when you look at Ego, where their power is, they'll have those dive potentials from the Scyther that you're talking about. We were expecting Scyther, not Scizor, but you're an Absol. You don't care about that. You're letting the backline deal with it, as you talked about. There's the more all-rounder build. You can go for Blastoise, the defender/supporter in Umbreon. Mew can even be more of a supportive style that buff up the team. While Yutao is pretty much primarily focused on taking out these snipe shots, because a couple of those land, even if you're fairly tanky on Gen 5, you're gonna be suffering at some of these points, especially later into the game. So you have to make sure that never happens. Yutao has got a giant target placed on the player on this Inteleon.
Inteleon just seems like a very, I don't know, it hasn't gotten a lot of love in recent patches. Obviously, Snipe Shot still does a ton of damage, but a lot of these mage-style picks have kind of fallen down to the wayside to more of these bruiser-style Pokemon. We did see some buffs recently to some of the mages, specifically Espeon, specifically Gardevoir saw some. So we don't see a ton of Inteleon. I still think it has a place, but it seems like it tends to fall off opposed to stuff like Gardevoir, where you can utilize that Unite move, almost on cooldown.
We are loading up on to the Thea Sky Ruins for game number 1. Ego Gen 5, the rematch from the upper bracket. Ego were able to take that in a 2-1 victory. While Gen 5 now have been battling their way back through the lower bracket and want some revenge up against the team that had sent them down into the lower stages of the bracket.
Ego now looking for a little bit of a jungle invade. Look at Snorlax just kind of stalling, wasting some time from Gen 5. Gonna try to get this blue buff, but it does have a little bit of hands. It looks like Umbreon able to clear that one out.
Oh, a little unfortunate there for Yutao. At least they secure the buff, so it's not taken away by Snorlax, but not having it on the Absol, gonna slow down the pace of the central path a little bit, and we could already see the Combuskin here, hanging out towards the top path, waiting out until that Altaria camp is gonna spawn.
Nice little secure there from little Sobble. And it's one of the benefits of having Sobble in path, is that it does have a great secure tool, but 3 members of each side looking to take down these birds. Psyduck going surf, but Scyther gonna dive on away.
And the damage right there, Psyduck, this is what we're talking about, able to get that knockout onto Absol, who's really the speedster there. even though we have the play still committed in the top path. Psyduck going to be the next target, and there it is, the Electro Ball to make sure they get 2 more knockouts. So Psyduck maybe have gotten the initial knockout onto Absol, but traded right back around by Gen 5. While Snorlax has shown up into the top path, scaring away the rest of the members of Gen 5 to start peeling back and be a little bit more safe in this top path.
Great Hoopa portal there by Gen 5, getting some players out of dodge and back to safety. Mew still being a little bit of a pest up here towards these top. It's going to proc Psyduck's Headache passive. Put it on cooldown for a little bit without any damage. That's actually a pretty good timing there, so something to watch out for as we get into these big team engages.
Psyduck still went for the Surf. Almost able to get the knockout onto Mew, and there it is. They're actually turning it around. It was an eject button to make sure it's a 1-for-1 trade, but now Snorlax in a bad spot. Attempting to sneak away, somehow has done so. Gen 5 opting to put more priority on this top path, not letting Scyther start get out of control and snowballing, as you are more of that speedster when you go for this build.
Tellian, level 7 has evolved, so that's going to be very crucial for these next sets of engages. Psyduck just trying to bait some players out. Big snipe shot does hit the mark, does clear some of those out. So does Surf. But both teams playing a little bit timid, a little bit cautious here. No one really wants to go down before these objectives.
Now, and looking at how their compositions are so far, Ego, Blaziken, and Tellion, they're going to be great towards these later stages of the game. But even looking at Gen 5 and what they have their power in, now that they got the Blastoise, they could start looking for some of these plays. It's going to be the contest around Reggie. Then it is going to be the pickups for Gen 5. Double knockouts for their side. And looking for that Registeel. Snipe shots not stealing it away. Gen 5 secure themselves the first neutral objective. While top path, Regieleki did go down to Anysus, making sure that there is something played for by Ego.
A little bit of a trade here for Ego. They take that top path. I think their idea that they want to accomplish is they want to put pressures on these goal zones. You have a Hoopa on the opposing side. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get the value that they wanted. They wanted to go ahead and take the Lecky down, get some scores in, and bring that goal zone down a little bit, just to kind of slow down this Hoopa, slow down the tempo that Gen 5 really wants to play with.
As Gen 5 are continuing to play around that tempo, getting control of central path, now rotating that into the top path, finding out that Scyther, nearly taking him down, barely was able to get the shield back from the pad. As I almost thought that Utah was going to look for the dive once they noticed that Snorlax was there, backing off, getting back towards their own point, so that way it's not too easy to attack them. But they're not done from Ego. They're still playing with all 5 members. In fact, both teams have nearly everyone here. Only Utah has gone back to start up farming again.
Great rotations from Gen 5. I think they sussed out exactly what Ego is trying to do. And this is why you want to break those goal zones if you have an enemy Hoopa. Hoopa's able to transport people up and down, left and right, and you're seeing the defense that they've been able to play. Not a single point for Ego has been able to get scored here in this game. Nearing the halfway mark, it's 51-0. And really, as the time goes on, you really, really need to start looking to get some of these points in.
But that's the thing, Kyle. It's only 51 points for Gen 5. It's 5 minutes into the game. It's not like they got this massive lead for themselves. Both teams still have their outermost points available to them to not only get themselves those shields, but also get the berries, the flux zone to play around. So it really is keeping this map a lot more close quarters than we're used to at this point in the game, especially as we're getting the second Reggies on both basement and attic spawning.
Yeah, top path. Lecky's going to start getting chipped here by Ego. Nice little eject play from Blaziken. Here comes the Midnight Slash. Absol is able to secure it. Gen 5 now pushing forward. This goal zone might be in danger.
Definitely going to be gone as Regieleki will crash into the top point. And there's even the bot play working out for Gen 5, putting the pressure back. They already got the double knockout for Mew, and they're sending everyone into this bot path, getting Regis. That's breaking the game open finally. Gen 5, massive plays here right at that 5-minute mark, and now getting only a little bit more time left. Ego have to have something work out for them soon.
This is what I was worried about for Ego. Just the tempo that you're able to play with, especially once you have Hoopa Unite. You saw them put the pressure on that top path, get the objective, and then immediately Hoopa Unite down to the bottom path. And Absol securing both objectives within 30 seconds of each other.
That is big for Gen 5. Level 13 now for Utah on the Speedster. And as we're getting closer and closer to Rayquaza, that's always what we talk about. That's really going to be the name of the game of if you're going to win this game or not. We see the play attempted by Ego into the bot plaid, looking for the dive way far down as well. The Sai helped out a little bit, and they get the knockup onto Umbreon, but still not out of this just yet. Scyther will help get the first knockout, looking for the dive onto Hoopa, taking him out, but here's going to be the reinforcements for Gen 5, trying to battle it back, but they're locked down for so long. That kick, making sure they take out Blastoise with Absol, now kiting it back, helping out Mew. There's the double knockout for the team. A little bit of an overcommit for Ego, but they have Umbreon. Gen 5 now in a better spot to try to defend this pad. Get the knockback onto Snorlax. Electro Ball has been sent out. Heavy Slam to delay the inevitable. Taking a nap as well, but you're going to be the one napping this time around.
Great play there from the Snorlax to keep the team upright. Scyther and Blaziken were at least able to get to safety, obviously sacrificing themselves for the good of the cause, but Absol's looking to hunt down the duck, able to get the secure was the Hoopa, gets that KO. Now we have a Regieleki that is spawned in the top path. Blastoise gonna start chipping it down while the rest of Gen 5 arrives.
It feels like that play right there for Ego was the desperation at last call. Try to get anything possible back, because now only 10 seconds remaining until Rayquaza. Regieleki pushing towards that top pad is making it so that Ego are in dire straits. Rayquaza gonna be spawning right now.
Here we go. Mutas gets chipped down by the snipe shot from Inteleon. Scyther looking to now take down this Absol. Absol gets the 100-point dunk as Regieleki was able to walk on in, but they're going to teleport back. It was a little bit of a bait. Hoopa brings everybody into the pit.
And now they're going to have the fight commence. They got the heavy slam onto Umbreon, but the damage thrown out by Mew and even helping out. But there's going to be the snipe shot perfectly lined up by Ego. And now they're the ones with the control, but they got to be careful. They're pushed back. There's a lot of damage. Trying to go for the dive. A nice yellow Hydro Typhoon knocking people up, but the damage is there and they still haven't gotten onto Inteleon. Even if it's going to be the fight back, Ego perfectly win that fight. They got Ray, and this is why we talk about you win the Rayquaza, you find a way to win the game.
Unfortunate for Gen 5. Blastoise was able to get their Unite move, but it just wasn't enough. A bummer for them, as you seem to have real control of that game until about until that Rayquaza pit. It seems like Ego was just able to turn it right around on the back of Anysus, on the back of Renegade Jim. And wow, what a turn of events here in game one. You really thought Gen 5 was going to just walk on home with that one.
Well, and this is what we're kind of setting up earlier. You have Blaziken, you have Inteleon, you've got a late game on your side. And all you have to do is have that one fight. And especially around Rayquaza, you can win that game. So for Gen 5, they had been doing so well, but Ego kind of learned that lesson too. They were playing against Fusion. They were winning the majority of that second game against them and still lost and got sent down into the lower bracket. This time around, they're the ones doing this to Gen 5.
Yeah, I think another thing that we kind of not necessarily ignore, but we can't express how much value it provides is the Psyduck Unite. The amount of damage decrease that you can have within that can really absorb a lot of the damage that an enemy is trying to put on you. So a perfectly timed Psyduck Unite can really turn the tides of a Ray fight and kind of negate some of what the opposing side's trying to do.
Especially a
Psyduck's
speedster,
so good.
right?
It's so good.
Especially a speedster. What are you gonna do if it's timed perfectly? You're like, oh, I'm gonna dive into the back line, look for Inteleon, no. They're gonna survive. Now we fight you, and we're the ones putting the pressure back.
I don't know. I assume that you've gotten to play Psyduck quite a bit.
Yet. I've been busy with work, unfortunately, so I haven't gotten a chance yet. But you better bet that once I have some freedom, I'm playing it a lot.
It's so fun. I understand why people ban it. It is crazy good. Personally, I'm more of a Bubble Beam fan. I do like Surf into heavy dive, but Bubble Beam is just so fun, especially if you have some follow-up. It's a little bit more team dependent because if you have a lot of good A-pressers, I mean, there's plenty of them right now that kind of rejoin the fray. I mean, you think of Cinderace is kind of starting to peel back into relevancy. Mewtwo
Small
Y.
buffs here and there, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Glaceon has been really good. So anything that has a little bit of A-press pressure, just throw those bubbles on and you watch the fun happen. I
So
love
now,
that move.
Kyle, this
Ooh.
is the question. Do you ban Psyduck if you're Gen 5 this game? I don't know how they're going to approach the side selection going into game 2, but I feel like if you are orange side, you kind of got to take away the duck.
I think, yeah, I completely agree. It's so good. It's so good. I think it's the best Pokemon in the meta right now. From a support, it's clearly the best support right now. I think the win rate kind of tells that tale. I don't think there's a whole lot of counters to it. I mean, I think of all of the abilities, everything that it has, I think Disable might be the biggest problem. Point and click ability, relatively low cooldown, pretty decent range to it as well. And then obviously the additional stun and damage on it. I think there's a lot of things to the kit in Psyduck as a whole, but I think Disable right now, I think that's probably the strongest ability. And just being able to kind of shut down some of those Pokemon that are really dependent on abilities, any mages. I think it's just so strong. I think you have to ban it.
And with the ban on that, that means you're leaving up one of those picks that you banned yourself. I think if we look at the last game, it was Zacian and Mimikyu banned by Gen 5. Which one would you prefer to leave open? Both of those are also really strong. And that's the big thing with only 2 bans for each side. Something has got to get through. We saw that it was the Psyduck for Umbreon trade. Well, maybe you don't ban that Psyduck this. I know you banned the Psyduck this time around, but then Mimikyu could be the trade for Umbreon, and I would expect a purple side would opt for an Umbreon over a Mimikyu, so maybe go for that.
I think you're probably right. Mimikyu is still very strong. A lot of people don't like dealing with it. Mimikyu can be countered with a lot of CC, but you kind of have to play for that. And you're really putting a lot of resources into stopping a single Pokemon, which opens up the opposing side to really build around it to give them some of the gaps that they need to fill. It's tough. Umbreon, though, still very strong. Like you said, we talked about it time and time again. It has a lot of utility. You can slot it in that defender role. You could slot it as more of a support pick. So it has a lot of options working for it. And, level 8 Unites. I level 8 Unites are always strong just because you'll have, most of the time, you'll have them. Even if you're a support, you'll have them relatively quickly after the first set of objectives. So you can usually either use it to push a goal, you can use it for whatever next fight. So level 8 Unites are always good. So I always like prioritizing an Umbi.
And looking at how these two teams are so far, Ego now 1 game away from their own rematch against Fusion. Well, Gen 5, they have their backs against the wall. They have to win the next 2 games to move on into the grand finals, to also get revenge against Ego for knocking them down into the lower bracket in the first place. There's a lot of pressure that is being placed upon these teams, especially a newer roster that only really formed in the last few days.
Always takes a little bit of time to build some chemistry with some new players. I assume that a lot of these players have played with each other in some capacity at some point, right? So you don't have to fully start from scratch, but anytime you start a newer team, there's going to be a little bit of road bumps along the way. But I imagine that these players, obviously, they've gotten this far in the tournament. I mean, knocking on the door of the grand finals of a pretty large tournament, right? So I imagine that they've gotten some things cooking, and even if they don't perform well in this next game, maybe 2, or in the grand finals, if they get there, it's definitely a team to look for. We're on the horizon of the UCS, the official kickoff of the UCSCs. Obviously, we had LAIC, but as far as like the AOS Cup, we got additional qualifiers. Definitely a team I'm looking for. But here we go, Magical. Game number 2 on deck. A little bit of a side switch.
So that means Gen 5 don't have that pressure to ban Psyduck. They could easily grab that for themselves. So Ego, are you willing to go for the trade of the Psyduck for Umbreon that we saw Gen 5 commit to in Game 1? Mimikyu has been removed. Miraidon has been removed. And I'm expecting to see either the Zacian ban again for Gen 5. I don't think that they care too much about that. Oh no, they banned the Psyduck on purple side.
They ban it? Very interesting strategy here. I thought for sure that they would probably try to ban something like the Darkrai, and then pick the Duck. But I guess Ego is gonna, force Gen 5 to either take the Zacian or the Darkrai, and they take the Zacian. That does leave Darkrai open for Ego.
Yeah, but we did see that the Darkrai made it through the draft phase last game and wasn't touched by either team, and it seems that might be replicated here in Game 2. Umbreon is locked in. Hoopa still available. I love having Hoopa. I constantly talk about how I think just having that hyperspace hole and being able to move around the map so quickly is one of the strongest things you can have out of any Mon, and Ego seemed to agree.
We saw how Gen 5 really controlled the map in game number 1. Unfortunately, it didn't pan out for them in the Rayquaza pit, but for 8 minutes plus of that match, they really controlled the tempo. So Ego is looking to do exactly that here in game number 2 and shut the door on Gen 5. However, Gen 5, Lunder's going to take over that XP share Mew. At least that's what it is for the time being. And we have the Trevenant. Not something we see a ton of, but I still think Trevenant is one of the better defenders in this meta right now.
And we're talking about the Blastoise, how you can have that all-rounder type build. Trevenant could do something similar. Not expecting it. Definitely expecting more of this tanky front line, especially once you lock in Eldegoss and an Urshifu for your team. Now you've got a good front line here for Gen 5. You even have really good team fights when it comes to the mid and late game by just having this combination on their side. But Ego, I'm looking at how they are going to fight this. Garchomp is good at dueling against one of these Mons, but not necessarily an Urshifu and a Zacian at the same time. It's really going to be on to how they can play around their side, having the Absol. They're the ones taking it as opposed to Gen 5 who got it in game 1.
One thing that Garchomp struggles with is crowd control. So if we do see some additional crowd controls from the Trevenant, so like you said, I imagine that they'll go with that traditional Hornleech Woodhammer, seeing that Garchomp on the other side. Eldegoss could also bring a little bit with that Cotton Spore, also with their basic attacks. So there's definitely some to watch out for. So that is something any sus is going to have to work around. But a lot of teams in the East really love Garchomp, and a lot of teams do put a lot of faith in it into that top lane. And any sus is one of the better top laners out there, so I'll be really interested to see how they work.
And especially when we go up against that Zacian early into the game, when you are Gible, normally people kind of underestimate the amount you're able to do as Gible, but it's a Sword Dog on the other side. That's going to be a little bit stronger than the baby Pseudo Dragon.
I do love Garchomp. One thing I really love, and you'll probably see it at some point when you get to play some Psyduck. One of the funniest lanes right now is Gible Psyduck. Not because anything other than just the way they walk up to lane. It's just, you got the Psyduck waddle, you got Gible with its tiny little legs. I think that's one of the better, most enjoyable lanes to watch. But we got game number 2 on deck. We have Zacian, Eldegoss taken to the top lane for Gen 5. Wow, on the side of Ego, Absol is taking the jungle, and like we thought, Gible going to the top lane.
Going to the top. Gonna have to deal with the Sword Dog. Does have at least the Hoopa to back him up. Not going for that invade Hoopa you sometimes see up against Kubfu. Is instead gonna try to make sure that the Baby Land Shark is gonna be perfectly fine and content with farming, as we have some points dunked in for each side. Almost getting a knockout under the Glossifleur though for Gible. Taking a little bit of control of this top path.
Gible gonna try to run on in. Eldegoss, the Glossifleur going down. Zacian gonna try to get the secure on that, and I believe they were able to. They're gonna have to burn their eject for it, though.
Oh, and interesting. So Hoopa has a red buff, but Glossifleur had that before. I think that might have been Gen 5 accidentally having their Glossifleur take that away from their Kubfu, which is a little tragic for your jungler. That makes the central path clear a little bit slower. And I think that's what kind of has now put Gen 5 in this awkward position where their top path is not doing well, and Absol, first one to make the call, looking for Glossifer, getting the knockout for the team, and dunking a lot of points in top path.
4-member push here. It's just the Zacian left alone to defend, and fortunately for them, they weren't quite able to, but great recognition from Gen 5 to see that Absol was going to continue pushing. They're going to go a little bit of shopping for the enemy jungle, and that's going to give them a little bit of pressure. However, in its top path, the Iabite going down might have bitten off a little bit more than they can chew.
I don't think they're expecting that damage to come in from the Trevenant. While it is a 1-for-1 trade, it is still Ego struggling a bit in this top path, and guess who's now here to make sure it's even worse? They've got Urshifu, and that was an eject button trying to escape, but you're not getting away from the bear.
That was criminal. I thought for sure Hoopa was going to make it on out, but what a play there by that Urshifu. Level 8 right now, highest level in the game, so they're scaling just fine. But it's something that you're going to have to watch out if you're Ego. You have that Absol that is starting to get online, level 7. You need to make something happen, though. But both sides tend to be trading a little bit. The Zacian has ticked into level 7, but 720 birds coming up here very shortly. Looks like teams are going to prioritize this top lane.
And open up the hyperspace highway, making sure that they can easily send as many members as possible into the top path to contest the Altarius, as well as look for the Regieleki. They dragged in Urshifu, but he's able to get away from that one. And with 10 seconds left until either Reggie is going to spawn, we're starting to see teams coalesce around which path they think is going to be more important. Well, they got a lot of damage. Eldegoss gone. Gonna give Ego a lot of control of the top path.
Ouch. That was a big hit there from this Chandelure. No Unite moves yet for either squad. Actually, as I say that, Urshifu just ticks in. Here comes a little bit of a Wicked Blow. I don't think they got the Wicked Blow on it, but either way, they're securing the Lecky.
Yutao going and stealing that away from Ego. That will be the Regieleki now. Getting towards this top pad. It is denied it for the time being, but with so many members of Gen 5 here, Ego realized they gotta just let the Lecky crash and get out of there, or they're gonna be the ones crashing too.
Getting some stacks in. Is this Urshifu gonna try to get as many in as they can? Really work that attack weight that they were sporting. Here goes the Ebon Fist. A little bit of a Wicked Blow. Zacian cleans up the Absol, but Urshifu going back to the Pokemon Center.
The fact that it's a 1-for-1 trade, though, I thought it was going to be purely the Absol getting the knockout and then getting out of there. But I got to give Gen 5 a lot of credit. They get the knockout on Absol. They then turn that on to Hoopa. They're moving around the map. And we didn't even get to see. We saw for a moment what this Trevenant was doing. That is a cursed Trevenant, not going for the Woodhammer in this game. Was able to take away the Regice for the team. Gen 5 got both neutral objectives.
I kind of like this into something like this Garchomp that's really going to want to duel. So the Curse is going to really help soak up a lot of that damage and then kind of give it right on back. Ego, they have some Unite moves online. They can probably elect to push something here. You have Hoopa Unite move, not quite yet. It should be ticking in before the next sets of objectives spawn. So it's going to give Ego a little bit of time to figure out which objective they want to prioritize, which goal they want to push, and really try to find some value, because right now they just haven't been able to win any of these team fights.
Ego, they did have this last game where they were struggling in the early stages, but were able to find a way at Ray. If they can do that in a second time, that is going to feel bad for Gen 5, who've been winning a lot of these 2 games so far. But this time, maybe they've learned their lesson on how to make sure they can close out on these victories, close out on these wins, finding near pick on to the Umbreon. But Umbreon's difficult to take down fully. Absol finding almost the knockout onto Urshifu. That was a lot used to get away by Gen 5 with Regieleki spawning. The drag in the Livid Rampage. Now this is the problem they're going to have to deal with. Garchomp starting to get online, looking for another steal, even using the Cotton Guard, trying to get into the back line, but a little bit too early. Mean look onto the Urshifu to get the knockout and secure control of the Reggie.
Great plays here from Ego, really trying to lock down a target one at a time. Look at this goal, though, leaving it at 3. That's going to be a nice 37-point overcat for Ego. That's going to give them the point lead as well. And not only that magical, but Hoopa has held on to their Unite move. They could wait for this Reggie to start getting hit, and they could pop their Unite move, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
Looking for the fight at the Regirock. Here come the cavalry, the reinforcements for Ego. 25% onto Regirock, but it's going to be secured by Urshifu while the fight happens in the back line. This Trevenant, just 1v4 double knockout. Looking for more. They ain't done. Hoopa gets out of there, but you left the Umbreon alone underneath the pad. Dragged back in with a Horn Leash to get the knockout for Urshifu. And look for the spot pad to annihilate it.
These Curse Hornleech resets are absolutely popping off for this Trevenant. It's already level 12. It's likely going to get level 13 right now. Yeah, there it is. So that plus move is going to give it even more harass ability, especially as we go into this late game. I think Garchomp's going to have a difficult time. I think what we saw there was the Chandelure having a pretty difficult time, and it's scaled really well. It's the highest level in the game other than this Garchomp, which is just now also ticked into level 13. So it's going to be something difficult to deal with if you're Ego.
And here I am, sat here, thinking that they actually nerfed the all-rounders tile for Trevenant a while ago. But I'm completely wrong. The tree can still do a ton of damage while also being a gigantic tank.
Here we go. Garchomp lining up. Absol is going to have to Psycho Cut over just to force Urshifu and Eldegoss to just retreat a little bit. 4 members of Ego are looking up here. Absol going to have to dash on away. Hoopa does send them back to reset, though.
Getting the reset, but look at Umbreon. Still pushing in the bot lane, and Garchomp's not there either. So that's going to be the call. And an immediate knockout onto Absol. They can get themselves the Regilucky if they can burst it down quickly enough. 13 seconds left until that will despawn, and the Rayquaza will be here onto the Sky Ruins.
Ego's going to have to make sure that they are in position, and Gen 5 also needs to start getting in because they do have a Hoopa on the side of Ego, so they can really bring the team in whenever they want. But this party is started. Here comes the Muse Solar Beam, and it's Trevenant that gets chunked down quite low right away.
But it is a Trevenant. Can start healing back up, and it's going to be fairly tanky. There's a flank on the other side. Sword Doggo finds Absol, who's the real assassin this time around. They try to go for the engage. The Livid Rampage popped into the backline and getting the knockup, but Mew and they got the Eldegoss still alive. Not taken out just yet. Instead, they're going to peel back, chase away the Garchomp while Umbreon trying to survive. They've unbound the hoops in this fight, and they're looking for the knockouts, and they've got Chandelure. Trevenant doing the damage. Well, Absol had to get away from the Sword Doggo, getting the knockout for Gen 5, as they even have Qatar chasing away Hoopa. No longer big boy Hoopa, instead the little boy. Well, Umbreon might have this flank. It is down to 50% onto Rayquaza, and you are not going to do anything. You are alone, Umbreon. Even if you get the shield, you have to get the rest of the team. Try to get the steal. It's not there. Gen 5 secure it. Ego, that one fight they had there is now gone. Gen 5 looking to take game 2 and get us to a game 3.
They have a 6-point lead right now. They'll likely be able to get at least a little bit more. Mew gets their 100. Urshifu likely going to be following suit. Eldegoss able to get a nice 54-point dunk and followed by a nice 100-point cap. So that should really be all that Gen 5 needs. They can retreat here, take the 3 Pokemon that are still up, and just defend the pad. Because it doesn't look like Ego is going to have enough in the tank to get more than 300 that they need right now.
And this is Gen 5's revenge for the last game as well, getting us into game 3. Gonna feel good for them, riding that momentum to maybe get the victory, get that revenge for losing the series earlier today against Ego. They want to go to the grand finals. We talked about this team that's newly formed and having a lot of competitive experience on their side. They have that composure to reset their mental, and they've done so here in game 2 to get us to a game-deciding 3.
Cool, calm, and collected Gen 5. I don't know if it's named after Generation 5, but one of the best generations, in my opinion. I mean, you have so many good Pokemon from that generation, so hopefully that's what they're calling it. But either way, from the EU, they're taking it back. They're evening up 1-1. And as we get to a game 3 here in the losers finals, looking at the damage across the board, nothing super surprising here. You know, you still had a ton of damage, but I think the thing that I'm most impressed by is Qatar on this Trevenant. We've talked about it time and time again. The Bruiser build, 54, 53, 41. So it was in your face. It was doing damage. It was pushing people out of the way. And it was that ultimate front line that Gen 5 needed. And that's exactly why you saw things like that Mew only taking 26. Lunder able to really do their damage with those electro balls, with those solar beams from the backline, and they were protected. I didn't see Ego able to take out that Mew really all that often.
So this is where when you said nothing too surprising, my eyes just immediately like looking at that Trevenant, like, Qatar on this Trevenant, the Bruiser build, really showing off how sometimes, it might say they're defender, but I was thinking, like I said, I thought a while back that they had nerfed the Bruiser build on Trevenant, and how wrong I was to think that was gone. Because Qatar was so good on how they played this game, that curse doing so much work for the team, nobody could get the knockout onto Trevenant quickly enough. That if we just saw how even when they had 4 members jump onto the tree, there's still no knockout. Was able to reset, get back into the fight, and say, all right, let's do it again.
Exactly. And I think this is why we're starting to see a lot of teams pivot into utilizing their attackers with that XP share. There are a lot of Pokemon that don't necessarily need it. I think a lot of special attackers, just in general, have a really high base damage. So they don't need like that third extra damage item. You throw that XP share on it and really allow Trevenant to not only utilize an extra item that they would have been taken up by that XP share, but then 2, allow it to hit that plus move. Allowing it to hit that 13 was massive. You saw how much value that thing provided in that Ray fight. Able to stay alive forever, able to soak in a lot of damage, able to push people around, be a bully. And that's exactly what I think a lot of teams are doing. I mean, we're seeing Mew with XP share. I've seen a couple of Miraidons with XP share. I've seen things like, obviously, Pikachu is kind of another popular pick. And there's just so many Pokemon that don't necessarily need to evolve that you can kind of utilize that XP share on, and it's starting to gain a lot of traction in the competitive scene.
You mean like Crammery?
I think Cram could work. I think
I'm
Cram
just
could
saying,
work.
I'm just saying, it could definitely work here. I'm just putting that out here, everybody. But I think when we look at how this draft is, it's funny because Trevenant did so much in that game, but ultimately don't even feel like that is a ban-worthy pick still for either team to say, let's remove that from the equation. If anything, we might start seeing teams really prioritize towards the consistent damage during these team fights, not really looking to see if they can have those speedsters, because we've already seen the speedsters are struggling. They're struggling to get on top of this backline and really do much because you have these all-rounders, you have these defenders that you have to deal with, plus the supports for any of these teams. That's why every time I've seen teams go for the speedsters, unless it's up against a very squishy enemy comp, they're not really able to get that snowball online to be that menace that they dream to be.
And that's the detriment of some speedsters. If you kind of fall behind, it is a little bit more difficult to kind of get back in there. You have to find a pick of some really crucial target, and if the opposing side is just so tanky, it's hard to find somebody, right? But either way, we have some pretty tanky targets getting banned already. Looks like neither team wants to, take what the Psyduck has been doing when it's fallen through. You got no Slowbro as well. But Mimikyu, Miraidon, pretty common bans that we've seen as well.
As we do have the teams having swapped sides. So Ego, this time getting the Sword Doggo, going to be the trade of Umbreon, and maybe they want to go back to that Trevenant. And Umbreon and Trevenant on your team would be very tanky and have a decent amount of damage, but Hoopa ultimately is the call. And then the Trevenant, they don't go for the Umbreon here. I'm a little surprised by that.
I'm also pretty surprised by that. We do see Ego lining up this Blissey Umbreon core. I think it's a fantastic core when you look at it. I mean, Blissey, I think, other than Psyduck, best support on the map. The Blissful Assist does have a lot of options to target, I think, especially if you're going to first pick that, but I'm completely wrong, Magical. They're going to line up the Mew once again. Blissey is still there, so maybe they think that they could pick their support a little bit later on, considering Hoopa's off the map.
That's what I was thinking, too. I'm thinking Ego aren't really forced to take it here. They can say, we can hold off on that supportive pick. We know that you don't want to have that with a Hoopa already locked in. Espeon and a Blastoise. We saw more of that Bruiser build from both the Blastoise and Trevenant during this series so far, but I'm expecting that Megu is going to go purely for the tank build and let Qatar be that Bruiser. let this Trevenant run rampant and be such a menace in a lot of these fights, but it's going to be a lot more difficult. There's a lot more consistent damage with the Zacian on your team, the Mew, and then Urshifu Eldegoss for Ego.
I love Eldegoss. I'm not sure how well it's gonna fit in here. I think a lot of A plus pressure is very good early on, but Eldegoss to me seems to fall off as a support later in the match. So I think they're gonna like really hope to like lean on any sus and Renegade to really push forward, kind of carry that late game. I just love Blissey in big team fights. I think throwing that blissful assist on to Zacian, who's going to really try to be in your face, doing a lot of damage, and then also to that on that Urshifu, it's going to try to do the same thing. I think that could provide a lot of value, but I think time is going to tell here on how this Eldegoss pick lines up. I do love the buddy barrier that you get with the shield. I do love its Unite move still, but I don't know. With maybe the idea is with the Blastoise going to likely utilize their Hydro Typhoon in a big moment. You can kind of combat that with the Eldegoss healing on top of it. So I think there is some utility there, but I still love Blissey so much.
I do too. I really do like Blissey. I think that Eldegoss is purely because of the style that we have locked in for Ego. And we didn't even get to talk that Gen 5, they've taken that Absol as the final pick. But if we look at just the series alone, just the series in isolation, not the entire tournament, Absol has not been faring well. Purple side has won both of our games. Absol has been on orange twice, now thrice. Gen 5 hoping to break that trend here. Also get that victory against Ego. Get the revenge from getting knocked down into the lower bracket and get themselves a ticket into that grand finals because both teams now 1-1. It is a best of 3. This is game 3. Winner takes all and will face off against Fusion. We have loaded up onto the Thea Sky Ruins, and only one will exit.
Hubfu taking the central area once again, looking to get that level 5 as soon as possible so they could join Path and really provide some value. Absol on the side of Gen 5, they're also taking that central area. Eldegoss gonna hit this, but Hoopa is looking for a little bit of an evade, stall this out.
A little too late, unfortunately, for them. And Glossifer having gotten the red buff is going to scare away that Hoopa and make sure that it's going to be much more difficult. We're even seeing a bit of a collapse onto the Hoopa in central path. Jordago there. And that's going to be a nice knockout for them. Collecting that Eos energy, getting back to the top path without losing a single thing.
Gotta love that if you're Ego. You knock out the Hoopa, so they're going to be a little bit late if Ego does want to push, but they're looking to push this bottom path. It looks like, oh, nice little grab from that citrus berry, able to save themselves, at least for the time being. But that has allowed Ego to really put the pressure on. But this Phantom finds the Mew in the backline.
And that's going to be the problem they have to deal with. They do get the knockout onto the Phantom, but Yutao showing up. Umbreon's gone. The Eevee Brethren taking out their kind and getting that knockout. So close, and there it is now at Espeon. Going to feel a lot stronger as the Altaria camp has spawned in the bot path and secured, it looks like, by Yutao. Whoa!
Ooh.
What?
Yutao looking really good right now. And this Espeon is going stored power, so not the moveset that got buffed. And just like that, they're going back to the Pokemon Center. A nice little mean look Electro Ball right to the face is going to put Gen 5 a little bit behind as that Espeon goes back to the Pokemon Center.
I mean, I'm just saying what, because that was a lot more damage than I was expecting this early into the game for Yutao on that Absol. I thought for sure that, you know, they got a lot of chip damage, but they're not going to secure the knockout, right? Nah, I'm wrong. And now it's a level 8 Absol. Highest level by a large margin. Gen 5 can utilize this, and this is what we were talking about with these features. When you get leads, you snowball out of control, but you got to be careful. You're fairly squishy. It was a nice lockdown on Zacian to make sure they couldn't chase further onto Espeon.
Yeah, one small misplay for Absol can mean a lot of comeback experience for Ego, so they have to be very careful to not get caught out of position because that could be a lot of XP. Because if you are a lower level Pokemon, it will mean a lot more XP if you do get knocked out. But either way, 4 members are looking to push this bottom pad for Ego.
But they have the hyperspace hole opened up. We're looking for the play onto Umbreon. Got pretty low. Electro Ball has been sent out. They try to go for the dash to steal away the Altaria camp. Secured by Urshifu. But the damage is there, and they're trying to reset. They've got the knockout onto the bear. While the tree is standing strong for the team. It's now going to be up to Blastoise to try to battle up against Zacian. And it does seem like that is the Blastoise winning, getting the Surf to land and trying to push back the Sword Dog. But you got to be careful. That Sword Dog can start cutting you down if you're not careful.
The Metal Claw engage with those basic attacks. I don't think Blastoise is quite ready for it. They get knocked out, and that's going to give Zacian some nice little edge to maybe start hitting this Regieleki. But the Hoopa Hyperspace Hole is going to teleport the team up to the top half. Absol almost going down. Zacian going to start chopping down this Hoopa. But a nice play from Hoopa utilizing that Phantom Force.
As we see that it is a level 9 Zacian is catching up in the experience up against Absol and can do a lot of work for the team. Same with this Urshifu who's at level 9, chasing away. Absol's gone, taking those wicked blows to the face and just dashing away for the Flux Zone. They've got the Regieleki already crashed in, looking to get these points. That's a lot, and with 2 remaining, that is a 40 dunk, 38 over dunk for Ego.
Gotta love that, especially with an enemy Hoopa. A lot of teams just prioritize breaking the goals. If you could break the goal with a huge overcap like that, you're just way ahead of the game. And with all of your goal zones up, this is exactly how you want to play into a Hoopa. So Ego looking pretty good here nearing the halfway mark. 550 birds hitting the map. Trevenant gonna push them back with a nice little Horn Leech, give Gen 5 a little bit of XP that they wanted, especially in that time being. Look at this, though. We have a lot of Unite moves for Gen 5, so if they want to pick a fight, this might be the time to do it.
Even wait out to make sure that they have the Rings Unbound for Hoopa. Wait that out, because those are going to be big fights for Gen 5 with all those Unite moves, but waiting too long, as you talked about, because we're looking at so many for Gen 5 and very few for Ego. But it's not too long until they're going to have some of those come back online.
We have mid-birds fight, maybe online, but I think they're just kind of trying to set up an ambush. Is Ego in this basement path? 10 seconds until the basement Reggie does spawn. A lot of the team members are lining up. We have 4v4. It's Blastoise and Zacian in the off lane.
What's up? Teams now starting to play towards the Reggies. Regirock in the bot path started up by Utal, but taking a little bit of poke. Got to be careful. Curse has been thrown out by Qatar. It will keep Ego away, but unfortunately, Absol took a little bit too much damage from the Regilock, trolling that out. Had to go back. Now that 50%. Regieleki has been taken nearly down by Ego. And the fight there, the Phantom Force helping out, and here the rings are unbound. Looking for the fight into the back line. And a beautiful push takes out Eldegus. Looking for Umbreon too. Urshifu couldn't get the knockout onto Espeon, but might be able to get it onto Hoopa. Trying to dash back, taking down the tree. But you're all gone as well. It was a double knockout for Hoopa with the Regirock. Unfortunately, resetting for Gen 5. They're now getting back in. They've got Mew and Umbreon. In fact, they've got the Zacian already rotating down, and what seemed beautiful for Gen 5 initially has now been taken back by Ego, getting both Reggies off the play, top and bot, maybe even looking for the dive onto the path. Qatar has been caught out, and a sword can certainly chop down a tree, maybe even look for Blastoise. Absol wants to reset and look for Zacian, but they just don't have the damage to follow up just yet. Instead, it's a mean look, and then finally a knockout for Utal and Umbreon with a chase back Surf away to make sure that Megu gets out.
Wow, the reset on that basement Reggie was just probably the thing that broke the camel's back for Gen 5, as Ego is now putting and enforcing their will in this bottom path. Another double KO for this Zacian, who is now level 13. They're going to try to Metal Claw on in, but Anisus looking great on this Sword Doggo, and they just keep snowballing ahead, and Ego 208 to 48 with a minute left until Rayquaza.
This time, they're having a lot of power going into that. We've seen that both teams, whoever have been winning the early parts of the game, tend to struggle when it comes to the Rayquaza, but Ego, they want to make sure that they can break that trend, and they're looking to see if they can fight back, but unfortunately overstepped a little bit too much because the Sword Doggo didn't want any of that smoke. It's a double knockout for Absol, and now they spotted out the level 14 Zacian, kept at bay by Megu, so they can get a lot of points in this top path.
Pretty decent overcap here for Gen 5. That's exactly what the doctor ordered. They got 3 knockouts. They forced Anisus to peel back towards the jungle, so they knew they were able to take that basically for free. And not only that, Magical, but they're going to get this Regieleki as an additional prize. It's going to put a little bit of pressure on that tier 2 pad. It's going to force Ego to either deal with it or give it away and allow Gen 5 to get some more scores in. I think they'll be able to take this before Ray, but instead they're just going to let it in, and they're going to maybe set up an ambush to see if anybody wants to try to score nearing that double time.
Uh-oh, Utah might be the one getting caught out. Level 14, and that's going to be the Sacred Sword, the Sovereign Sword, and that damage! Beautifully done. Had 50 Aos energy to make sure that really hurt. And now the play at Ray, looking to see if they can find this way to win the game and series. Mean look on to the tree. The Phantom Force did not do enough, but that was a lot of damage coming in from the Espeon. Might be able to turn it around. We see that the fight is happening on the other side. Blastoise trying to see if he can take down the Sword Doggo. 50% sure falling in, but you got to be careful even with the Sacred Solaire. There's the knockout on his Zacian. It's 25%. Who's going to get this? The Espeon's still alive, and the knockouts are there. Umbreon's gone. Gen 5, they do it. They win the fight. They win the Ray, and now they will be taking their ticket to the grand finals.
The Blastoise unite. The Super Hydro Typhoon knocked up 3 members of Ego, and that was really the nail in the coffin. There was just too much crowd control for them to deal with. Unfortunate for them, as they are going to be eliminated here as they throw up the white flag. The GG goes over to Gen 5 as they are going to look at the grand finals on deck, where Fusion is waiting for them. What an incredible play from this EU squad. Just get thrown together a couple days ago, and they're already in the grand finals of a huge tournament.
And they get that revenge against Ego in many, many ways. Revenge for game 1 in this series. Revenge for the series loss in the upper bracket earlier today. They will now go up against Fusion. It will be their first time facing off against this team at this tournament, at least as far as I'm aware. And that will be a lot of fun for both teams. I'm really excited because how even and how close so many of these teams have been to each other today. We've had so many of our best of 3s go the full distance, go all the way to game 3. But grand finals is a different beast. It is a best of 5 with a possibility of a bracket reset if Gen 5 can take that first best of 5.
You know what that means, Magical? We have an opportunity to have 10 whole Pokemon Unite matches between 2 squads. And I don't know about you, but I love the additional games because it means that there's a lot more opportunity for those target bans. There's a lot more opportunity to kind of see some adjustments mid-set, and really allows for a team to really start reading the opponent. And I think that adds an additional level to the game. But G5 going to take on Fusion. They are going to have to win this first one before we get to that reset. It is, like you said, best of 5. So it could be pretty sticky there. But they lost that first game in this set, and then they just didn't look back.
That's like, I mean, honestly, I think that with these teams, with Gen 5 and Fusion, that you have a lot of talent coming across the board, and that is going to be a very well-fought game, a well-fought series that we are going to be witnessing momentarily. I don't know about you, Kyle, but I am ready for a break. I'm ready to start getting ready for this grand finals. And so everybody out there, I hope you are all ready for some grand finals action between Fusion and Gen 5. We're going to toss it to break. We'll be back in just a little bit.
Look at this man. They turned the tables. Let's take this down.
I'm Aglo, Gunner Dota,
Peter Pan Dam.
I'm Sasquatch, one of the founders of Nouns Esports.
My name is Brennan. That's the big goal, is just to be very, very different as a sponsorship.
Once people realize that it's just a small group of hardcore esports fans, then they get it.
I was watching Dota. I was like, yeah, we should just build a team and like we should just crush the entire Dota scene. And then Sasquatch sends me a friend request.
He immediately replied and is like, let's effing go.
We were looking for a sponsor at the time. Brax was the one who kind of brought it to us.
Dota in the North American scene has been so underrepresented by sponsors.
That went smooth, and it was kind of like, okay, we're good to go.
Once we funded Dota, the floodgates were open. Everyone was like, WTF Nouns.
You want to play? Let's play.
We signed a CSGO team, a Pokemon Unite team, a Valorant team,
and a Super Smash Bros. Player named Acklet.
I just gave him a hug, but then he picked me up and he passed me to another person. This has never happened to me before. Playing for yourself, it's different than when you're playing with someone on your back. You're representing someone, and it's not just about you. Without Nouns, I would not be able to go to maybe more than half the events I've been going to.
That could be it!
It was pretty huge overall when Nouns like stepped in and offered.
I was able to quit other jobs so I can focus on gaming.
Your family and friends are actually like, just stop doing that and got the sponsorship, they're supporting.
Let's go now, eSports!
Hector's been really fun to play with.
I really want to go to TA with these guys.
Triple kill, and Nouns are going to TI.
I'm Mexican, so I should know Spanish, but I don't. So he keeps like trying to speak some Spanish to me, and then he's like, "You don't understand."
You need to speak Spanish.
In addition to sponsoring teams and players, we also sponsor content creators and streamers.
Nouns gave me this opportunity to keep working with what I love, that was Valorant, in another way, as a content creator.
So we also started doing smaller sponsorships for specific players.
Foi a primeira vez que eu fui para um campeonato LAN internacional, né? E também foi a primeira vez que eu fui para os Estados Unidos.
今回お話をいただいたのは、エボのストリートファイター6部門に、参加するための、スポンサーシップでした。
We also support an initiative in Brazil that makes gaming more welcoming for women and non-binary people.
The Hub Inclusivo, it's like the perfect place for you to have fun, to increase your gameplay level.
Let's go. World's not saving itself.
We are very player and coach first.
Providing like the perfect runway to our players is super Nounish. We just want to give them the proper opportunity. We don't want to half-ass it.
We've had boot camps.
Well, boot camps are really important. Going to Europe, you get the best practice possible. You learn a lot from that.
Device Marcus here win in ladder rather. Ooh, they know now. But he still got it all off the ladder. The movement tech is beautiful.
I think being able to work with Edward was really nice, which we probably wouldn't have been able to do without Nouns.
We support them through mental health, nutrition, individual and team exercise, not just physical movement, but team support as well.
How we talk to each other, how we handle our emotions. It's definitely an experience that I will continue to use for the rest of my life.
Most orgs are very contract conscious.
In the traditional esports world, there's these contracts that are signed between the org and the player. Nobody gets to see them in the community. Players are often signing something for the very first time in their life.
Maybe you're 16 years old and you're the breakout star of the year. You know, you have no idea how to judge your worth.
So many cases of players just like stuck with these orgs that don't care about them. We want their input as well.
And that's another thing, the proposal that we made with Nouns, which is basically like my contract, I made it with them in a call, which is not usually the way things are done.
Since I've started at Nouns, I've been contacted by other business owners in esports who say, we're actually looking at Nouns as a model.
Nouns only really trying to do positive stuff, right? We get 100% of prize money, we get 100% of the sticker money.
Playing Nouns actually cares. That's like the big difference. They worry about you. We're trying to be more equal, right?
If you're a fan of esports, you've definitely heard about Nouns through that particular lens. But
Nouns eSport is a small part of Nouns.
The org is more than just esports teams.
I typically say that Nouns is kind of like a super brand.
Every day, an NFT is sold that represents one voting share in the DAO.
And 100% of the proceeds go directly into the treasury.
And so all this money gets pulled together. And if you have one of those tokens, you get to vote in any of the projects that people propose.
They have a treasury, and basically they allot money based on votes to projects they think are cool that will promote their brand.
It's just a community of people who want to see cool things get done.
Could have Nouns at the Rose Bowl parade. Like, that's cool.
I'm thirsty for some Nouns coffee though. We're still waiting. It's coffee?
They gave away like 300 skateboards. When I was a kid, I was a skater, and I could never afford a good skateboard, so I'd have been thrilled.
Oh my gosh, you know, so there's an illustrated book that's already coming out.
Like animated film.
Name a new species of frog in South America. I thought that was like wild.
Like the streetwear brand.
Toys are making the figures. Mucho love. And they've done so many different things like in the barber shop. I mean, honestly, I like everything. I'm kind of just a Nouns Nouns fanboy.
And it's really cool because Nouns gets its transparency from the blockchain, and then we take that Nouns culture and then bring it to esports. It immediately just feels like a better fit for the dynamic of being a community member.
It really reminds me of the early days of when I started getting into video games, where things are based off mods, communities coming together, building things out that they think are cool.
You actually really feel like, wow, you know, you made a difference. I know that sounds cheesy, but like for my entire life, I was the player, and then this time it was me contributing to setting this up.
Super easy to get involved in the Nouns esports community.
I've been on like almost all the top NA orgs, and none of them have really had direct contact with fans where like they could literally just join in Discord.
Just show up, share your ideas.
These esport organizations don't need this like giant headcount to run.
Our esports initiative started with just 2 people DMing on Discord, and it's still just like that, where you can literally join our Discord and get involved.
Nouns community loves you. Maybe you should submit a proposal yourself. I don't know what the fuck that means, but like that sounds sick.
Welcome back in Pokemon Unite trainers. We are back, Unite Legends Showdown, and we are at the grandest of finals where we're going to see Fusion take on Gen 5 for a little bit of a salty run back. Ooh, we have a big one in store. Unfortunately, it's not going to be as big as we had originally thought. Teams have agreed. We are in the wee hours for some time zone, so I'm going to be cognizant of that. Originally, it was going to be best of 5 with a potential reset for the losers side if they were to come out ahead on that best of 5. Instead, both teams have agreed to do a best of 5 with a winner's side advantage of 1 game. So it is going to be a 1-0 lead for Gen 5. So they only need to win 2 games, whereas Gen 5 is going to need to win 3 games of this best of 5. And Magical, we saw these 2 teams a little bit earlier. What are we going to expect here in the grand finals?
If I'm looking at these 2 teams and we're looking at how a lot of them have been playing and winning, it has been flipping at Rayquaza. That feels like the name of the game. Even if they play aggressively early, it is about how they can then scale up and go for the Rays. So many of these games for Fusion for Gen 5 have been dictated and decided based off how a Rayquaza was won or not, with surrenders coming out immediately afterwards. I don't expect anything less as we go into game 1 here of this best of 5, with Fusion having the 1-0 advantage going into it. And we see the bands, Slowpoke and Psyduck, they might be best friends who talk to each other all the time, but this time they're going to have to chatter on the bench.
That would have been great. I would have loved to see the Slowpoke v Psyduck matchup of all time in lane. It's just going to have to wait until Psyduck gets nerfed, I imagine. Either way, bans on decks.
Slowpoke's been permanently banned today, too.
I know, it's kind of odd. Slowbro is kind of weird like that. Sometimes it kind of comes in waves of when teams want to ban it, but it hasn't really been changed all that much in the past few patches.
No, but you know what has been changed? That Miraidon not hitting the bench. That and the Sword Doggo both available. Teams can easily grab that. I'm looking at what else is not banned, and looking at that, Trevenant Qatar has been doing a great job on it, but Lunder going for Mew as opposed to going for the Sword Doggo. Maybe trying to tell Fusion, you want the XEX Pokemon, you want them all, you can take them. We feel a lot stronger with the tree.
I still love Tree. We saw how much value that thing can add in all of the games down in the losers finals. However, Fusion lining up some of their support picks now. I'm going to grab that Blissey Pokemon that I really love right now in today's meta, especially with Heavy Dive. And then they're also grabbing their tank, a very traditional tank, one of the first ones that joined the fray here in Pokemon Unite way back at the original start day. Is that Snorlax?
And as much as I want it to be like a flail Snorlax, just watch them slap people, get the knockouts, it's not going to be that. It's much more going to be about the CC, especially now that you have a Scizor/Scyther locked in. Blaziken seems like a good shout. Looking towards those Rayquaza, we were talking about it just a couple seconds ago. That has been what has been the win conditions for these two teams, even if they played it well early into the game. And looking at Gen 5's comp, they got that Sword Doggo, and what do they want to lock in for Utah? I saw the Leafeon momentarily. That would have been a good thing, again, playing towards this early game, but they go back to Absol.
Utah's been feeling this Absol pick all day. We've seen them time and time again take it. And of all the speedsters on Thea Skyrunes, I think it's one of the best ones right now. Not just because of the chase and the rundown potential, the stuns that it has, but I think a lot of the iframes also plays really well with how much dive there is. I mean, you could really get yourself out of a sticky situation if you time those iframes just right. Absol still very strong, but it is something that you have to watch out for. We saw it scale really well into the late game in that previous match, obviously winning them the losers finals. But if they make one misstep, if they're ahead, it's a lot of XP the other way.
Especially with the Scythers, something that is also going to be looking to snowball and get ahead early. I'm looking at this top path and looking at those plays that can be managed by either team. The Zacian is going to be a lot better at backing up these first fights that usually happen with ganks there. Don't expect a Torchic or Combustion to be providing much assistance. So that's why I'm looking at Fusion and what they kind of will answer with after that. Whether they're going to look to contest the top path play or maybe just make a counter play in bot.
You have to choose to zig or zag. So they're going to have to make one thing happen somewhere across the map. And I think that's something that not a lot of, of the solo queue environment really understand is if you lose a path, don't just keep running it down. You need to find some value across the map. And that's what a lot of these top laners look to do. And Tempo is a very good one. But instead of taking the top lane, they're sending this Torchic down to the bottom path with this Blissey.
Interesting here for our first game of the grand finals, Fusion Gen 5. Gen 5 having battled their way through the lower bracket to have this faded matchup against Fusion. Fusion having the 1-game advantage going into the best of 5. We see that there's a bit of an advantage when you have that range in this Miraidon trying to push back the Zacian and make it a little bit more difficult for them to farm up. Speaking of difficult, that Torchic eject button's away from the Mew, but that Electro Ball did a lot of damage. Phantom's nearby. Gen 5 can look to punish the bot path if they can get on top of that Torchic.
Great secure there from Miraidon. I think one of the other things that you really have a lot of with the Miraidon pick is a lot of last hit ability in the early game. Both Thundershock and I always forget Thunder Wave, I believe it is, have great ability to secure those last hits, do a lot of burst damage. So something that you really have to pay attention to. Another thing you have to pay attention to is these rotations from Gen 5, sending members up to the top path for those birds by Hoopa.
And Qatar by themselves. Use the curse to try to see if they can secure a lot of the Altaria camp. Well, they get the knockout as well. Top path controlled by Gen 5. Miraidon pokes his head out of the brush, but had to immediately get away, grab one of the berries. It could be the dive there. A nice crash of damage and points onto the top pad. Miraidon out of there.
Yeah, they electro drifted on Owl. I believe they missed one of their cooldowns, so it's kind of forced them to kind of peel back towards that T2 goal. However, Gen 5, they're putting the pressure on. They win that top path, and that has allowed them to invade the enemy territory, stealing some of the buffs away. But Zacian looking to defend a little bit from Fusion, who is looking to do the same.
You look at Gen 5's comp, and they got to continue this. It is pedal to the metal, all gas. You cannot break one bit, because when you do, that gives Fusion windows to get back into this game. And you play around the Altaria camp. If the Scyther can get the knockouts, but that's going to be the Hoopa portals, saving the lives, and now allowing the Sword Dogger to show up, and they got full health back onto the Absol. Blissey could be the target, but Scyther dashing away, leaving out that poor Blissey to dry.
Yeah, Nemo saw the writing on the wall. They just got out of dodge. Blissey said, go ahead, friend, save yourself. And that's exactly what Nemo had to do. Top path, though, we have 3 members of Gen 5 up here. They're looking to take those 720Bs. They might be looking to push the pad and maybe score some more goals and break something here.
Get anything, like I said, Gen 5, they have to continue to play aggressively. They can never relent that pressure, because now that Blaziken is there, it's going to be difficult to secure a lot of these neutral objectives. They're sending all these members down into the bot pad, looking to see if they can take the basement Reggie first and foremost and make it so that Fusion You try to see if they can get a better position with a nice heavy slam on a Mew, but answered by this curse. Hornleech did not drag in the members it needed to. So now a nice target on your back. Try to get back to the portal. Do get knocked out, so no longer having the tree to back up. 4v3, Gen 5 in a bad spot. The kick, gonna not secure it. Reggie Steele taken by Absol. Sure, you lose out on Hoopa, but you make sure that the 4 members that were committed by Fusion do not get the objective they want. Nice eject button with the heavy slam, as they're going to slam a lot of these points into the pad. Might have to leave the Snorlax there. He'll eat a berry, and it'll take a long time to get that knockout, but eventually they do. While Sword Doggo, do get that secure on a Regieleki. Well, right on that Electro Drift now, looking for the damage back. Realize that there is a Hoopa there, and not a good position for you.
Great backup from Hoopa, but look at this Scyther Unite is gonna get immediately combated by this Mew along with the Absol. Saved Utah right there. I thought Anemo was gonna be able to get the KO. And look at this, Regieleki walks in. Gen 5 looking to get some points in. 37-point overcap for them in the top path, and that's gonna allow a lot of space here for Gen 5. And they're looking pretty good with this Pokemon comp.
You're going to be very content with how plays are going so far. That kick almost get the knockout on a Mew, chasing down towards the pad, but with the knockout returned, it is going to be a 1-for-1 play, valiantly tried by Blaziken to make it a perfect trade of 1-for-1.
Yeah, I think probably not the best trade if you're Fusion. Mew, I believe, was holding the XP share, only level 8 at the time. So it's, you trade your level 10 Blaziken for a level 8 Mew, gets immediately knocked right back out. No objectives on the map right now, and Gen 5 looking pretty good. They have a point lead. Not only that, though, they have a pretty significant level lead. Absol leading the charge, level 12, 2 levels higher than anything that Fusion is putting on the board right now. And that's going to be good news here if you're Gen 5, but they did just lose their Tier 1 pad.
It was only a 1 point of overdunk, but taking that away so they don't have to worry too much about this hyperspace hole that's been opened up. They have to go pretty far away for that, as you were talking about. It's a great strategy a lot of teams tend to go for against a Hoopa. Make it more difficult to rotate, because now you see how difficult it is for them to even get close towards the basement Reggie. They take the hyperspace hole back to base. They unbound the rings and look to contest. 50% onto Reggie Rock, and now the Trevenant there. Heavy slam on it too. Absol couldn't get there. Snorlax secured it, and now with the lockdown, taking a power nap to help them turn it around, or do they? This is Maridon throwing out the meteors, not getting the knockouts, and chasing down. Sword Doggo just survived, while the tree does a lot to try to defend, try to battle back. Phantom Force thrown out, but couldn't get it, and that's gonna be the Electro Drift on top of them take down a tree.
Incredible move there by Mew. I don't know if we caught it, but there was a huge light screen that might have saved Absol from Anemo. They had blood in their eyes. They wanted to target that level 13 Absol, but a really well-timed light screen kept them from pushing forward. Either way, Gen 5 now on top of this. Regieleki is chipped down to half. Blissey waiting maybe for a little bit of an egg secure, but unfortunately for them, there are 4 members of Gen 5 looking to take it, and they do.
You could say they were looking for the execute onto the Regieleki, but unable to get it that time around. And Regieleki answered by Fusion, so not getting the full crash. It does seem like they're kind of waiting it out a little bit longer than I expected, especially because now the bot play power nap by Snorlax to get away from the attempted gank of Gen 5.
Great response there from Fusion. They leave Blaziken top to really deal with the Regieleki because they knew that Gen 5 wanted to push that bottom pad, and they were ready for it. All the other 4 members were waiting down there, waiting for them for the push. But we have a little bit of engage here from Scyther. They go ahead and utilize their Unite move.
Get a lot of damage for it, too. So that Green Illusion not really helping out. Electro Drive onto the tree, but the tree can be scary, and that's why they backed off of that one. Even if you got them down to 50%, you were too worried that the tree was going to throw that damage right back on top of you.
Hoopa going to send the team back for a little bit of a reset before this next basement objective. 4 members of Fusion, though, waiting here. Big overheat does chunk down the tree, along with a nice little ability there. We got the Phantom Forest out early here, Magical.
God! That damage right there from Utah just annihilates Fusion, who show up to try to defend and try to see if they can fight back anything. But Gen 5, the Wombo combo, beautifully done to secure control. But that is 2 Unite moves burned to make sure, and we are 15 seconds away from Ray.
very peculiar use of those Unite moves, because yeah, they're not going to have them back for Rayquaza, so this might be Fusion's opening to start ripping immediately, knowing that they're going to be a little bit down. Zacian gets almost caught out, gonna have to peel back to the back. Hoopa might have to send them back for a reset. Instead, they're going to bring the rings unbound here, Magical.
And looking at where Absol is, Swordogger's not there either. Heavy Slam did not connect onto anybody. They've unbound the rings, and here come the Meteor slamming down as well, but the Green Illusion into the back line looking for Hoopa. First knockout, it's Blissey taking that one. Resets as well. Scyther saying, Swordoggo, battle me now. Heavy Slam with the Snorlax getting the lockdown, and they go back onto the Ray, but the Electro Drift almost was able to get onto Absol. Gotta be careful. How do you want to play this one? Scyther taking low. That's a Mystic Aura, getting a lot with Electro Ball to get the knockout onto Scyther. 50% onto Rayquaza. Trying to dive back in. Blaze Kick to not connect, but they've got the damage. Absol nearly gets the knockout. Blaziken's gone. Your Secure's out of their fusion. Gen 5 can go onto Ray, and the Electro Drift from Rhydon gets you back to the pad. But guess what Gen 5 want? Not only do they want the knockouts, they want game victory. They want to take you out, get game 1, and even up the series 1 apiece.
Utah. That's all I have to say there. Utah looked amazing on that Absol, getting a lot of really clutch picks there right at the end. The big one, though, the thing that I want to talk about is the Mew catch onto Anemo. Great play there. You pop in the Unite move, because I think Anemo thought they were going to be able to take out the Mew. They popped the Mystical Mirage and then hit them, secure the KO with the Electro Ball. And I think that was the moment that Gen 5 knew that they had to go, and they did.
It was well done from the squad, and rightfully earned from how this game was. It really did play into how these games and these series have been for both teams. It is about the Rayquaza. Sure, the early game, Gen 5 were able to find some good plays, but it was close. It was dicey even at Ray. They had gotten the pick. They had a disadvantage because Qatar was not a part of it, and they had also used 2 of their Unites earlier in these fights, but it was still Gen 5 finding these victories and playing in the fights pretty much on the edge the whole time. And like you called out, Lunder beautifully done with the Mew to make sure not only do they not get knocked out, but they take a knockout themselves and throw it right back onto that Scyther.
Yeah, I don't think Zainu's had enough damage on top of the backline. Mew was really able to stay pretty protected a majority of the time. I think only 19k taken. And that's a really good testament to the front line of Gen 5. The Trevenant soaking up a lot of the damage. Hoopa sending team back for resets at really pivotal times. And Zacian Megu doing an incredible job of putting pressure onto things like that Snorlax, onto the Blissey, and really forcing them to utilize the heals. So you just couldn't get on top of those squishier targets. So really good play there from Gen 5 as they tie this series up and one step closer. And now we have an even series, right? This is the grand finals. There is no reset at this point. It's whoever wins 2. It's a best of 3 at this point.
Exactly. We're pretty much just starting from scratch saying, all right, best of 3s. That's actually what we wanted to do the whole time. Gen 5, got to feel a little bit of confidence, though. This is now 3 games in a row that they've been able to win, because they had the 2-1 sweep up against Ego, now winning this first game up against Fusion. They got to feel confident, and like they are the ones in the driver's seat. They are the ones actually in control, even if it's Fusion who come in from the winner side of the bracket.
Yes, got to stay calm. You got to stay cool. You got to collect yourselves if you're Fusion. You had a game in hand. You had a game to play with here, but now you do not have that luxury, because you lose one here, you're one loss away from being, sent home packing. Instead, we got some bans coming out already. It's going to be a little bit similar to what we saw in game number 1. We're seeing the Slowbro. We're seeing the Mimikyu, but a thing that we're seeing a little bit different. Fusion's going to target ban that Mew.
That's the adaptation we got going into this one. We see the Mew now denied to Lunder. Psyduck, Mimikyu, expected bans. Rhydon, Zacian still there. Umbreon is still there. There are some powerful picks. Rhydon locked in for Fusion. Gen 5, what do you opt for? Do you want to grab that tree again? It's been working out real well so far for Qatar. But does it pair up well without that Mew? Does it do enough for the team? They feel confident it does.
I imagine I'll be interested to see how they kind of swap it out. Obviously, you don't have that XP share on the Mew, but they're gonna add this Umbreon here. And Fusion, though, they're lining up their next couple picks. I imagine, though, if you're Gen 5, you're thinking about how you can continue to allow Qatar to scale into that late game. Maybe they play something like a Pikachu, something that can play with that XP in that attacker position.
I like this draft so far from Gen 5 because they get the tree. Qatar's been looking good, but they also deny Umbreon. I'm looking at what they can now pair up with both the tree and Umbreon because I'm expecting it, even if you have both of them as defender, probably going to be that all-rounder style that Qatar's been doing, and maybe even go more for the Wish style for Umbreon to really back up the rest of the team. Lapras locked in with an Eldegoss. That is a lot to help out the team deliver into the backline with that Lapras Express. But there's not much of a backline that you can get towards when it's a Zacian and an Espeon. You know that they're going to be defended well by Umbreon Trevenant.
Yeah, and Espeon has a lot of tools at their own disposal, right? You have the Unite move, you have either Psyshock or Stored Power that offer either slows or stuns. But look how bulky this squad of Fusion is. You got the double defender, you got the Blastoise likely playing more of that bruiser style, but then you also have that Eldegoss, and they're gonna round that out with that Leafeon that's gonna pry a lot of early pressure. I imagine that they're gonna try to get to a lane as fast as they can and provide some sort of value early on. But however, Utah once again comfort pick with this Absol.
Going back to that, well, NMO has gotten Leafeon, so a speedster for Fusion to answer the speedster that was expected out of Utah. Both of them looking for these back lines. I feel like Fusion might have a slightly easier of a time, but even saying that, like you said, Espeon's so difficult to actually get on top of in general, but then you add in the peel from an Umbreon and a Trevenant on top of that, as well as Utah looking for this back line. Dynaz is going to struggle a little bit with Miraidon, but it's expected that it will be the Electro Drift, so we'll be right alongside everyone else on the team. Fusion, I kind of like this change in their draft that gives them a couple more options of fighting in this mid game against Gen 5.
Also, it's kind of taking a peek to see if we're going to see that Electro Drip Miraidon or if we're going to see more of a Charge Beam. I think you could kind of go either way here if you're Fusion. But I think just Electro Drift is just so good right now. But I think Charge Beam does have some play still. It obviously has a great long range ability. You could stay pretty protected. And when you have such a big front line like they have with that Lapras, with that Blastoise, you can really utilize those Charge Beams for free because you're going to have such a bulky front line.
True. I think that Charge Beam is a little underrated as it was like the go-to before, and now Electro Drift is just really strong. But it has a place in certain drafts. And look in here at Game 2 of our grand finals with the series tied up at 1 apiece. You can see any changes. We already saw a decent adaptation from Fusion having dropped Game 1 to Gen 5. They took away the Mew, and they've got themselves the Lapras Express and Blastoise to boot.
Zacian taking this top path, going to apply a little bit of pressure to this Squirtle and the Glossifleur, but they are moving forward. They are pressing their A button, and his Umbreon's going to have to get back to pad if they're not too careful, but they flip the Uno reverse card. Squirtle might be going down, but no, it's Umbreon going down.
Gone ambulance, but not for me right there. Just throw it right back at them. Get the knockout. Squirtle is still playing with fire. Was able to dash away, and now that Utah shows up, they answer back and get the double knockout. They're going to dunk 18 points in this top path.
That was huge, and now Absol's going to have to try to run away from this Leafeon who's joined the fray. Those Razor leads, they're sharp. They're getting the KO. They return the favor. Fusion looking pretty good on that comeback.
The only thing is the Nemo is not going to get the dunks as easily as we saw Utah do so. They do secure control of the Altaria camp and get some key evolutions. Eldegoss now onto the Sky Ruins, but still a point advantage initially for Utah, but not getting any more as a lot of the central path is being secured by Leafeon.
Yeah, you're seeing the value of what Leafeon really brings to the table, and that's the map pressure. That's the speed. That's the ability to get to lane pretty quickly, even without something like a Hoopa on the map. So the chlorophyll passive allows it to go a little bit faster. And that's really the value that that thing provides, especially if you're able to put pressure on goals, if you're able to put pressure on lane. Once you win a fight, go immediately to the other one. But we're seeing Gen 5, they're lining up these 8-minute Altaria camps, and it's only Leafeon for Fusion here right now.
Only Leafeon, they have a War Turtle nearby, trying to defend, getting a lot of damage onto the Absol, and guess who's now here? Miraidon to save the day. Mean Look locked it down, but not long enough. Another knockout for Leafeon. Sword Doggo trying to dash back in and look for any knockouts. 1v3 will take out War Turtle, and it will be helped out with another knockout to go over to Fusion, but Espeon got the answer back onto their Evolution brethren.
Yeah, Leafeon right now already had utilized their Emerald 2-step Unite move. Those level 8 Unite moves are so big, and you saw right there how much value that thing provided. And honestly, Magical, I think a couple of camps for Fusion on this Leafeon, and it might have it back by this 7-minute objective.
Oh, for sure. It's such a low cooldown. As someone who actually plays a decent amount of Leafeon when I get tired of trying to support for the team, I know how brutal it can be in a lot of these comp games as we see a nice Horn Leech. The damage from Trevenant. Espeon, you claimed victory in that, but it was all off the tree.
Yeah, this is XP share Espeon. This is another one of those Pokemon. Anything level 4 from an attacker role can also utilize that XP share, and you're seeing exactly that. And that's going to continue this onslaught from this Trevenant pick from Qatar, and they're continually pushing this goal. They're going to bully this Miraidon now.
I feel like I'm reading the lore act or something, because right now the trees be mad in this game, constantly fighting. Emerald 2-step do chop them down eventually, but that's a lot used just to get one knockout. Absol getting targeted, double knockout. Throwing it right back. Razor Leaf on to Umbreon. Bean Look to lock him down. Elder Glock trying to help out, but a heal will get Umbreon away. 5 members strong for Fusion in this bot path. Allow another knockout to go over to Anemo while the tree has rejoined the battle, but you're going to go right back onto the Pokemon Center. You do heal up a lot for a long time, but the inevitable was your own death and a nice knockout and taking out the pad of the bot.
A 31-point overcat for Fusion. Pretty nicely done there, so that's going to add a little bit more pressure. But another thing that's been adding pressure is that Regieleki that Gen 5 was able to take down almost undetected. They also get a nice little cap there in the top path, so bringing the score deficit a little bit closer, 107 to 114. Only 7 points separates these two teams as we near the halfway mark. Both teams have lost a pad. Both teams have held a pad in this T1 zone, and no objectives to be found, no timers. So these teams are going to get their farm. They're going to try to build their levels. They're going to try to build their Unite moves, but they all have them back, and we're going to see another fight here in this basement path.
As 4 sent down to deal with the forest. That Ent's going to be right on away. Was able to survive and get so much damage. And looking at how this game is playing out, while we expect the Leafeon, the Speedster, to be someone that is dictating a lot of the pace, we have to keep our eyes on Megu. As you talked about, was able to solo out the Regieleki, get a nice crash of the pad top side. They took that for themselves and haven't been a part of any of these fights. Now is pathing down into the bot path and will be joining the rest of the team for this Regirock, trying to go for the advantage into the back line. Emerald 2-step, nobody was hit by it, and the tree got the Horn Leech, but you gotta be careful. The meteors are now crashing down around you. Who is the one that's gonna fall first? Lapras in the back line, 25 onto Regirock, get a nice secure from Espeon, and all the while the Sword Doggo kept the entirety of Fusion at bay.
Great job here for Gen 5 to be able to take that objective. They put the Regirock into their handbag. They're now going to try to retreat back to their goal because this Leafeon is angry about what just happened, utilizing their Unite move and not hitting anybody. Blastoise now going to try to help take down this Umbreon, and Miraidon is able to do so. The damage has been done. You have that buff for Gen 5. You have that boost to your defenses for the next 90 seconds or so. But you have another objective in this top path. Gen 5 starting to migrate towards there as Miraidon is going to try to take down this Zacian.
But that's going to be a problem because the rest of Gen 5 were there to make sure they can play around Regieleki. Fusion do not have the Lapras there. They gotta leave the station now or never. But the tree's making it difficult for them to join with the rest of the team. 50% onto Regieleki. The dive, the two-step, 3 connected, but your own knockout is secured. Rapid spin with the Hydro Typhoon. Didn't land any of the CC. That allows this Absol and the Zacian to help clean up the fight with that shield. There's the Hydro Typhoon, but the lockdown is not helping. The Regieleki should be secured by Gen 5.
This is a clinic by Utah right now. Level 13 already. You saw a couple of times where they were able to dodge the Leafeon Unite move, but then combat it with their own. And this is going to be a matchup that we're going to have to watch as Rayquaza is starting to be thought about by these two teams. Only 50 seconds until the final stretch, and it's been Leafeon, it's been Utah on this Absol, and that's just going to be this matchup that we're really going to be monitoring. Who's going to be able to draw the first KO in that Ray fight? Who's going to be able to survive the onslaught of damage? And right now, level 14 for Utah. That's going to be hard to deal with for Fusion.
Another Reggie will be spawning onto the Sky Ruins bot path. Both teams can play around this 20-odd seconds until we have the fight around Rayquaza, and it's a Regice. Both teams already making the calls. Miraidon and Zacian, the two XEX Pokemon, are in the top path. They're not going to be joining with the rest of the team. Instead, they're looking for better positioning because they realize they are not looking for Reggie. They are looking for victory through Ray.
And Miraidon looking to play through the top path. Zacian might be 1v1 versus it. We do have the fight a little bit stalled out for now. Both teams don't really want to make a move. They don't want to give up any positioning. They don't want to show their hands right now. Umbreon's going to give themselves a wish. Going to stall out the fight, but here we go. Curse from Trevenant, and this party has started.
Rapid spin, looking for the lockdown, but that was onto the Trevenant, and here's the force growing around you. Gen 5 find a nice pick. They get the lockdown with the main look. Hydro Typhoon, but 50% is on the Ray. They're making the call. Go for Ray, but the steal could be there. Lapras is there. It is not stolen away. Zacian secures a Gen 5. Get themselves another game, an immediate surrender out of Fusion.
Again, we see the macro decisions from Gen 5. They had plenty of secure tools at their disposal. You had the Zacian, you had the Espeon, and they knew with 2 members down of Fusion, they were pretty safe to go ahead and start burning down the Ray. And that's exactly what they did right there. They knew that Fusion didn't have those tools, especially once Leafeon went down, especially with the Miraidon as well. You know, I like the Miraidon, but I feel like with Fusion there, I think that the Charge Beam could have really worked, especially when you had such great frontliners.
I agree with you, and I also think another problem is Megu on this Zacian. While we were looking at Utah, yeah, the Absol always flashy, always fun to watch a speedster do their speedster things. The Swordoggo was pretty much the silent killer of that entire game, the unsung hero, who was doing so much in the top path that there's nothing Fusion could do to stop it. They would send a Rhydon to try to go against it, and it already had this level advantage. It was way too difficult for them to actually stop what was happening in the top path, which meant that all Gen 5 needed to do was focus on the bot path. If they win that, then they're going to win the game because they already won top.
Yeah, and they're one game away is Gen 5 from being your grand finals champion. Coming from the loser side of the bracket too, so that's it makes it even that much more impressive, right? 8 KOs. 8 KOs. The thing that surprised me a lot too is the 8 KOs on that XP share Espeon. It's not one of those XP share Pokemon that we've seen in that attacker role a lot. We've seen Mew a lot, but I think there's something to those level 4s. I know I kind of mentioned it earlier, but I think when you think of Pokemon that can play that role if Mew gets banned, I think Espeon definitely one of them because it does offer a lot of crowd control itself. Early evolve with level 4. I think another Pokemon that might be thought about in that same capacity is an Alolan Ninetales. It also plays very similar. XP share, offers a lot of CC, but I know the one that you're thinking about.
Pick. Yeah, that's boring. Yours is a boring pick here. You know which one I'm thinking of. You know what I want. Give me the Cramorant. I'm just saying, Cramorant is still good, everybody. You go for it. You have defenders, you have the front line, you get a Cramorant, it's gonna dive right on with you. I'm not biased or anything, But
I love it. I think absolutely it could work. I think Cramorant's still very good, and the only Pokemon, from what I remember, the only Pokemon of the entire roster that saw no play at LAIC. Cramorant's gotten no love from the developers. It's only received nerfs. Now players aren't playing it. Make my partner happy. Buff Cramorant, please, or do something. I want to see the silly little duck.
Why'd you have to remind me?
I didn't mean to. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. It only hurts a lot. But you know what it doesn't hurt a lot is Gen 5 now are leading this series. They are 2-1 and 1 game away from that grand finals victory. This would be their 4th game in a row that they just won. This could be 5 in a row if they take this game against Fusion. The ultimate run through the lowest bracket. So Fusion, they've got to figure out something and something fast. If they want to stop the momentum, they've got to stop this gravy train from arriving at the station because it is so close to its destination.
It's going to be one. Fusion needs to find a way to combat Gen 5 here because Gen 5 seems to have their number right now. Doesn't seem like Anemo has been able to provide the value on the speedsters as much as Utah has. Utah has just crushed the dreams with that Absol. And another thing that's crushing the dreams is that Trevenant, and Fusion wants no part of it here.
But this means you are fully adapting to what has been seen in this draft, what has been seen in this series. They go for both Zacian and Trevenant. Mew available. Also the bans that they had previously, that Slowbro can be taken. Umbreon still available for either teams. Miraidon still available for either teams. Fusion, what do you think is the best of all of the selection? It seems that they are committed to Miraidon.
Absolutely committed to Miraidon. We've seen this thing. If it's not banned, it seems to be picked almost every single game, either in that 1 spot or that 2-3 spot. Gen 5 going to immediately lock in that Mew along with the Umbreon, though. I think this has been a core that a lot of teams have been utilizing. It was a core that was used by the champions of the world, right? We saw them utilize this exact combo almost the entirety of their Worlds run. So we're going to see what Fusion wants to do to kind of combat that pair. They pick that Slowbro and they pick that Hoopa.
Okay, Slowbro, understandable. Hoopa, too, understandable. We've seen how much mobility it offers Gen 5, and they are finally trying to stop that. But you can't stop all the mobility. That is why you get Lapras to make up for that deficit you normally would have. Just hop aboard the Lapras Express and start moving around that map quickly.
And not only that, Magical, but this seems to be a more of a bruiser Lapras type of build, that all-rounder set. You don't have any sort of XP share, so it's looking to stack. It's looking to do a lot of damage. Immediately off the clip, though, right away, you see that lock-in of that Blaziken and the second all-rounder of that Dragonite.
Talk about mobility and Gardevoir to round out the comp for Gen 5. Not going for the speedsters, instead looking for that late game scaling. You were talking about this earlier, Kyle. You were looking at this Gardevoir as one of those mages that is still played, and we just haven't seen it yet in our series. But now, Utah, in a possible match point here, and a possible victory for Gen 5, decides that they want to pilot that Mon.
We see a little bit of a different move or item set for Fusion here. Zainu's on the Miraidon. Spoon, Choice, and the Cursed item. Previously, they were running that Focus Band. So with the change in item build, no Focus Band, it makes me think that they may be lining up that Charge Beam. It's very possible because right now you don't have a Speedster and you don't have anything that would outrange the Mew or the Gardevoir. They go with that Charge Beam that might enable them to at least kind of go toe-to-toe with those things. So I expect that. Obviously, things can change depending how this early game goes, but a little bit of a different look here for Fusion.
And I don't think you want to go for Electro Drift up against a Gardevoir anyways. Putting yourself in a closer spot for a Fairy Singularity to land onto multiple members, maybe not going to be the play, but only one way to find out for Fusion. Do they have what it takes to stop the momentum, to stop this inertia that has been granted over to Gen 5 as we go into Game 3 of the Grand Finals. Fusion, you now find yourselves with your backs up against the wall. You got here through the winner's bracket. You are the team to beat, and Gen 5 have been stepping up to the plate.
Taking this Gardevoir to the central area is Gen 5 going to look to try to get this thing online. I really do like this Gardevoir in the central area because it does offer a really nice level 5 gank. I was honestly surprised to see Fusion not look for an invade to slow that thing down, though.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised too, but kind of look at their composition too. Dratini, Torchic, not really the best. The Hoopa obviously is who you'd send, but you kind of need to defend that Torchic. You needed to even defend a little bit your Dratini because you don't want to get invaded either. A Chansey can go for an invade and help out the rest of the team. Even Mew is capable of rotating quickly to help go for any counter gank or gank themselves.
Ooh, nice little play there from the Umbreon. Was able to foul play and get the KO onto the Slowbro. However, Mew is going to try to E-ball on away, but Dragonair getting the KO on Mew. That's going to force this Umbreon back to pad.
And it is a charge beam, I believe. I do think I saw that from Fusion, but they have gone for that. I think that is the right call. Go for a further poke into a lot of this fight and try to make sure that you can start chipping out these health bars and then look for anything additional. If you need to set up the rest of your team, set up this Dragonite for those dives.
Look at this 20-point cheeky cap here from Torchic. Able to get that in, able to get their stack in, but that's going to be returned by that Lapras getting 21 of their own as Hoopo is sent back to the Pokemon Center. Bottom path looking still pretty even across the board. We have this Combuskin, though, looking to try to peel back to their goal, try to peel back to safety, and Hoopa's going to send them for a reset.
Yeah, get them the reset, but Funnelby secured by a nice slap from Blissey. We see both teams still hanging out, deciding where they actually want to go. The fight in central path, but a lot of secure. Utah getting a lot of experience off of that.
That's exactly what we were talking about. The level 5 on Gardevoir is really great. That Psyshock is really great for getting those birds, and exactly what we saw them do in that 8-minute fight with that Psyshock. Gonna be able to get online here at level 8. One more level, they'll be able to have their Unite move for these next fights. So I believe another little quick clear of their jungle area once it respawns should get them that. And that's going to be something to deal with if you're Fusion.
Fusion, at the moment, have themselves in the spot path, hanging out, looking for a play. But of course, having Hoopa, it could open up the hyperspace hole if they need to. Nice outrage to help them secure some control onto the ulterior camps. Of course, they don't get all of it, but at least taking away some of it. That's them a lot of controls in spot lane. They got the lion's share.
Nice Thunder along with that charge beam from this Miraidon. Gonna offer a lot of poke, but now we have Dragonite online. And Gardevoir does have their Unite move, so something to watch out for if you're Fusion. You cannot group up here.
But it's going to be the dash in from Umbreon. Foul play, slowing him down. The knockout onto Dragonite. He's mythic because he's not a part of this fight anymore. And now the chase onto Slowbro, who's hoping that they can get a steal. Do get a knockout. They take down Mew. Well, we watch as this Miraidon chipping away the health bars, but has to get away. That foul play, Umbreon, is scary to deal with, and that's exactly why I get knocked out while the team was able to take the Reggie. Top path, though, Fusion have gotten Reggie lucky, hoping that it will crash into the base. They got rid of the Lapras, and there it is, finally getting that crash and a lot of points. Almost having the dunk there. Only 2 left. They can get a big overcap if they wait it out.
Yeah, and they may elect to go ahead and do that. Right now, their pockets are pretty empty, so they need to farm up a little bit. But you got to be pretty happy with your if you're Fusion there. You don't necessarily get that basement objective, but you get a lot of XP on your Blaziken. You get a lot of XP on your Dragonite, and those are your 2 real big damage dealers. Miraidon still, obviously, you finally get your level 9, but that's more of kind of like that support damage from the backline. So you gotta be pretty happy here. You have Hoopa that's going to be able to put some pressure on the map now that one pad has fallen. So Fusion, despite losing that first objective in the bot path, looking pretty strong.
This is what they need. This is the momentum they need to gain for themselves. Losing the last 2 games, now are 1 game away. It just takes that one misplay. Gen 5 will secure themselves the title, the trophy here in the Unite Legends Showdown. Fusion, I mean, that team that has made it through the winner's bracket doesn't want to go down so quietly and so easily.
You have a lot of Unite moves already online. The only one that is not online right now is the Blaziken, but that's just the stance change. Everybody's going to have one for these next fights. 20 seconds till Regieleki spawns. 25 seconds until this basement Reggie spawns. And Hoopa has their Unite move, so we could see Fusion go for a little bit of a play that we've seen some teams utilize. Go for one objective and then have the Hoopa transfer the team up to the other.
Gen 5 in the top path. Might look to control the Regieleki. Blaziken is on top of it, but realize the rest of the team was making the basement call. Say, we got to take that instead. Might look to steal it away with the Blaze Kick, but 50% on the Regieleki. Hard to get past that Lapras, but the rest of the team now showing up. It's secured by Gardevoir. Not going to get the dive, but that is the Dragonite with a Dragon Dance out of there. Will survive barely. Regieleki now crashing back. They get the fight back and almost were able to find the pick onto Gardevoir, but not quite. Thrown right back around. Hoops have been unbound, and here come the team. That's going to be Miraidon looking for the poke. Meteor's crashing down. No knockout onto Utah. Instead, it's Blissey that he will take first. Staring away Gen 5, not allowing them to get anything further.
Fusion putting a lot of resources to save that tier 1 goal, and with a Hoopa, it makes sense. However, they are going to have to TP down to this bottom path to start trying to take down this Regirock, and they do what a Dragonite does and rip it, and then Blaziken right on the backside is able to secure that. And they're looking to push on forward here.
Foul play, getting a lot. But that's going to be the Mystical Mirage, helping out Mew escape from danger, then throw the damage back onto Blaziken for a knockout and a slow bro, not with the team. Split up, can be locked down. All they need is to make sure that Surf does nothing. And with that foul play, it enables Gen 5 to get more knockouts and control of the bot path.
You didn't call this out. This is kind of a damage Umbreon. No XP share, so they're looking to really scale into the late game. And you're seeing how much these foul plays are doing. Not only with damage, but really a really well-timed and well-placed foul play is putting Fusion into harm's way. And that's exactly what you need to do if you're this Umbreon. And it's been doing a pretty good job right now, though. Gen 5 is a little bit down here. They have some score that they need to make up. 65 to 141 as we have 45 seconds until the final stretch.
The thing is, they might be down in points, but they are up in experience right now. Level 13 for Gardevoir, and you see that the Dragonite 12, the rest 11 for Fusion. Quite a disparity that is being gained. Gen 5 are going to rely on Utah to be a legend yet again. This is a player we have seen so many times in EU, so many times finding victory for the team off of beautiful plays. And with 15 seconds left until Rayquaza, they can secure victory if they can find a good play around Ray.
2 portals or 2 goal zones up for this Hoopa is going to allow a lot of mobility between lanes, a lot of defense that can be had. But we have the final stretch. 4 members are clumped up here for Gen 5 as Miraidon's getting a lot of value from these charge beams, the enhanced version. Onto Gen 5. They're going to start chipping this Rayquaza. It's already chipped a little bit over 1/5.
Look at Utah. That's who I'm watching here. Getting dove by Slowbro and losing Umbreon. Lapras wanted to take out the Hoopa, but the Hoops have been unbound. They do escape for now and allow a little bit of a reset. Well, Dragonite got a lot of damage on a Blissey, but Utah has been left untouched, is waiting for the singularity, waiting for that perfect moment to use that ability to find the lockdown, but has to be so careful because that Slowbro is hunting for them. The Surf will lock down, and they do look for Mew, helping out, get the knockout for Hoopa. The rest of the team of Gen 5 now trying to defend, get away. Utah still alive, not taken out just yet, but still hasn't been able to find that fairy singularity onto the targets. Find the knockout on a Blaziken with the meteors now crashing down from Miraidon. Get a big one onto Gardevoir, waiting for the charge beam. That's the fairy singularity, getting the lockdown on a 2. It's a triple kill going over to Utah, but they still got to get on it to Ray. They haven't been able to take the objective with a nice hyper beam sent out, scaring off this Umbreon, but Mew showing up, Lunder diving in, and they've got more. Gen 5, beautiful battle back, even if points will be secured by the back cap of a Hoopa. This Rayquaza looking like it's going to be controlled by Gen 5 unless a miracle steal. Blaziken's here. We've seen it before. We can see it again. Not this time. It is secured. Qatar denying that from Fusion. They came here to win. win. They came here for the title. They might be new, but you know who they are, and they will be your Unite Legends Showdown champions.
Not so fast. I need to get some points here. Here comes another 100. This might still not be enough. I don't know if Gardevoir was able to get their 100. Fusion might have held on by the skin of their teeth. It's gonna be a final count here, Magical.
Let's see what the points are. It's going to be so exciting to see if they got it or not. They did! Gen 5 barely are able to clutch out a victory to take a championship title for themselves.
Huge plays there. Last second there with the Lapras Express, able to transport another 100 and deliver it into the central goal for a Game 4 victory. Gen 5, your champions.
Like I said, they might be new, but you know who they are. This team, it came and they were not only came here to win, but they were built to win. They were built for success. And we have seen that from them. Even if they got knocked down to the lower bracket, they battled back. They crawled through the mud to get here, and they come out on top.
Huge plays there, Utah finding a couple of crucial picks with that Fairy Singularity. Lunder able to really hold the team at bay. It looked for a second like Tempo is going to be able to waltz on in and get that overheat secure, but I believe it was Rayquaza that knocked them up in a spiral, and that really allowed a little bit of time, allowed Gen 5 to clean up the Rayquaza, and despite all of that, they still almost did not have enough time to get their points in just by the skin of their teeth. Were they able to secure that? And look at the Miraidon, though. I mean, Fusion kind of switched up with it in that last game, 90k damage, and it looked like Fusion was in control for a lot of the time, but it was a Nemo that wasn't quite able to stay alive as Dragonite, and that allowed that opening for Gen 5 to rip that Ray.
And that is another problem that you have to deal with. If your Dragonite's not able to get this knockout onto the Gardevoir, that means the Gardevoir is going to get the knockouts onto you. That Fairy Singularity that locked down the Miraidon, yeah, it also was able to get the Slowbro. Normally, I'd be critical of only using your ability on one Mon, but with how important that Miraidon was to the success of Fusion, it is well worth it. And Utah held on for so long to that ability, where it seemed like maybe it was held for too long and wasn't going to be utilized at all, was used at the perfect moment for Gen 5 to get the knockouts, to turn the fight around, secure Ray, and secure the title.
Yeah, not only that, but Slow Beam got used on the Mew, so that was they knew that they had at least a little bit of an opening. They didn't have to worry about that Slowbro anymore, so they were able to play a little bit more aggressive. Utah, though, what a clutch performance by them in 5 straight games. In the losers bracket, going down 1-0 in a best of 3 is always a tough look, and then they didn't look back. Not a single time. They didn't drop a game since then. So great play here from a wonderful team. One of the top teams that I think people are going to need to watch out for. And this whole tournament, they've shown exactly why they might be a team to beat in the EU scene as we come up on AOS Cup here in like 6 days. I honestly can't believe how close we are to the UCS season, and it's so early compared to previous seasons, and I'm so excited we get more Pokemon Unite.
Me too. Get it pretty much going right away. Gotta get it in before the holidays start, and gotta make sure that we are hyped going into 2025. I know after watching Gen 5 take this victory, I certainly am. And that is going to be it for the Unite Legends Showdown. I want to give a quick shout out to our sponsors. So our sponsors that I want to thank, we have Engage GG, who have been helping us to bring this to you guys, as well as the LG server, Black CH, making it so that it is easier for us to have these games and show off this to everyone. And of course, Nouns Esports. We saw them fall earlier, but they're still legends in our hearts, and they are absolutely wonderful because they've enabled this Pokemon Unite action to come to your screens.
Yeah, a lot of big shout outs to the sponsors who have been supporting the grassroots scene all summer long during our off season. There's been not a shortage of tournaments. There's not been a shortage of broadcasts. So you got to give a huge shout out for all the people that make this happen. Obviously, big shout out to all of the streams that we had. We had in a couple of different languages. We had a ton of observers. We had Shivam producing all of the event, which has been a big undertaking. So big shout out to them. Shout outs to all the casters, not only today, you and me, but the casters that came before us. Obviously, we said Draku and Kello. We had in the previous day, we had Tano. We had Mifu and Lobo as well. In the Brazil cast, we had Bruno. We had just so many different people that put this together for the 2-day tournament. It's a big undertaking, so big shout outs there. And like you said, big shout outs to all the sponsors who make the things happen. If you're interested in the competitive scene, the LG server is a great place to kind of get started, find a team, find some players that you like playing with, and then just keep following all the different grassroots tournament scene. Obviously, Shivam does a lot of things here on Gotlu's channel, and there's so much more across the pond. There's things that Engage puts on. There's things that get put on by the LG server. So just kind of stay tuned. There's a lot of things, not just UCS that's around the corner. There's a lot of grassroots events on the horizon.
Also, want to give a couple more shout outs to like our observers who make it so that we can even watch these games as clean as we do. Yamin, Mermaids, and Emma, thank you so much. And the admins too have been making sure that everything is running as smoothly as possible. Tan, Maylene, Sam, Jagtress, Akira, Samp, and Antiporta. Thank you guys so much for all the hard work you put in behind the scenes. And thank you everybody for watching. It has been fantastic. And as Kyle had said, we have more Unite action that's going to be coming up soon. So you better be hyped for all of it. I know I am, but that's going to be the end. Congratulations to Gen 5 and well fought for all the teams that participated in the Unite Legends Showdown. We know we'll see you soon on the Thea Sky Ruins. Until next time, peace out.